Brackett and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Game day, kids. Game day. Pride of Walsh Jesuit High School brings his team from, the area of early settlers of America, that New England area, here to Northeast Ohio to take on your Browns tonight in a very exciting, spectacular, nationally televised preseason game between the Patriots and the Browns. And we are going to talk about it. You're going to be able to listen to it tonight on the Browns Radio Network, and we are going to talk about that. We're going to talk to Jory Epstein, Yahoo NFL sports reporter. We are going to talk to Gary Barnage, former Browns tight end, newly engaged. Congratulations to him. And Darryl Ryder at 1 o'clock. All of these things coming up on a station that's also going to talk about the Guardians, who are red hot and have won 7 straight. I'm Andy Baskin. He's Jeff Phelps.
You know, I knew they were playing the Patriots tonight. You know they're playing the Patriots tonight. Mm-hmm. It's the third preseason game. I hadn't even given it a thought who the opponent was.
Really?
Well, I knew who it was, but it's like, oh, yeah, they are playing the Patriots. Because it doesn't really matter.
It really doesn't. It doesn't.
You're going to run their guys who might not be there on Sunday after 6 o'clock against our guys who may not be there Sunday after 6 o'clock.
What a day. What a game. You know, you wake up and you look at ESPN and you look at their front page and it says, from number 1 to Cleveland. Solak ranks all 32 NFL teams by watchability. All right. We are off to a roaring start, my
Gotta
friend.
like that.
So let's talk a little bit. I know you don't really want to dive into the Patriots, but I do think we need to dive into the Browns
what's
a
there
little
to
bit
dive
today.
into? Hey.
Into the Patriots?
Yeah, you're pretty good.
Yeah. How'd you do it so
We're
good?
not going to see anybody who's any good tonight.
I do think if there's one thing you want to dive into with the Patriots, it's how did they turn their franchise around so quick? And how come it takes us forever?
Well, let's see. Franchise quarterback.
Is that what it is? Is that
Yes,
the difference?
Andy, that's what it is.
Gee, thanks, Jeff. Gee. I wanted to do the whole Breakfast Club scene. And I'm not gonna do
The
it.
smallest of the May brothers is a very good quarterback.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's break down the Browns, shall we, for a moment there, my friend? Let's take a look at first of all, what do you want to see in tonight's game? Let's start there.
I truly want to see Dylan Gabriel, and then I truly want to see Taylon Green. I'm assuming, have we heard officially, have they put a time frame on this? Is Dylan getting the first half and Taylon's getting the second?
I think I was just assuming that.
I was assuming
Dan, you
that
were
as
assuming
well,
that
but
too.
I don't know that that's the case.
I should say Dan Menigan's here today, too.
Hi, Dan Menigan.
I'm sure he's assuming that, too.
I haven't seen that officially anywhere. I don't think, anyway.
I'm assuming it. Why wouldn't you? I mean...
Well, because when you assume, you make of you and me.
Jeff, let's be super honest that if they're throwing their backups against our backups, you would think Shedeur Sanders would be playing in tonight's game. But we're not going to see Shedeur Sanders. We're not scheduled to see Shedeur Sanders. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, he won't play.
Unless there was an emergency, right? He would be the emergency quarterback tonight.
We'll bring Josh Cribbs back. Put Josh out there.
I don't think he's on the roster. And I don't know.
There's time.
I mean, technically, I don't know. Can you go from retirement back to playing? Has the NCAA allowed that yet, too? Yeah, I'm officially retired from the NCAA for like 30 years. Somebody sent me the, hey, can Deshaun go back to the NCAA? No, he is not in the class of 2022. Shedeur was close, though. He was 2021.
Nice.
But he's already been here. And by the way, the league said, you can't do that. The league said that now. The NFL said that yesterday, that you can't do the Daquan right. Once you're out, you're out. You can't come back. And you can't go back into the draft either if that would ever happen again. But I want to talk about tonight's game. And I think, when we're watching tonight's game, I do think we need to look defensively at what they're going to do as far as trying to build a little bit of depth at the ends and in the defensive backfield. And then you have to wonder, are they going to make some moves? Because I think it's Sunday at 6 or Sunday at 4. That's when cuts
Sunday
have to
at
be.
6.
Sunday at 6. The cuts need to be done by then. So
the initial cuts.
Yeah.
Then the fun begins.
I mean, they cut 2 guys yesterday. I didn't realize.
Then the fun begins.
I'm going to start with the offense because I think defenses, when you watch tonight's game, I think there just seems to be more there might actually be more question marks on defense after the starters than there are on offense. It's debatable. Do we even want to bother talking about quarterback tonight? I mean, they do have to make a decision on Dylan Gabriel or Taylor Green, and do you think Taylor Green can make it through to try to get him to the practice squad if you don't want to keep 4 quarterbacks active? I can't see a team like this with deficiencies on defense as far as depth is concerned with the luxury of keeping 4 quarterbacks on the roster. That is a luxury, and I don't think we have the wherewithal to do that unless Taylor Green's going to play special teams and you want to keep him active. I don't see that happening either.
I think that's a debate, Andy, that we should have.
Okay, well, let's debate it. Do you want to try to get him through, or do you – I mean, we don't even know. We haven't even seen him play in a game yet. So we'll see him tonight. Maybe that's one of the debatable things when you watch tonight's game and you keep your eye on Taylor Green and what can he do. I'm fascinated by the athletic ability that everyone seems to think he has, and if he does have that kind of athletic ability – maybe you put him in some specialty plays. I don't think this team's at that point yet, but maybe you throw him out at tight end or wide receiver or something like that.
I think this team is shallow enough, in other words, not deep, that if you have a guy you think can really play or you want to find out if he can really play, I think you should hang on to him and then figure it out later, how exactly you get it going. You know, this might be a situation when cut downs happen Sunday by 6. It might be a situation where the Browns cut several people and keep 4 quarterbacks, but by the time you get to the season opener, you don't have 4 quarterbacks. You know what I mean?
So they're basically like holding a spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
That I would be surprised if they cut one of these quarterbacks by Sunday. I'd be really surprised. But I'd also be surprised if all 4 of them are on the roster by the time you get to the start of the regular season. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They might trade one of these guys. Maybe somebody gets moved. Maybe you keep them all. I don't think you would get Dylan Gabriel or Taylor Green onto the practice squad. And that's why you might just hang on to these guys. And even, Andy, if you have to roll into the regular season with 4 quarterbacks because you're still sorting things out or you think they all have some value, I think you can do that. Now, that might mean you might need to shave some other position a little bit. For instance, are you going to keep 5 wide receivers or are you going to keep 6? Are you going to keep 9 offensive linemen or are you going to keep 10? And that's what I think we might see, is that they, take one spot. All right, we're going to cut this guy, but we know we can get that guy back on the practice squad. So we're going to stash him. And then if we figure out what to do at quarterback, then we'll go ahead and activate the lineman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because this team needs as many talented football players or assets that might be able to bring you something in return. And I don't think they can afford to just give them away. That's why, for instance, I can see them keeping 6 quarterbacks, wide receivers. If you look at, some of the folks' projections as to who's going to make the team, I've seen a lot of reporters say 5 wide receivers. Well, you going to cut Cedric Tillman?
No, I think they're trading him.
Well,
I think he is
too.
getting traded sometime between now and obviously Sunday.
I think he could get traded. But let me throw this at you.
All signs and even just like little whispers I hear in the background, Cedric Tillman's getting traded.
Maybe. Let me throw this at you.
Okay.
I know Tylan Wallace has a history with Todd Monken.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you rather keep a wide receiver who you drafted 3rd round, who actually has had some pretty good moments as an NFL wide receiver?
Mm-hmm.
Or would you keep a guy who hasn't in his career returned a lot of punts, returned a lot of kicks, and has caught only 22 passes in 5 seasons? And I know he signed here. He was with Monken in Baltimore. 1 season in his career, Tylan Wallace has had more than 4 receptions. Does Todd value that more than what the potential of Cedric Tillman may be? I don't know the answer to that. Todd certainly does. But to me, it's like if you're going to have a fifth wide receiver, I'm taking Cedric Tillman all day long.
A couple things here. One, I think your head coach always in the honeymoon period is going to be able to pull a player that he wants, which may not make sense.
Agreed.
And so I think Tylan Wallace is that player.
Might be.
Or could be that player. I think when you look at – so are you calling him wide receiver 5 then?
Andy,
or wide receiver 6?
I have a soft spot for Cedric Tillman, as you know.
No, I know. And I like Cedric Tillman too.
I would keep Cedric Tillman all day long.
I would too.
But Tylan Wallace might be a guy that they really value for special teams. I mean, track record, he doesn't have one as a wide receiver. I mean, sorry. If you've caught – his best season was 2 years ago. He caught 11 passes. And that's not to diminish his abilities as a football player. He's terrific. He's in the NFL. But are you looking for a wide receiver or are you looking for a special teams guy? If you're looking for a wide receiver to be your fifth wide receiver, he shouldn't be the guy. Cedric Tillman should be. Or Malachi Corley should be.
See, I don't know how you can say who is the guy when it's totally up to Todd.
Well,
if you ask me who the guy is for Todd, it's probably it's got to be Wallace.
Well, but all I'm saying is one guy is a wide receiver and the other guy looks like a special teams guy. Do you want your fifth wide receiver to be primarily a special teams guy? If you do, then go ahead and take Tylan Wallace.
So I'll ask
if you want him to be a receiver, you take Cedric Tillman or even Malachi Corley.
How many times on Mondays have we sat here and said, watch my words here, special teams let us down yesterday, whether it's the kicker or a missed tackle or something went sideways. And I do think that good teams find a way to find some sort of investment in special teams. I'm not talking about over the top.
No,
I'm talking about some kind of investment. And if they feel like the investment is Wallace, then that's probably going to knock Tillman out, unless they can't find someone to trade for Tillman. I can't see them cutting a third-round pick from 23. I still can't.
Well, I can't either.
So
and maybe they
I
trade him, but
Tillman gets traded.
I just wonder, are 4 wide receivers who actually play enough? I mean, you're going to run some 4 receiver sets. Who's your backup? Are they suddenly going to do? Is Todd Monken suddenly going to do with Tylan Wallace what he didn't do in 3 years with him in Baltimore, which is throw him the football? I don't think so.
I don't know.
There's another position on the offense I want to talk about in the next segment.
Okay.
That's going to break your heart.
Oh, all right. We'll talk about it. I also have more things to say about the wide receiver spot because I can see other paths either making the team, being on the team when the roster is first set, and guys that we may not see. So I'll talk about that with wide receiver when we come back.
We'll get an offensive line conversation, too, because something to watch for tonight is the play of the guys on the offensive line.
And we're going to take your phone calls, 216-474-0092. That plus the defense. We'll look at that next as the Browns get set to take on the Patriots right here on the Browns Radio Network, coming up later tonight.
Nice job, you kicker! Nice job!
For a decade and a half, 92.3 The Fan has been the heartbeat of Cleveland sports. Now, we're celebrating 15 years with a massive anniversary party on Thursday, September 3rd at Dave & Buster's in Westlake.
Afternoon Drive broadcast live from 2 to 7, followed at 7 p.m. by the Ultimate Sports Talk Roundtable, featuring the entire fan crew.
Ken Carmen, Anthony Lima, Andy Baskin, Jeff Phelps, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Jake Volnick, plus special guests from the past 15 years. Want VIP treatment? Listen weekdays at 9 a.m., noon, and
for an NBA record sale total of $12.5 billion. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Start of a glorious day where the Browns will play tonight. And you'll be able to listen to the game right here on the Browns Radio Network. Ken Carmen will get you started 4 hours before the game with Gerard Cherry, and then Tyvis Paul and I will be joining in 2 hours before kickoff. Then it's kickoff with the boys, and then immediately following the game, you'll have a chance to have the first word with Jeff and Tyvis as they have the post-game show tonight. I know we're looking forward to a long but very fulfilling and successful day, I hope, for the Browns.
Keep that clock running, fellas.
There we go. Let's go run it. If anyone goes up plus 35 or 30, we go to running time. We'll play OHSAA rules in this thing. So we're breaking down what we're seeing tonight and really what's on the line for a lot of these guys and how they're trying to figure out the positional battles that still do sort of exist going into tonight's game. We were talking about wide receiver before. I just wanted to make one more point on wide receiver that it will be interesting. Like I'll be honest, I've seen enough of Gage Larvadan in special teams, so I don't really need to see that anymore. And I thought Casey Concepcion put on a pretty good show.
Are you saying in a negative way?
I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just saying the audition's over and you didn't get the part. How's that sound? And that's over 2 seasons.
Huh.
Why? Do you have a good feeling about him? Or do you
no, I think he could be a practice squad candidate. I think same thing with Luke Floria.
Yeah.
I've always
I could see those guys making the roster and then getting cut.
I don't see them making the roster.
I could see them, much like you see 4 guys being the holding spot on holding positions before you kind of really have your permanent roster. At quarterback, I could also see that at wide receiver.
Well, how many? How many are you going to keep?
Well, it also depends on if they trade Tillman. Like, I think if Tillman gets traded, one of those 2 guys may hold the spot until they figure out what they want to do, and then if they make a move, or like they see a defensive back or an offensive lineman or something else that they really like, then they'll switch it out, and then they'll end up going through waivers, and you'll try to get them to the practice squad.
I would think Malachi Corley could be that guy. I think Malachi's pretty intriguing, but I've always liked him.
I mean, Luke has definitely made a name for himself at practice. I mean, he's done this now for 2 coaches. You want to talk about hungry dog? He seems to be hungry dog at these practices, especially when you hear him talk about him. They'll say he does everything we ask him to do. He gives everything he's got at all points. That may not be good enough to be in the NFL, but it's probably certainly good enough to get him onto a practice squad. And then you got to hope that if you ever got through, you just got to work hard on special teams, whether that's in practice or not.
You root for all these guys. There's one other thing, and this isn't about you or your favorite spot, but I wonder about this. What have you always said about the age that begins with a 3 and the Browns?
See, it's just like Logan's Run.
Okay. Well, let me throw something at you.
By the way, if you've never, I make that reference all the time, but at Logan's Run, they had this thing where we're like,
wasn't Farrah Fawcett in that? I don't know. Anyhow.
Well, let me explain it because I just kind of been saying what it is. At 30 years old, you go to this thing called Carousel, which is how they live in like a biosphere, whatever that is. Right, Dan? What's it?
Yeah, biodome, biosphere, it's all the same.
And, they can't have too many people there, so they make it like this magical thing when you turn 30, but let's be honest, they're sending them to the glue factory at 30. So
spoiler alert.
Yes, if you haven't seen a movie that's like 40 years old.
Exactly. If it's 40 years old.
We're due for a new Logan's Run, aren't we?
Okay. Well, let me
go ahead, Joe.
Let me ask you this.
The 3rd Blade Runner at this point. They're doing a Blade Runner show.
I mean, how many different Spider-Mans have we had?
That's a good point.
Well, let me ask you this. We know Todd Monken likes fullback. He had a good one in Baltimore. He has Michael Burton here on the roster as a fullback. Michael is 34 years old, and the Browns are his 7th team, and he didn't play last year because of a hamstring injury. Forgive me. This is nothing against Michael. This is just looking at looking at those facts, why in the world would this team that's young and building for the future keep a 34-year-old fullback? Why?
Because you're trying. I can give you two reasons. One, you might be able to, with a fullback, you might be able to protect some of the miles that you're going to put on Judkins and Sampson. You know, if you're going to use a fullback, you could use a fullback more as a blocking back, and so that those guys can just be used as decoys rather than having to block all the time. I'm just throwing it out there. Is there another option at fullback? Okay, that's what I want to hear. Go ahead.
Could you play Carson Ryan when needed at fullback?
Sure.
I mean, he's listed as a tight end, but there's also talk he could be like an H-back and a fullback. This is nothing against Michael Burton. I mean, phenomenal career. He's been with a bunch of different teams. He's been able to hang in there. I'm not keeping a 34-year-old fullback on a team that is loaded with young skill position talent. I'll take my chances and see if Carson Ryan can do all kinds of things for me on offense. You just drafted him. See if you can't develop your own young guy who might be able to be here for a number of years and help you.
And I'm going to tell you another reason why you're hanging on to Carson Ryan, maybe over Michael Burton, because of this Joe Royer situation.
The Joe Royer situation.
I mean,
yes.
a week ago, Todd Monken said they're hopeful they can get him back, but he can't speak to it. He can't really talk about an update for Royer. You can look it up. Things went a little sideways for him. So Jeff, that does make sense, right?
I know.
That does make sense.
We're still keeping a fullback for you and
right.
Todd.
But more importantly, like, you still need to fill out for Byron Storer, the special teams coach, the new one. He needs players too. So I mean,
Carson Ryan would be, I would think, tight end, H-back, fullback, special teams.
Yeah.
And again, nothing against Michael Burton. Phenomenal career. Did not play last year with a hamstring injury, and is 34 years old. I mean, talk about what in this picture does not belong. Look at the guys at the skill positions on this football team. A 34-year-old fullback does not belong.
Okay, but I'm also going to put Burton in the same boat as Wallace, that as a head coach you may be able to pull one or two honeymoon guys because he just got here.
Why would
because
you do
he
that?
wants a true fullback. That's why.
Well,
because he wants a true fullback, and it's his team, and he could make the argument for him. But that's on the head coach, right?
I would be. I think it would be a curious move for this team, where it is in its building process, to keep a 34-year-old fullback.
I think it's curious for this team to even have a fullback at all. I remember
he likes him.
And I like him too. I love having a fullback
we know.
on a team.
That's why I brought it up.
But I love having blocking backs. Whether they can, and then because when they do go to them and you're on the goal line and they get in the end zone, you're like, Tim Manoa. You know what I'm saying?
No, he wouldn't be the guy, I wouldn't think, running the ball into the end zone.
No, I don't think he would either, but it gives you the element of surprise. Like, okay, you've got Junkins there, and they're going to give it to Junkins or Sampson. Wait a minute, Burton? Who's that guy? Like, that's why I like that spot.
If the Browns had signed Patrick Ricard, who was the guy in Baltimore but ended up signing with Harbaugh and the Giants, I would think, okay, well, he's going to stick. But I'm just curious. What do you think is going to happen on the offensive line?
I'm going to tell you in a second after I talk to Henry and Ackman.
Guys, a little bit of news before
Henry,
head forward here for the Browns. Browns are releasing veteran wide receiver Cedric Tillman per sources.
Releasing
Cedric Tillman per sources.
Well, as we just said,
according to Adam Schefter of ESPN.
Would you want him as your fifth receiver, or would you want Tylan Wallace, or maybe Malachi Corley, or maybe Floria? I personally, I have a soft spot for Cedric Tillman. I would have kept him, but that's okay. If they don't think he can either do the job or stay healthy, that's on them. They obviously have big decisions to make, and you have a new coaching staff with a different set of eyes.
So that's one of two things. One, that means they couldn't get the trade they wanted, or couldn't get a trade at all.
Or there was very little trade value.
Yeah, or there too, and the Browns are doing him a favor by releasing him now. There's no question they're doing him a favor by releasing him today rather than releasing him on Sunday or even Saturday and put him into the big pile of players that are out there. There may be another team.
Maybe some team can put in a waiver claim for him and have him, on their team before cutdown day.
Could be playing on Saturday for somebody else, right? There's some games on Saturday.
Possible.
So, all right, now I'm going to do this. I'm going to take a quick phone call, and then I do want to get to the offensive line. Henry's in Akron. Hi, Henry.
Hello?
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm fine.
It's a good word. What do you got for us?
You going out for groceries later or something?
For you, it's been all over the news about the decision to start Deshaun Watson, and I just got to say this:
Deshaun
I'm glad
started?
they did it. Yeah, he's the starting quarterback.
That's
So-
interesting.
I'll be damned.
How about that?
I'm happy that they did that. You know why?
Why?
Because the faster they get this mess out of the way, the faster they can cut him and they can move on from him.
They're not
that's a
going to
great
cut
decision.
him. He's going to be here for the entire season, Henry. Thanks, man. Just letting you know.
I'm glad Henry alerted us to that.
Did you catch that, Dan? I didn't know if you caught that. I heard
I haven't. I feel like I need to tell people. Let me go out to the street corner and start yelling.
Deshaun's going week 1, and then they're going to try to cut him. How's it financially? How's that work?
So you could cut him.
Yeah. It's cheap too, right?
You can do that. And yes, for 2026, it's about the same amount of money that you would pay him right now. The problem you would run into is that in 2027, it's an $86 million cap hit.
Oh, that's nothing.
So $86 million would be mystically erased from your salary cap.
Oh, chump change.
So
what's the cash out?
And all
too?
of a sudden, Baskin is playing fullback.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Phelps is right there as holder.
Yes, that's me.
Oh, you could be a pretty good holder.
I could see that.
I respect
I
that,
could
Jeff.
punt back in the day.
You know
see
what?
that, too.
I take it back. Dude, he's going Lucy every time. Like, you'll take 4 steps and be like, oh, here comes Baskin.
No,
Here
I'm
comes
all for the kicker.
Yeah, that's going to be your biggest problem. And so you kind of have to stick with it.
Todd hung up. I wanted Todd to save the phone lines. All right, Jeff, let's start talking. Let's kind of tease a little bit the offensive line here. So,
Wow, that's good. That's good broadcasting.
Thank
talk.
you, man. I got to tell you. Let's just kind of talk about the offensive line for just a second. Give me a tidbit of your thoughts on the offensive line.
I think they have some decisions to make that might not be really
popular.
I don't know if there's popularity involved in this offensive line, but I think they might make some surprising moves.
Scares the hell out of me.
Mm-hmm.
For the offensive moves?
The offensive line.
Are you talking about maybe another third-round pick that may not be here?
Move along. We'll get to it.
Oh, it's not good to be a third-round pick for the Browns, kids. 216-474-0092.
Makes you wonder what Andrew Berry does between the second and third round, doesn't it?
Yeah. 216-474-0092. Maybe he's going to the bathroom. Maybe
I don't know.
Hey, it's third round. I got to go to the bathroom. We got any interns here that can pick somebody?
Yeah. You have deep dish or is it thin crust? Yeah, make it deep dish. I'll be over in about 20 to pick it up.
All right, we'll talk about it in a second. Hey, it's time to head back to school. I mean,
night entertained Kansas City. The Royals had their 9-game winning streak snapped last night against Toronto. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
His football talk coverage right here on 92.3 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hey, all right. Baskin and Phelps, we're going through the lineup for the Browns and trying to figure out exactly what's good and what's not good.
What might happen.
And what might happen. I'm going to take a phone call, then I want to talk about the offense.
Is it bad that we talked all about Cedric Tillman and said he may or may not make the team and I'd keep him and he gets cut?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think somebody's going to pick him up and somebody's going to be happy.
I do too. All right, let's go. I'm just fascinated by this. Car Wash is in Sheffield Lake. Car Wash.
Car wash.
Hey now, boys, you're sounding good as usual. I love the enthusiasm about the up-and-coming season. I was having the voice of Chris Rose in my head yesterday after listening to him as the orange and brown came through my brain, and the Cedric Tillman brings me back to a time with Lawyer Tillman, a second-round draft pick wide receiver we had high hopes for. So,
yeah, number 85 out of Auburn.
Yes. But as our offense moves along, I do believe that Mr. Watson on the first series came out was, I think, 7 of 7 or 7 of 8, with the exception of Fannin dropping one that hit him in the gut. Offensive line, I don't know, but I really think he gives us the best shot right now to start. With time, of course, Mr. Sanders is there, but I think right now they're in a good place. And as Monken says, which I can't say I was completely super excited to have him as the head coach. I was a Jim Schwartz kind of guy just because. But at any rate, as I watch our secondary get roasted every game and watch 30 points per opponent run it up on us. But, but at any rate, so I think Monken says let it rip. And, Deshaun looks strong. He looks healthy. He's got good pocket awareness. He just does not need to be running around to make that extra play. He just needs to throw the football. But his arm looks pretty good. He hasn't gone deep, but overall, I'm cautiously optimistic about the season in week 1.
Okay. All right, I'll take it. This is the time to be optimistic.
Why not?
Thank you, Car Wash.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Car Wash.
you. I like that. That's a good name, isn't it? You good with
Well,
it?
I don't. Odd for a birth certificate.
Dave is in Chagrin Falls. Hey, Dave.
David.
Hey guys, I'm gonna preface my Shedeur Sanders evaluation with the idea that I'm optimistic because I think we're going to get our future quarterback. He's a fifth-round pick for a reason. He was one of the lowest-rated quarterbacks last year for a reason, and Monken picks Watson for a reason, and the reason is he's just not that good, and you'll find that out if he does get in there this year.
Dave, we have a gentleman who played quarterback in the NFL. Some comments coming up here in the 11 o'clock hour you're going to find interesting about that.
One last one. Let's take Ed in Elyria. Hi, Ed.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey,
We're
Ed.
good. We're good.
Jeff, Andy, I just wanted to call and voice my personal belief and opinions about the Browns QB room, et cetera, going forward. I'd like to see, Jeff, this is speaking to you specifically because I know you like Taylor Green. I like a lot of his traits, too, coming from the combine, college, et cetera. What happens, Jeff, tonight once Taylor Green comes in the second half and he looks great?
Well, Ed, you're being optimistic. I sure hope you're right. He's clearly developmental here, Ed. What I like about him, he's 6'6", he runs fast, and he throws it hard. And maybe Todd Monken can develop him a little bit.
Amen, Jeff. And again, that's what we're trying to seem like we're trying to do with Watson and Sanders as well, too. So he's a lot cheaper, a lot younger. They all got a lot of stuff on the books. There's a lot of headaches there. I personally want Watson and Sanders gone this year. I want to start with a fresh draft pick and possibly Taylor Green as a potential development backup QB. I want to see if we can keep him as much as possible throughout the year because his skill set, if it is developed, he could be the next gem that we could all be looking for in the league, and let alone with the Cleveland Browns franchise.
Yeah, let's see what he does tonight, Ed. I read a national writer, I forget who it was, who predicted, and they were just making, writing a fun column. And he said next year's quarterback battle there will be one in Cleveland, and it will be between whoever they draft and Taylor Green. And he predicted that Taylor Green will start games at quarterback for the Browns by the end of this season. And I thought, that could be fun.
Yeah. I mean, I could see that. All right, let's hop into the offensive line because you started to talk about that. So, assuming what we're saying going to break, I mean, like Zach Zinter playing for his life, Luke Whippler playing for his life. But we still don't know. The Whippler thing is interesting because of Parker Brailsford because we haven't really seen him at all.
You know what I wonder, Andy? And when it comes to the offensive line, do you keep 9 guys or do you keep 10? In this situation, if I'm the Browns, I think I keep 10 because other than Spencer Fano, are we sold on anybody on this offensive line? I mean, they've kind of thrown it together.
Right.
You drafted Fano, 9th overall. Zion Johnson, Elton Jenkins, Tevin Jenkins, Titus Howard. Tevin was here last year, but the other guys are all new. And then, is DeWand ready to become a starter? They drafted Austin Barber. KT Levison's had a lot of play.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they put Parker Brailsford on the injured reserve. We haven't seen him, right?
For the whole you can bring him back, so it's not a whole season. Yeah.
Well, you can bring him back.
Right, you can bring him back. That's what I'm saying.
But if you put him on the injured reserve now, you can bring back a maximum of 2 players if you put him on before the final roster is set. If you put him on the injured reserve after the 53-man is set, then he can come back within 4 games. So he could miss 4 and then come back in a 5th. Or have you seen enough of Luke Whippler to think that Luke is your backup center and you can put Brailsford on the injured reserve for the entire season? Or maybe you designated him as the guy to return, if that needs to happen. You could put him on season-ending IR. Because if you like Whippler, there's your backup, there's your other center.
Yeah, it seems weird that but it used to be. I know what you're saying, and I'm not arguing with the others. It sounds weird when you say season ending because it's not. It used to be season ending.
Well, there is a season ending. There is a season ending IR.
Right, but how many? So you're saying there's one? You have one spot, or you have multiple spots for a season ending IR, and
you
then
can put all kinds of guys on season ending IR.
On season ending, but not on return to play IR. Is there a difference?
There are 2 spots on a 53-man that you can designate as a guy to come back.
I wonder what would happen. Could you? And this is
can you slide the guy from season ending to make him one of your guys,
or vice versa?
I wonder. To be honest, I don't know the specific on that.
Yeah, I don't.
There are 3 ways to do it.
Okay.
And if you put him on IR after the 53-man is set, he must sit out 4 games. Which is what you see a lot. And you see that one a lot.
And just for giggles, I went back and just said, okay, I'm going to pick any random week from last year and see how many offensive linemen they were carrying. They were carrying 10.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you'll see.
That is a different coaching staff.
Sometimes you'll see, though, teams carrying 9.
Sometimes.
Right? Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see as few as 8.
Yeah, we've been there plenty of times.
I just think there are enough questions, maybe not enough confidence in the guys you have, and maybe not enough data yet. Could Austin Barber end up being a starter before the end of the season? Maybe.
He would break the 3rd-round trend then, wouldn't he?
Well, yeah. Could DeWand? Maybe.
Yeah, I tell you, early
if somebody gets hurt?
Didn't early in camp, I thought DeWand was going to start.
George Warhop was saying, I view him as a starter. And then all of a sudden, Todd Monken was talking about earning a roster spot. Remember that?
Yeah.
I was like, wow, what's going on there? So I'm real curious. They seem to like KT Leviston and his versatility, so I'm sure he's a lock. I'm sure Austin Barber's a lock.
But then there's another guy that you might think he was a lock because he was on the team last year, right?
Leviston?
Yeah, although they played him a ton.
Yeah, but it's a different coaching staff. That doesn't, I mean,
so you're going against your own argument though when you say that, because that's why I brought it up, because you had just said, well, who were we just talking about? Oh, Whippler. That's a different coaching staff. But
Whippler and Brailsford are duplicate skill sets. I mean, they're both centers.
I kind of like your idea of Brailsford hasn't seen any time, right?
He's been dinged up, yeah.
So why not start him on the IR? Let Whippler, be there, and then
it would clear up a roster spot that you wouldn't have to keep him on the 53-man, up until
you have to.
Yeah,
yeah. To me that makes sense.
If you stashed him now, you could keep another roster spot somewhere, and that makes you wonder. All right, what happens with Zach Zinter?
But they have to do that before Sunday, right?
Well, they would have to stash him before the cutdown day, yeah.
So it's got to get done before 6 o'clock on Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I wonder about Tyree Phillips, who's a 5-year vet, big guy, has been, in camp. Is he a veteran who you want to keep around because you think he can play? So those are the guys I think you got to keep an eye on. But I think what they decide to do with Brailsford could be really kind of a big decision.
All right, so the Browns play tonight. They play the Patriots. You'll be able to listen to the game right here on the Browns radio network, 216-474-0092. When we come back, Jory Epstein. Stein.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh, Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's right. That's at 11:20. Sorry. Ryan Fitzpatrick, we're going to hear what he had to say about the quarterback battle and why they went in the direction they did. And then Jory's also going to touch on that, too, in the 11 o'clock hour. Plus, coming up at noon, we'll have Gary Barnidge, former Browns tight end. He's going to join us. Darryl Ryder's at 1 o'clock. So we've got all your game day coverage for you as we get set for the Browns and the Patriots tonight in the final preseason game of the year. Plus, we got to talk about the Guardians, who are off today. But again, they did it again last night, coming from behind to pull off the win. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
What if I told you it started at an electrical substation and ended in a trailer park? The 49ers 2026 Year in Review documentary is going to be a doozy. From George Kittle's Achilles tear back in January, to Brandon Ayuk's social media bridge-burning barrage, to Kyle Shanahan's car accident, to now Jed York getting caught up in a trailer park prostitution ring. Keep your hands and feet inside the roller coaster at all times, Niners fans. I'm Chris Mack.
sitting there hoping he fails, and if it helps the cause, hoping the team fails. And that does not happen in the NFL.
I don't want the team to fail. I really don't even want him to fail. But I have a feeling I know how it's going to go. So what's the point of me trying to drag along something I don't think is going to happen?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 1, 2, 3. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Joey Epstein, Yahoo Sports reporter for the NFL, is going to join us in about 20 minutes, so we'll talk to her. Gary Barnidge coming up at noon, Darryl Ryder at 1, getting ready for tonight's final preseason dress rehearsal, sort of, without this, but whatever. Just third game. How's that sound? It's not a scrimmage. It's a preseason game, in case you're wondering.
Well, that's what they say.
The ticket prices will tell you it's a preseason game. Isn't it? What's the difference between a scrimmage and a preseason game?
About $5.
Tickets. Yeah. I saw tickets for as low as 10 yesterday.
Nice.
For tonight's game.
Great opportunity to take the kids down and see a football game.
And have some good, clean, wholesome fun.
There it is.
There you go.
That's what we're talking about right there.
Jeff, I know we have all talked about the quarterback situation and Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson, and luckily we had a caller call in the second segment of the show and let us know that Deshaun Watson is a starting quarterback. Is that still true?
Yeah, that's what we hear.
For week 1.
Yeah.
So I do think we've heard a lot of perspectives, but I do think one perspective that's worth listening to is someone that's actually played the game and said hike and how this plays out.
And that would be Ryan Fitzpatrick, former quarterback with a number of teams around the NFL. And now,
a smart dude.
Smart dude, went to Harvard.
Yeah.
Has the thickest beard in the history of beards. I think his beard is even thicker than Jason Kelsey's beard. I'm just saying.
Is that true?
I don't know. And he's part of the Amazon Prime telecast, and, of course, they're doing the game tonight. So that'll be fun. He does a podcast with one of his Prime partners, Andrew Whitworth. And you know, it's funny. The Browns are not anybody's Super Bowl favorites. They're not anybody's AFC North favorites. And obviously they haven't won a lot of games, but people sure like talking about them. And Ryan Fitzpatrick did on his podcast. He talked about the Browns quarterback situation, Deshaun and Shedeur in particular, obviously, with big comments on each guy. But we have 3 different comments from Fitzpatrick, and I want us to hear them. Let's start him, Daniel.
Deshaun is more ready. And the reason I always thought Deshaun was going to be the guy, even after his comments, was very easy to bench Deshaun after the first couple games and go Shedeur. And then you have that natural pop. You have that natural enthusiasm. Or if it was the other way around, you almost can't do it. You can't go that way.
You agree with that? I do.
Yes, I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
I wish you wouldn't have said the beard thing, because then you know how like I see butterflies every once in a while. And James better beard, Fitzpatrick or Harden?
Fitzpatrick. And James has a good one.
Wow. Better beard, Fitzpatrick or Zach Galifianakis?
Fitzpatrick has the best beard on the planet.
Dan? I don't know.
Harden
I gotta go Harden,
beard,
Jeff. Yeah, I'm a homer.
Harden's is dense. I mean,
Have
so
you
is
seen
Fitzpatrick.
Have you seen Fitzpatrick's?
Yeah, but like I think
we got great quarterback talk here, and Andy's going beard.
No, you did it to me though, man.
No,
you
I didn't do it. I teed this thing up, and I played the quarterback thing, and we got it going, and then you're going, hey, look at the beard.
Well, you did Zach Brown too.
I got a feeling like Fitzpatrick's beard, I don't think could hold things up. I think you could build things with James Harden's beard as a foundation.
I don't know, man.
More livable area, like.
Oh, you're looking at it like a neighborhood, like a developer.
No. I'm looking at it more like Family Guy, right? Remember when Peter grew the beard and he had a little, he had.
So in other words,
a little bird living in there.
Do you agree with Ryan Fitzpatrick?
If you were a bird, would you rather live in James Harden's beard or?
If you started,
Ryan Fitzpatrick. I have a more sustained bedtime. I don't have to worry about going to the club, and it's less loud.
Fitzpatrick has the handlebar in there, right?
It's kind of like the difference between living in the country and living in the city.
I think it'd be more fun on the handlebar because it'd be like having a swing set in the backyard, right? Okay, go ahead. Now, all right, I feel better now. Okay. You did this to me. I blame you, Jeff Phelps. You derailed me. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Stop shaking your head.
If
I'm the all-knowing, all-powerful.
Do you agree?
Straight. Yes.
If you started Shedeur,
yes.
It didn't go well, and you brought in Deshaun, it would be in the fan base. whether Deshaun wants to, I feel bad for him, I guess, but wouldn't the fan base just be like, okay, there we go.
If we went the other way around?
Yeah. If you had to, if it didn't work with Shedeur and you turned to Deshaun, I think it would be deflating. If by chance it doesn't work with Deshaun,
let me give you two words.
And you bring in Shedeur, I think the fan base would be a little fired up.
Season over for the fans.
If it started Shedeur, and
if it started Shedeur and Shedeur went not, and again,
as far as enthusiasm and I would agree.
If he got, and again, I'm just this is the game. This is not. I don't wish this on anybody. I'm not trying to say this, but if there's some reason there was an injury that would keep him off the field, so he couldn't play, then it might be one thing. But if it went sideways, and you had to replace him, because you went to the bullpen, then that would be bad. Yeah.
So I agree with Ryan Fitzpatrick on that.
Okay.
But then he talked about Deshaun. He talked about both guys. Here's what he had to say about Deshaun and Monken and the thought process that Todd went into and what Fitzpatrick is seeing. And if you're a big Shedeur fan, and if you don't like Deshaun, you're not going to like this comment.
Deshaun is more ready. And the reason I always thought Deshaun was going to be the guy, even after his comments, was very easy to bench Deshaun after the first couple of games and go Shedeur. And then you have that natural pop, you have that natural enthusiasm. Or if it was the other way around,
we just played that
you almost can't do it. You can't go that way. I first went back and I watched Deshaun. And then I watched Shedeur. And I started to formulate my opinions a little bit. The hard part is you put on the film, and there's some things that Deshaun really regressed at and is not done well. One of them is the deep ball, non-existent. Every deep ball you see overthrown or out of bounds. Every single one of them. It was shocking to watch. It was painful to watch. But the thing that he does, he knows how to do an operation in the NFL. He knows getting the ball out. He knows throwing on time. He knows throwing with anticipation. Those are all things that he does and does well.
I think that's what we see every game.
That's
I think
that's
he
a lot of
sees
what we've all
see.
talked about. Yeah. And the fact that a guy who played in the NFL as long as he did at that position feels that way, it's like, okay, that's kind of confirmation of everything that we've all seen.
He's dissected what we see on a daily basis, or on a gamely basis.
Yep.
Yeah. Is that a word, gamely?
Well, it is now.
Yeah. I'll buy it. Or what do you have, one more cut?
Yeah, he's right, though. I think the first time we see Deshaun throw a good deep ball will be the first this offseason. Don't you? I mean, he threw one in practice, too. Who was it? Isaiah Bond? That looked pretty good. But, I mean, when you're sitting here and thinking, yeah, I think there was that one pass to, who was that? Yeah, that was a pretty good deep ball. I mean, that tells you all you need to know, doesn't it?
I'm just wondering, like...
Are you saying that about Patrick Mahomes? About Lamar Jackson? Yeah, he threw that one good deep ball. And that's a little scary because, man, you would just think that they're going to, crowd the line of scrimmage and crowd receivers and everything else, because even if somebody's able to beat him deep, is Deshaun able to get the ball to him? We'll find out.
I'm trying to think of when even the longest pass for him is. His longest passes are Brown. I can't even.
Well, back in the day, he had some, but still, the arm strength.
59 yards to Amari Cooper.
The guy had the shoulder situation.
Yeah.
I think the pass to Amari had a lot of yards after catch, didn't it? If I recall correctly. Nonetheless,
the fact that we can remember a single play like that is not good.
Yeah.
Though.
Nonetheless, Shedeur, and think about what we all thought about Deshaun. Well, he just confirmed it. What we've been hearing about Shedeur, seems like Ryan Fitzpatrick confirmed that as well. Here's what he had to say about Shedeur.
Now, on the flip side of it, when you watch Shedeur, there are things certainly that pop. He makes more plays downfield with some of the throws and scrambling outside the pocket, but rarely is he playing on time. I think this is probably why he lost the job to Deshaun. Rarely is the play getting operated like it's supposed to be operated. Your read is 1, 2, 3. That ball's got to come out. You've got a bunch of young receivers and you've got a bunch of young skill position guys. Deshaun Watson's delivering it on time and he's putting it in the right spot more often than not. Shedeur, happy feet, antsy in the pocket a little bit, wandering eyes. Those are things he can improve at. I thought the Pittsburgh game for him, which was the second to last game of Shedeur's rookie year, you saw it a little bit in the first half. You've seen it in the preseason. He's seeing the field a little bit better. Outside the numbers, 10 to 20 yards, you just don't see Shedeur throw it out there much. Preseason, what do we see right away? he hits a little comeback to the left side in that range. He has the arm to do it. He has the talent to do it. We just got to see it a little bit more.
What do you think?
I thought Shedeur on Saturday was probably one of his best pocket presence games that he's had as a Brown. He held in there. He didn't leave the pocket. He didn't scramble. He didn't, I don't want to say freak out or get happy feet. It's actually the first time that I watched Shedeur and said, wow, that looks good. Like, that's good. And unfortunately, I had to weigh it down with the opposition he was playing against. But also knowing that he didn't have the greatest, he didn't have the first team offensive line in front of him. So I was trying to weigh all those factors. But I think what Fitzpatrick is saying is right. There is part of a learning curve that we're seeing from Sanders that he is. I know, like, it's weird to me that he doesn't want to kind of admit what he's better at. And he leaves it up to us to determine, or us to talk about what he's better at. That, to me, jumped off the page on Saturday. He's better at that. He's better at that. And so, to me, that's where the hope comes from. That's where okay, I get it. It's almost like you want to lock him in a classroom for a week and just tell him over and over and over and over. And I think this is true of both Todd, and I think it was true of Kevin last year, that they're just – he seems to be, no offense to his dad, but he seems to be missing the elements that a lot of college quarterbacks have about being ready to be a quarterback. I'm trying to you just can't you can't freelance.
As opposed to some quarterbacks coming out of college, and some aren't. But he does not appear to be as NFL ready as most NFL teams would want a young quarterback to be if they're going to put him on the field. The Browns did last year. You know, they were in a situation. Dillon got hurt. They had traded the other guys. You had to play him, and maybe Shedeur would have better benefited by being able to sit for the entire year. Which, you hear rumblings. That was the
I don't
whole
know
plan.
if that, but I don't think Shedeur gets better by sitting the whole year either. That's the other thing too.
Well,
he needs to play, but he needs to play. And I'm not. There are some things about his game that are just like, okay, I get it, I understand it. That's why he's where he's at right now. But it's like, I'm sorry, man. You played for your dad, and developmentally, I don't think you're at the same position as guys that got different coaching.
That might be.
I think
he had the same coaching from high school on.
Yeah, and so that's the point. Like, he didn't hear different voices, didn't have different guys working with him. Guys that, how many Colorado quarterbacks are coming back to help out at Colorado and then to talk and work through with, compared to other schools where you can go back and talk to guys that are in the league already that have had that, his dad broke new ground for the Buffs, right? And I get it and I understand it. I think it was good for the program and it got them elevated. Yeah. But by the same token, he missed. It's almost like jumping from freshman year to junior year. I think he missed some of those things that go along the way for other coaches.
Despite playing well at Colorado.
Yeah, I put him on the map.
He played
win
well
or lose,
at Colorado.
I think there's a lot of good things. But I also I want to make it clear that there is development there. He needs more of it. That's all there is to it. I can't. And everybody thinks that our quarterbacking room is like the worst quarterback room in the NFL. So there's nowhere to go but up on this thing. Especially if he stays here and, as like Todd said, he wants to see what it looks like in the long haul. Okay, I'm willing to see that too. So let's see how long before he gets there. When we come back, Jory Epstein, Yahoo Sports, NFL reporter, is going to talk to us next about exactly what we're talking about. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
And a half. 92.3 The Fan has been the heartbeat of Cleveland sports. Now we're celebrating 15 years with a massive anniversary party on Thursday, September 3rd at Dave & Buster's in Westlake.
Afternoon Tribe broadcast live from 2 to 7, followed at 7 p.m. by the Ultimate Sports Talk Roundtable, featuring the entire fan crew.
Ken Carmen, Anthony Lima, Andy Baskin, Jeff Phelps, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Jake Volnick, plus special guests from the past 15 years. Want VIP treatment? Listen weekdays at 9 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. to win exclusive VIP access, including reserved seating, free food, and a Dave & Buster's Power Card. Celebrate 15 years of fandom with us. Get all the details right now at 923thefan.com.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Kitchen Cabinets at Northeast Factory Direct. You're not just picking cabinets from a catalog, you're collaborating with actual designers who know what works. And the best part, their design expertise works for every project. From efficient 10x10 layouts to expansive custom kitchens. All wood construction, soft close drawers, contemporary styles, no shortcuts. Plus, they handle your entire remodel under one roof. Flooring, backsplash, and vanity tops. Visit any location or northeastfactorydirect.com for your free design consultation. Mention Nick Wilson for your extra special discount.
Cleveland fans, your team's playing at Tampa Bay on September 20th, and I've got the perfect game plan for you. Make it a beach vacation to America's favorite beaches in St. Pete, Clearwater. They're just 30 minutes from the stadium, so you can cheer on your team, then you're on the beach soaking up that Florida sunshine. Here's the deal. Book your stay right now, and you get a $50 Visa gift card for every night up to $250. That's real money you can spend on the trip. Win or lose, when that game clock hits zero, the beach is waiting. Go to beachesoftampabay.com to book your trip. This is seriously the best way to do an away game.
Don't miss the Medina County Collectors Fair, presented by Greenie Sports Cards, August 28th and 29th, where sports and pop culture collide, featuring hundreds of memorabilia exhibits, sports cards, TCG, Pokemon, One Piece, Morgana, and so much more at the Medina County Fairgrounds. Every Greenie show is fun for kids of all ages. For more details about the Medina County Collectors Fair and all upcoming shows from one of the nation's biggest collectible event producers, visit greenieshows.com.
Hey, the WNBA season is here, and if you're looking for a W, FanDuel is the place to get it, because with same-game parlays, you can build your bet your way. You just pick your players, your props, and stack it all into one play. From big performances to game-changing moments, you're in control of how you play it. So whether you're backing your favorites or calling your shots, FanDuel
to begin a 3-game weekend series as Cleveland's one of the hottest teams in baseball right now, winners of 7 in a row. Jory Epstein of Yahoo Sports joins Baskin and Phelps next to talk all things Browns. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Hey, as always, you can listen to our show, all the local shows here on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Browns tonight taking on the Patriots. Again, a game you'll be able to listen to right here on 92.3 The Fan and the Browns Radio Network. Let's get some more insight on the Browns and, what the feeling is inside that locker room, what's going on with the Browns. She had the opportunity to be, was the right word, Jeff, embedded during draft day.
During the draft.
Yeah, so
That's
cool
some great stuff.
Jory Epstein from Yahoo Sports, NFL reporter, joins us right now on the Wise Art Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Jory. Thanks for joining us again.
Hi, Jory.
Andy, Jeff, great to be on with you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so, it's been a little hectic around here for the last week trying to figure out this quarterback situation. Just, from 10,000 feet, having been around the, Berea a little bit here, what are your thoughts on what played out with the quarterback situation as Shedeur Sanders will be the number 2 and Deshaun Watson will be the number 1?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's always at least two elements in the media industry, which is what do we think should have happened, what do we believe, and how did they come to this decision? So when I was reporting on this, it wasn't about what I think they should do. It was, well, what did they think and how did they come to it? Kind of pull back that curtain. So in my story on Yahoo, I really talked about that of, look, they do think it was close. I think there were different people in the building who value different things, and you kind of have that element. And then you say, well, week 1 at Jacksonville, what's most important for this team, according to Todd Monken, who this decision ultimately came down to and who has talked publicly on the record about this, of course. And you need someone who, when you're doing the silent count, when you're getting into that cadence, all of those pre-snap operations, I think the staff felt most confident that Deshaun Watson would be able to run cleanly and then thus set up himself and the people around him for success. Obviously, we'll see if that's correct and that's right. I mean, I think back to early August when I visited the Browns on my training camp tour, and Todd and I were talking, and he was essentially like, look, you can't know. He had a great quote about when he was in Baltimore. He's like, if the Ravens knew what Lamar Jackson would be, would they have sat him for all those games? If the Chiefs knew it was Patrick Mahomes, would they have sat him the first year? No. So you kind of figure out when you can't have a fully apples-to-apples competition based off your reps and practice, your preseason games, what you value most, and then you solve for that. I don't think that means that Deshaun Watson is guaranteed the starting position through the season, but I think week 1, and I would be surprised, barring injury, if he's not starting week 2.
Week 2, you think? Do you think he's the starter week 4? If it doesn't go real well, Jory, that's what I wonder. It's an easier pivot, I think, to go from Deshaun to Shedeur than it would be the other way around.
And you see that a lot around the league with that potential pivot between a veteran player and a younger player.
Yeah.
And I started my training camp tour in Minnesota when at the time they were still having a quarterback competition between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. And there's kind of the same thing of like, if you have that young guy who you drafted, and obviously J.J. even in a different sense as a first-round pick, and then you try and go to the vet, you can't really come back to the young guy. But if you go from the vet, in some ways, I mean, look, let's say, I'll answer your question on week 4 in a minute, but let's say Shedeur Sanders starts somewhere between week 3 and week 5 through the season, roughly. He'll probably be better off, not because he'll be more ready only, but because the offense will probably look a little better. You've got an offensive line with new pieces that needs to get settled. You've got young receivers in Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston who are going to be acclimating to the pro game. So I think most of the league thinks those first 3 to 4 weeks, nothing's really going to be settled, and you kind of just have to get through it, especially for offensive line play, given how non-physical training camps are these days in that regard. There's going to be that. So I actually think, and maybe this is naive of me, Shedeur might not agree with me, that Shedeur might actually be in a better position if he starts a few weeks in than week 1. As it relates to week 4, I really think it depends on what does it look like week 1 and week 2. Obviously, you guys saw the boos. Obviously, we saw Deshaun's comments after the boos. I think, to me, his semi-apology the next day, or on Monday, I'm losing track of days, was probably more about the locker room than it was about the fans, because I think it's kind of sending a message to the locker room of like, I'm not going to keep making this an issue. But I do think that the boos, it would be disingenuous to not consider that at all if week 1 and 2 go really poorly. But I think most teams believe that when a fan base or a group is unhappy, if you get a couple wins or if the offense looks good, you have a better chance of having fewer boos when you get back. Now, the question becomes, what if the offense looks good, but they lose, or they're winning games, but it's because Jared Verse is balling out and the offense, and particularly Deshaun at quarterback, are not looking good, or what if they're average? Like, that's where the decision becomes complicated. If you're really good or really bad, it's a pretty clear decision what to do. When you're in between, you start to be like, I don't know, what do we have here?
I just want to go back on this one point here. I mean, he admitted that his emotions got the best of him from Saturday. And I'm just, when you say that everything that he said was at a Monday, that it was about, you think it was more about the locker room than the fans? I just want to make sure I got it right.
It doesn't mean I'm right, but
okay.
I think that at some point, I guess what I should say, I think it will impact the locker room more than the fans.
Okay.
I'm not going to try and get inside his mind in terms of his intentions, because I haven't talked to him about it. But I think there are plenty of people who say, okay, Deshaun's comments, who in the fan base that booed is changing their mind because on Monday he said my emotions got the best of me. They were booing before he said the comments. So I don't think they're now going to change their mind. What I do think is that you have to show the locker room that's not going to be – I think you do this because you're the leader of a locker room where you have had internal momentum, and if you start to become a distraction in the way that those comments absolutely were, that becomes an issue. So I believe that's where – some minds might be changed. I think fan-based minds are harder to change, but maybe if you win games or ball out, then they do.
More about like the old saying of having reporters having to ask questions to other players about you and your
exactly.
That's what that's about. Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
It's kind of this element of like, I think Deshaun meant what he said on Saturday about the fans, but I think his comments had consequences on people whom he might not have intended them to have consequences on, which includes Todd Monken, includes the ownership and leadership group for the team, includes his teammates. And so I think by saying that, you try and no longer have the consequences extend to people outside of you.
Jory, if Shedeur is not the starting quarterback, is that an indictment on what they think of him as a possible long-term quarterback of this team?
Are you asking if he's not a starting quarterback week 1, or if he's not the quarterback at all this season?
Week 1. I mean, you have
I
draft,
think it's an indictment on whether they believe.
Well, you have draft picks sitting there for 2027, and to me, this decision screams, all right, we're getting a quarterback next year, and I would think Shedeur starts at some point this year. But man, if they really wanted to see if he was the guy, shouldn't he be starting now?
I would be surprised also if he doesn't start at some point this year. I think in terms of him starting now, I think if you look at Todd Monken's comments, he did say it's not week to week, so it's important to say that. He also was like, Deshaun Watson will start against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Deshaun Watson is our week 1 starter. Ultimately, this is about week 1. I mean, I think the language to me felt very much like this is what it is for now. I don't think it's an indictment on Shedeur the rest of the season, because I think the season hasn't started yet, and I expect Shedeur to play and start some games this season, and so I think that's what it will be about. Now, yes, clearly the 2 first-round picks in 2027 and the expected quarterback class for 2027 are on everyone's mind, and I think they will continue to be when you're at this stage of a team life cycle. They can't say it out loud. I would call it a rebuild, and a rebuild that wants to set you up to be competitive in 2027. And so to me, there's what does Shedeur do by the end of that? And also, let's say they take someone in the first round in 2027, which feels like a realistic and likely possibility right now. But of course, we have more information between now and then on what the quarterbacks look like on the Browns and in college. That doesn't mean that they're starting week 1. Like, it could easily, even if you don't have the first overall, like if Fernando Mendoza is the first overall pick is unlikely to start week 1 because you have a bridge quarterback, how much more so someone taken later in the draft, which seems where they're likely to be, might not be starting week 1. So I don't think it's unrealistic that Shedeur could be starting at the beginning of next year, but I think whether he'll be the ultimate starter, like he's going to have to play his way into that through the course of this season.
Jory Epstein from Yahoo Sports joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. I'm just curious, especially with the people that you talk to on the inside, how close was it to make that decision? I know they're saying that He won because they felt he could push the ball down the field against Jacksonville, and they had a better opportunity to score with Watson. But how close was it?
Yeah, I do think it was close. And to me, close in the sense of they each offer different strengths. And so it's not like if you grade them on the exact same things, one's a little bit better. I think if you want that week one, like you have Deshaun, well, he's got the athleticism, he's got the operation. I quote someone saying this in the story, he's really good pre-snap. Shedeur has an accuracy, a poise in the pocket, drop back passer, creating off schedule, but not necessarily the same quarterback designed run. I don't think this decision was made off Deshaun's athleticism. I think it was the pre-snap. But to me, I do think there are areas in which Shedeur is stronger, probably now and certainly in terms of his potential, relative to Deshaun at this stage of his career. But those were not ultimately the areas that became the deciding factors. So short answer, yes, I believe it was close, but close in the sense that their different strengths ended up making it close rather than their same strengths were close in what they looked like.
All right, let me throw this hypothetical at you just because it's history. A year ago, you had Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Shedeur Sanders, and Dylan Gabriel sitting here. And then before week one, they said, okay, we're going to let Kenny go. Then Joe starts, and you get a little bit into the season, and now Joe's gone. And now you're sitting with Shedeur and Dylan still on this team, and then you add Deshaun to it. What do you think the chances are that they're kind of looking to the outside here too, and maybe want to bring another element into this thing, maybe by either trading Dylan or maybe even trading Shedeur early in the season? And like we're also wondering what the thoughts are on Taylor Green, but history will tell us that last year the front office wasn't scared to make moves this late in the game to try to shake up the quarterback room. Is there any chance that happens this year?
Yeah, I think when you talk about trades, you need trade value to make a trade. So I'm not super convinced Dylan or Shedeur has a lot of trade value. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I think that both of them have their complications for different reasons, but I think that you might have some shakeup. I don't really see the Browns going outside to add to the room as of now, because if you're being realistic about where you are in the team life cycle, and this is some version of a rebuild with the goal of being competitive in 2027, resources you use to get a quarterback for this year when you might not be ready to fully contend keep you from being able to contend next year, or take away from your resources to contend next year. So I'm not saying they're mailing it in. And when I talked to Jared Verse on my training camp tour, he's like, I want everyone to know that we're not tanking this year. We're not just like buckling up. And none of the players are. All these players are fighting for their jobs. All these players care about their craft. But I think that you consider your allocation of resources in the short to medium term, which to me makes me feel like generally the quarterback room and the quarterbacks on the field for Cleveland are going to be the ones that are already in-house this year.
Awesome. Jory, thank you for being with us. We appreciate it as always. And you can follow Jory on X and Instagram at Jory Epstein, JORIEPSTEIN.
Jory, thank you. Thanks a million. We do appreciate you.
Andy, Jeff, thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Jory.
All right. And, of course, she was on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Let's talk a little bit about what she had to say. I thought that was interesting, especially the part about who the comments were about on Monday. And do you think it played bigger among the fan base or among the locker room? I hadn't really kicked that around and didn't think once that wasn't for the fans. And she's kind of got me rethinking what I'm thinking. So, all right, let's talk about that when we come back right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old
For all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
Our guy Daryl Ryder is going to join us at 1 o'clock today. Daryl and our buddy Lance Reisland have their training camp recaps on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube page. Daryl and Lance break down the storylines, each day's practice, of course, all the quarterback stuff. We have all that for them. And, of course, you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick, 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page right now.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We just had Jory Epstein on from Yahoo Sports, NFL reporter, trying to give us a little bit of lowdown on what went into the decision to start Deshaun Watson over Shedeur Sanders week 1 of the season. Both those guys are going to sit out tonight's final preseason game against the New England Patriots. They're scheduled to sit out tonight's game, I should say. A game you can listen to right here on the Browns Radio Network, 92.3 The Fan, and our sister station, WNCX, as well, too. So, Jeff, I'm...
Andy.
I was a little interested when she said the apology that Deshaun made on Monday was more for the locker room than it was for the fans. I don't know why that caught me but that was her own thought. So I don't want to. She's not thinking for him. I never.
Our thought is that he didn't even apologize.
Yeah. Apology wasn't. I mean that. To me that was and having listened to Deshaun Watson since he got here, because, for a lot of times when he was talking about the courtroom stuff, he sounded like he had been lawyered up just to never say, I'm sorry, my fault, my bad,
yeah.
Right? And so, to be honest with you, when it ended on Monday, I was like, that's a Deshaun Watson, the way he kind of apologizes, without actually saying.
Well, he said his emotions
for whatever,
there sounded like there was regret there, but he later then said, I don't regret anything in my life. So
that was on Saturday. He said, he didn't say I don't regret anything again on Monday.
Nobody had said that on Saturday.
On Saturday, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if, regardless, I never heard the word sorry or apology. Did you have to? No. But I just think there have been a lot of people who have written that he apologized, and that truly didn't happen. I mean, if we're going to be real specific about it, if that matters to anybody.
I will also tell you that, at the professional level, having been in and around and talked to as many professional athletes as we have, the number one thing athletes have enough to worry about on their own with their own issues and with their own performance and ability and skills. And when they do talk to the media, a lot of the guys know that when you're talking to media, you're promoting your product. You're making your value, your team's value, your league's value improved by putting it out there, no matter what's said, right? The last thing these guys...
As long as you don't...
Well, I think they know it. I don't know if they
don't
believe
put your
it.
foot in your mouth.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And so the problem is that guys don't like answering questions about other guys when it comes to non-athletic things.
Ever.
Like, no one wants to say...
Nor should you actually put your teammate in that position. And if you're the media, I think that's a cheap way to go, to ask those type of questions.
The problem is sometimes, though, when you know this as well as I do, you're looking for an answer to something you can't answer, but you do know people that do have the answers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the person who's in question, and in this, it would be Deshaun in this case, where you have to walk over to another player and go, hey, I'll just make it easy. Things are going sideways in the locker room right now, or at least it appears that way to fans, because the quarterback is drawing attention to a situation. It really doesn't have a whole lot to do with football. He said it was personal. What do you think about that? To another player, you're asking that question. Is that true? Does it affect the locker room? Does it not affect the locker room? The only answer the player can really give without even adding fuel to the fire is, I'm just here to play football. Yeah, I'm just here to play baseball. I'm just here to play basketball. I'm just here to play hockey, right? They can't. It's almost this place where players absolutely hate being, and that's having to answer questions for someone else. Answer your own questions, right?
Correct.
So,
and the proper response there is, sorry, you'd have to ask fill in the blank.
Yeah. Or I think the greatest answer of all time is, that's above my pay grade. I love that answer.
That's a good one.
It's true. It's true. All right, let's take a couple phone calls. Chuck is in South Euclid. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Chuck.
Good afternoon. Is it still morning? Yeah, it's still
morning. You got
14 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, your guest brought up she said the reason she might have thought what helped the coach decide, Deshaun over Shedeur was the cadence and the silent counts. But, I still think it's a money thing, because you remember Shedeur in the game they played, he the one pulled a silent count. Well, not a silent count, but the cadence, and made the team jump off sides. And see, Watson was doing it in practice. And Watson hasn't did it in a game. Maybe once, I think. Maybe that first game he might have did it. But I thought Shedeur did a great job on that. So, it doesn't take long to learn those little things like that. You go out and get most NFL teams have the big speakers. They have crowd noises, and they practice that stuff,
So based on time on the earth, who would you think would probably have the advantage on cadence?
Well, yeah, Watson would. Yeah. It only makes sense. He's been in the league longer, but I still think it was from upstairs with the contract, the money thing, the money issue, guys. That's all.
All right, thank you, Chuck. Yep, valid point. It's hard not to look at it and say, well, it is what it is. It's return on investment, and it's not. Is it fair? We're not. Again, we didn't see everything. And I don't think, and I heard Mary Kay say it this morning too, you can't bank everything on what you saw in the game against the Bills, especially knowing that the game, from a football competitive, trying to evaluate situation, was secondary to the joint practice on Thursday. It was. There's just no, and so what we saw on Thursday, what some people saw, like Dan, on Thursday, is different than what we got to see on Saturday. I think we all knew it, but we're so used to watching stuff on TV that we want to believe that's the end all be all, right? And it wasn't. It wasn't. Ryan's at Fort Myers. Hey, Rhino.
Gentlemen, hey man, thanks for taking my call, Jeff. I'm still on the on the belief system that you personally are the one that had that gentleman step up there and announce, hey, just so all you fans know, I wasn't directly pointing it out every single one of you. It was more so just the fan base that did boo. Again, because no exaggeration, what was it, 15 minutes later, that gentleman stood up on there and said, hey, I got to set something straight for the record. So, Jeff, I think that they're, you're just the voice, obviously, and Andy, et cetera, 92.3 in general. But I digress. I think that the Browns, obviously, just as us collective fans, I mean, Watson should be grateful that he is living in a city playing for a team that is somewhat, and I want to say the word somewhat, numb to catastrophic teams and disasters, et cetera, and just being capable of just picking up and moving forward after just disaster after disaster after mocking. Because, again, if he lived in a big city, and this same conundrum obviously occurred with him being given all this revenue and just horrifying, stuff on and off the field, et cetera, I think that the backlash would be way worse. Not saying anything should happen to Watson or anything of booing even or cheering, obviously, an injury. But at the same time, this gentleman has to know that now he opened Pandora's box. So, again, now it's got to be on the forefront. Hey, this guy doesn't like to be booed. So now we know how to get underneath his skin. I mean, this is something he should not have done. And, Jeff, I don't know if you kind of helped him get up there and say, hey, I didn't mean that, all you guys. But now it's just overwhelmingly on the forefront. So if there's anything he could have done, it would have just been silent and just play the politically correct thing like you guys alluded to.
Oh, lost the phone line. Oh. All right, Rhino. Sorry, we lost his line. That was weird. God, I hope he's okay. Sounded like he fell.
He was coming back.
Who knows? Hey, if he calls back, check in on him. Just make sure he's okay. Let's go Jason in Lorraine. Hey, Jason, how are you?
Oh, as upset as everybody else.
Hi, Jason. It's good to hear.
I want to put this Civil War right, totally a responsibility for the Civil War on Jimmy Haslam. I want to ask, what if he brought Harvey Weinstein out to break the guitar for us?
Just kind of digging into the conversation that we just had with her. I'm just trying to. She brought up a couple other points that I was kind of like, oh, that's interesting, especially knowing how close it was, according to her, on who was actually going to get the gig.
I just think they gave themselves poor options, Andy, and they picked one.
Was there a better way to do it?
Yeah, bring in somebody else. I think that would have been a better way. I hope Deshaun goes out and plays extremely well. If he does, I think it would be a football redemption story. From a football standpoint, it hasn't gone real well along with other things. But I still would play Shedeur because I think he has a chance to possibly be your franchise quarterback moving forward. And I honestly think, you're not going to find that out unless you let him play as much of a full season as you possibly can.
Let's go to Dan in Cleveland. Just kind of roll through here.
Hello, gentlemen.
Dan.
I have 2 points I want to make on this discussion. Your last guest kind of ruffled me a little bit because she talks about obviously the topic of the two quarterback, Sanders and Watson, but she completely, it's as if Green and Gabriel doesn't exist. Now, lucky for us tonight, except for the first series, I believe, in the Bears game, Watson and Shedeur have been playing against second, third, and fourth string defenses. The pass that Shedeur threw for a touchdown and one he overthrew, I have it in my mind's eye today talking to you that there was 12 yards between him. Fitzpatrick was talking about his presence in the pocket. There was 12 yards between him and the pass rusher when he threw the touchdown, okay? Now, tonight, luckily for us, we get to see Gabriel and Green play against second, third, and fourth stringers for New England.
I'm anxious to see it, Dan, aren't you?
We'll have a level playing field. So Gabriel and Green, if they're as good as they're supposed to be, should eat these guys up on offense tonight. Gabriel has to. Otherwise, we got a problem then.
All right, so you know how many reps Gabriel's had with the team so far?
Pardon me?
Do you know how many reps he's had, these two guys? According to Todd from the other day, virtually none. These guys have had virtually none. So if they don't look smooth tonight, I'm not going to be surprised. I mean, they're doing what they need to do with the second and third teamers during practice, but it's not the same. And I know they're still working with those guys going out there, but I mean, you heard Todd say, no, we got to get Shedeur the reps. We got to get Deshaun the reps, during these practices leading up to today's game. So, I mean, if tonight's game looks ugly, I'm not going to be surprised at all. I'm looking forward to it. Should be fun. Should be fun to watch, but it's third preseason game of the year, and you're not looking at having regular guys out there playing. I mean, expect anything. That's what I would say. All right, Gary Barnidge, former Browns tight end, is going to give us his perspective next, right here. Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. It's that simple. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Oh, yeah. It includes The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. The morning guys from 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. An afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin, two of the nicest fellas you're ever going to meet. 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. All right, we're going to push Gary Barnidge to a little bit later in the show here, and we'll also have Darryl Ryder coming up a little bit later in the show, and we'll get the lowdown on both those guys as the Browns get set to take on the New England Patriots tonight.
Hey, while we're doing that,
yeah.
How about if we give something away?
Why don't we do that?
Let's win VIP access to the Fan 15 celebration. It's coming up September 3rd. It's at Dave & Buster's, and it includes a pair of reserved seats, buffet dinner, and a pair of power cards. Enter the word offense. It's kind of a fun word here, isn't it? Offense. By the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win. Guardians have found an offense. Can the Browns find an offense? Fan 15 celebration coming up September 3rd. That's a week from today, isn't it?
That is. It is a week from today. I'm looking forward to doing that. It should be exciting. I think the whole crew's going to be out there too. So you can try to get a chance to win the VIP experience or just kind of hang out with us. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. That is next Thursday again. Dave & Buster's. All right, yeah, you did bring up the Guardians there for a second, Jeff, and so
I did.
Man, they are on fire. They are on a roll. I started looking ahead at what is coming up for these guys, and I went through. Well, it went really well because I went through every series moving forward. So they've got 13 home games left and 12 away games left, and they sit now with a 2-game lead in the wild card. And I know everyone wants to say, well, don't worry about the wild card. I don't know. And the wild card will happen if it happens. Isn't that what you kind of feel like?
It's a pathway to the playoffs.
Yeah, but most people are saying, well, you got to go out there and jump out there and get the Central, right? That's what we're all kind of hoping for. And they've got that opportunity to get the Central.
That'd be sweet.
But, Jeff, when you look at what's ahead, and you got 2 series against Kansas City, well, you'll end the season or towards the back end of the season with them. You got them here this weekend, right? You look at the teams they're playing, there's no excuse for them not to make the playoffs. They play the White Sox are the only team that are in first place anywhere. All these games are against the American League, too. There's no interleague left, right? So, I mean, you've got Kansas City's in 5th place. Toronto's in 5th place. Detroit's in 4th place. And I know it's close. Baltimore's in 4th place. Minnesota's in 3rd place. The White Sox you'll play, and that'll be a big series towards the end of the season. They're in 1st place. That's a biggie, right? But then you got the A's, they're in 4th place, and then Boston's in 3rd place. Now, Boston's good, but you're talking about playing 3rd, 4th, and 5th place teams down the stretch here. They did a fantastic job during this 7-game winning streak on the road, nonetheless, too, which isn't always easy. Like, you're always, again, on the road, you're just trying to win series. And it's the same at home, but it's even more imperative to try to make the playoffs by winning those road series because that's how you get there. And they did a great job of being able to do that on this last trip where they come back, perfect. And so now I can't wait until tomorrow night because it's going to be packed. Like I'm hearing all these people that are going to the game tomorrow night and looking forward to seeing what they can do over the weekend, again, with a chance to make more hay.
I just have a feeling we're in store for some really fun baseball after the regular season. I think this team's going to get it done. I said yesterday, I think they win the division. And I know they're chasing the White Sox still. I just think they're going to get it done, Andy. And I think once they get in there, the offense is better. I think the pitching will hold. The bullpen's been really pretty good. And I think the starters are just fine. I'm really looking forward to it. And I sure hope they get there. If they don't get there, I'd be surprised.
I'll be shocked if they don't get to the playoffs. If they don't get,
you've got to take care of business against the teams that are on the schedule, and as you laid out well, I mean, they're teams you should be able to win the series against. I mean, okay, you're not going to beat everybody every game, but wouldn't you think you should win most of those series?
Yeah,
me too.
I mean, how many of these series are you? The White Sox are the biggest challenge they have down the stretch. They play no second place teams, none. They play 2 teams over 500 down the stretch. That's Boston and the White Sox, the Sox. I mean, there's no excuse. I just think that this team should be able to, especially after making the moves. Now you say to yourself, man, I like the way things look after the trade deadline. Okay, now there's no excuse. Like, you went out and you did the things I think fans wanted too, right? A little bit of power. You got guys that are stepping into the box that you believe can get a hit.
I like watching Nathaniel Lowe hit.
You're not
He's
praying.
been terrific.
You're not praying they hit into a don't hit into a double play. Please don't. Can we get something out of this? And the other thing that I love over the last 2 days is the ability to believe in yourself enough to come back and win late. That's what magical summers are all about. That's baseball teams that make the playoffs know how to finish it off. And yesterday they also did it without their closer. Right? They didn't have him available.
Well, you've got other guys in the bullpen. All you need is 3 outs. I think this team did a great job at the trade deadline. Kudos to the front office. And I think the guys who have come in have done a very nice job. And I just think it's a better team than it was before, Andy. And I think they're going to get it done. I really do.
Of the things that have happened over the last couple of weeks, give me a storyline that jumps out to you that you're just like, all right, I'm going to remember this season because, man, wasn't it great when
Joe Adell and Nathaniel Lowe were put into the middle of that lineup? I mean, they didn't just bring in one bat. They brought in 2, and they've both been helpful. Good work. And you did it without giving up any of your primo prospects. Perfect. It's the way to get it done.
I hope it lasts, but I hope Hanau is the lasting thought I think I have. He has been so fun to watch, not only offensively but defensively too.
Yes, there's absolutely no arguing that point. I just keep thinking, how are you going to make this work long term?
Let's worry about it when we get there.
I guess, but I'm sorry. I look at it. I'm looking at it down the road. Maybe I shouldn't.
Well, that's because you draft guys in single A ball for your fantasy baseball team.
Absolutely. I've done that before. I wonder if Bazana's a left fielder. I wonder if Rocchio is not the answer at shortstop and Hanau is. I wonder what Andy Basket would look like if he truly let the beard grow instead of shaving it like every week I'm tired of it now.
It would not be good.
I think you'd look like Michael Andretti even more.
I think it's patchy.
I do wonder what they're going to do. But that's okay. You're right. That's for down the road.
I thought it was interesting. And by the way, he came up with a big hit yesterday. To put DeLauder in yesterday as a pinch hitter.
Yeah, wait a minute.
But not...
Guy can't DH?
Yeah.
It's okay to test his hamstring once a game. We don't want him to do it 4 times a game.
Although Jose DH yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
Yesterday it made sense.
I would think that he could be in the lineup today. Or tomorrow, excuse me. We'll find out.
They're hoping that he's in, I think, for the weekend, right? That he's back for the weekend.
You know another great thing about this team this year? We're not even talking about this aspect of it anymore. Look at all the rookies who have been impactful. DeLauder's one of them.
In most years, the scenario would be this. They'd bring up a lot of young guys. They'd lose. And then you would say, I'm tired of being Major League Baseball's AAA team.
Yeah, well, guess what? The guys have stepped up this year and done a pretty nice job.
That's what's made it fun.
Parker Messick looks great. Bazana looks like he's a keeper. Hanau comes up and does the job. I think it's been tremendous. And I hope, Andy, that we're on the cusp of a little different work out of the farm system. And I think we've started to see it already. DeLauder, Bazana, Hanau. Maybe next year we see it with Velasquez. Maybe we see it with a couple of other young guys coming up who can hit. They drafted all those guys, all those college hitters last year. Maybe maybe we're starting to see things turn just a little bit.
Cantillo had a weird outing yesterday.
He had 7 walks.
But the most important stat that he had yesterday was innings pitched.
Yeah, I know. And you didn't think he was going to get there after a rough start.
No,
But
one
he did.
strikeout?
And they needed him. They needed him to go after Gavin Williams' short, inning in the third in his last start the day before.
Yeah, I mean, you had to use Zabrowski to close yesterday, right? Gaddis had to come in there for a little bit. Heron did a nice job. They don't. If I'm right,
Joey got it together.
They didn't have a hit late in the game.
Yeah,
I mean that.
But he walked 7 guys.
It was weird.
It was really weird.
It was weird. But the last, when they needed the pitching the most, Zabrowski gave up 1 hit. Heron gave up nothing. Gaddis gave up nothing, other than a walk. Gaddis had a walk in yesterday's game. They're fun, man. This team's fun. I like watching them. I'm not trying to earth shatter or anything and go, oh, well, they're fun. They are. Martinez is coming up with some big defensive plays the last couple games.
I think they can be good, too. I'm not going to sit here and say that this is a really good baseball team because it's right now basically a 500 team. But it doesn't mean you can't get things rolling here in September and be on a pretty good stretch as they are right now. Continue that and get to the end of the regular season and then be good to go for the playoffs.
I find the other guy I find fascinating is Bailey and his defensive abilities. And by the way, he's almost hitting 200, which is
fun.
I mean,
did you just say he's almost hitting 200?
Yeah, but I didn't expect.
Well, by golly, let's throw a parade.
Jeff, I didn't expect him to hit. And so that's why I'm kind of okay with it where he's at one night because I do think he changed
he's been hitting
game.
better. He's been hitting better here, Andy.
But he's just so smart behind the plate.
Fun.
I know yesterday, but I think he lost a couple challenges late. But they had him, so why not use them? There's something about, and maybe he's part of the wave that has propelled the change in the team and helped them get to where they are right now, where they're in a playoff spot, where they're fighting once again to win the Central. There's something about that leadership quality too of a catcher that changes things. I mean, he may not always come up with the hit, but I mean, defensively, I just think he's a game changer. And
he's hitting a robust 216 here, Andy.
I know, but remember,
he loves the area code.
Is this what we wanted from Bo Naylor? Is that what we wanted and didn't get, or what were we expecting
from Bo?
Yeah,
oh, you're expecting him to play like a first-round draft choice and hit the ball, and he didn't really do either.
Mm-mm.
And I like Bo. I like Bo, but Bo's not as good defensively as Patrick Bailey, and if he's better offensively, it's yet to be seen on a regular basis.
4-3 yesterday. They came back late to win the game. At one point, I was like, I think they're going to lose this last one. But then, nope. Came back. They've won 7 straight games. That ties the longest winning streak of the season, I think.
It does.
And then you're 2.5 back in the Central. You're +2 in the wild card. You're over 500. You're 68 and 66. And let's just say you go out and win your series, man. You're going to be looking good when the playoffs start rolling around. All right. We got headlines coming up a little bit later in this hour. Daryl Ryder is going to join us later in the show. Gary Barnidge later in the show. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
3 out in Anaheim. They're back in action tomorrow, taking on the Royals to begin a 3-game weekend series at Progressive Field, as Cleveland's one of the hottest teams in baseball right now, winners of 7 in a row. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Somebody yesterday said, I think it was yesterday, Nick Chubb is a Hall of Famer. Don't answer yet. I want you to think about that for a second. Should Nick Chubb be in the Hall of Fame? Somebody yesterday called him that. We'll tell you who that was in just a moment. I want to take more phone calls from the good folks who are getting ready for tonight's game as the Browns take on the Patriots. That game is on the Browns radio network tonight. Our coverage starts 4 hours before the game, and that'll be, it'll be ready to go. Gerard Cherry will be on there. Ken Carmen, they'll start you off, and then I'll jump in, and then Tyvis Paul will be in there too with me, and then halftime you'll hear Jeff, and then you'll hear Tyvis and Jeff after the game too. So just get a couple more phone calls here on the Browns. Jeffrey is in Cleveland. Hi, Jeffrey.
Hey, go Browns. We got them tonight. We'll do it.
Feeling good, man. If we win this, that means we'll have won one game in the preseason. That'll be awesome.
It's going to be awesome.
Not only that, if Todd, I think Todd can change. I'm taking a step back from Todd. I used to think that it would be, maybe he'll be 1-0, but I don't think so. Todd he seems to have very, very, very much an experience in the Deshaun situation. And I think him and Deshaun's going to do well. I swear, I think they're going to do well. I think Todd told Deshaun what he needs to know, and that is they don't just boo you, Deshaun. They boo all losers. You know, you get out there and win, you'll win some fans too. And he told Deshaun that, and I think that's going to help Deshaun change his hardwiring. Go Browns.
All right, Jeffrey, thank you. All right, maybe he'll think differently. I don't know. We're in a weird spot, man. Roman's in Canton. Hi, Roman.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Oh, we're good, man. How are you?
Good. One, Nick Chubb is definitely a Hall of Famer. There's only 4 guys in NFL history who have averaged over 5 yards a carry, and he's one of them along with the other 3 as Hall of Famers, right?
There aren't very many with less than 8,000 yards rushing, though. That's one of the issues. Keep going.
Yeah, and also biased. So
I know.
I think, 2 things is that emotionally detach yourself from the team this year. I think it's the best thing to do for any Browns fan out there because I think this is just an experimental year. We're going to see if Deshaun – and I think, unfortunately, it was inevitable for Deshaun to go out there and start this year, especially at the start of the year because, like we said, all the investments and all that stuff. So just – guys, don't expect much from them. If you're going to expect anything, unfortunately, expect to lose or at least to try hard. And I love the team as much as anybody else. But I really hope that when Shedeur does get his chance, everybody remembers that, he might not have the best mechanics or the best numbers or anything else like that, but he wants to win more than anybody else. And his head on his shoulders is more there than people give him credit for because since he's been here, ever since whatever draft debacle, made him slide, whatever everybody wants to say that was, he has done and said everything right to be on this team and to get a shot at being the guy. And also everybody forgets that he was 2 game-winning drives away last year as a rookie of going 5-2 as a starting quarterback in the NFL. I think that we lose sight of that. And I think if he does get the keys at some point this year, hopefully he can be the guy. And then the draft next year solely is on just building the team up and around him.
All right, Roman, thank you. Positive outlook on season. The ifs and buts sometimes on that. And then the value of, what is a winning record mean to a quarterback. I mean, there's a lot more to it. It's the same as wins for a pitcher, I think, in baseball. It's the same. You get credit for things that you didn't do sometimes.
I think pitchers actually earn wins even more than quarterbacks? I don't know, though. It's tough.
It's a good question.
Yeah, it's tough to win games if your football team stinks.
But it's
even
still,
if you're a good quarterback.
You're still asking those guys to dominate half of the. And I don't know. Yeah, you're probably right, Jeff. Just strikeouts compared to. There's different things you can do. Yeah,
I think a
baseball's
pitcher can control a baseball game more than a quarterback on his own can control a football game.
It's fair. It's debatable, but it's fair. I think so.
Write it down. We'll use it later.
Yeah, that's not a bad topic. JJ's in Cleveland. Hello, JJ.
Hey, how y'all doing, fellas?
We're good, man.
First off, I'm gonna start with the Guardians. Like a couple of weeks ago, man, I'm like, man, we ain't got no offense. Our pitching is down, and then all of a sudden, our front office finally goes out and gets some decent players, some good players. Like, they normally don't do it. We'd be sitting here like, oh, we should have or we could have did this, or if they would have did it. So I want to give shouts out to the front office of the Guardians for finally making some moves. And as far as the Browns, it's the Browns. We got to just hope for the best. But the good thing is, if we can't find a quarterback this year, we will be drafting another one next year. And we might be drafting the quarterback anyway. You know what I'm saying? It don't even. For me, I'm like, even if Shedeur do get in and do good, I still might draft another quarterback next year. I still might draft one. Because
might be the best chance you have to get one for years to come.
Yeah, you might have to get one anyway, just to give some competition. It always got to be competition at that position, unless you got a Brady or a Lamar, one of those guys where there is no competition. There is no maybes about it. This is the guy. And, I remember
Brady was a gigantic maybe when he came out. Gigantic.
Yeah, and I remember at one point we were saying, what's his name? He was seeing ghosts in New York. He won a Super Bowl last year, right? No.
Who said they were seeing ghosts?
Sam Darnold.
Oh, Sam Darnold. That's right. Sorry, I'm sorry.
And then he got injured, and then he went to another team. And these guys just need another coach. So
he was really good in Minnesota, then went to Seattle.
He might open up something in Deshaun. He might not. But I think Shedeur needs to rest. I mean, not rest, but sit back and watch a little bit. Yeah. And hey, first two games if it's 1-1, don't look so good. Hey, home game, bring Shedeur in. But I think we might come home 2-0.
Yeah. Hey, JJ, when's the last time the Browns did that? Off the top of your head?
It's been a long time. But, don't boo him if we come back 2-0. Don't boo him.
Okay, thanks. We'll see. JJ, thank you for the phone call. If he comes back 2-0, I don't think fans are going to want to boo. They want to be happy that the team's 2-0.
Sure.
It is what it is. I mean, yeah, there are going to be fans that boom. There are going to be fans that boom tonight while he's standing on the sidelines.
I don't think that's not happening. That will definitely happen.
Yeah. You have to expect it for the position he has. You have to expect it for the contract, and you have to expect it because you're a quarterback in the NFL. You're going to get booed, home or away. And remember, he said 17 road games sometimes. So I hope at some point we can turn the page on the booing part for Deshaun as far as play is concerned. There are some people that will never turn the page on what happened to him with the stuff that went on off the field. It's just reality. It's kind of where we sit. So, all right, 216-474-0092 if you want to hop in on the show. Nick Chubb. So this is what was said yesterday by former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski, who was his coach for 5 years. Again, on Friday, and it's probably been one of the most buried stories of the week. Nick Chubb officially calling it a career after 8 seasons in the league. Kevin said, I don't have a vote for Hall of Famers, but he's a Hall of Fame person. Hall of Fame player in my book. Fun to coach. Not hard to catch, just easy to coach. Always did everything the right way. Not a very loud person, but a man. There's such power in leading by example and always doing the right thing. And then he talked a little bit about the way he ran the football, how physical he was, breakaway speed, and he said he had a front row seat to that. It was some incredible individual efforts, and we all saw that too. And he said as an individual, now he had great blocking, and that was the type of thing. But just the way he was able to break through tackles and some of the amazing moments that he was lucky and blessed and fortunate to be a part of it. You know, Chubb ends his career with the Texans, 15 games with 9 starts in 2025, and all he rushed for 7,349 yards and 54 touchdowns in his 100-game career. He finished his career averaging, and this is the argument I think a lot of people make, averaging 5 yards per carry, an unbelievable feat for what we see now. I don't think he has enough games to be in the Hall of Fame. Let's be honest with it. And his Hall of Fame monitor score is not very big too. But to me, he was just, man, he was a pro's pro, and that is the highest mark I can give anybody. You know, came to work, did his job, was outstanding at his job, even when he was playing on teams that weren't very good. Always respectful to the fans, always respectful to the media, and just an all-around good guy. And I know, you know, we were all bummed when he was gone, but we did see the best of Nick Chubb, and he had it here. And then Kevin Stefanski saying that, you know, I don't know if Kevin, I think, was kind of more saying that he's a Hall of Fame person than maybe actually getting a gold jacket in Canton. I just think that the injury stopped him. If he wasn't injured, I think he was well on his way to Canton.
I think he has a chance.
I don't think he does.
Why?
It's the injuries. It's the time that he didn't play. It's hard to find, and I was trying to.
Gale Sayers played in
less games.
2/3 of the games that Nick Chubb played in.
Okay.
Nick played in 100 games, and Gale was not even 70.
I just think there are other running backs that are out there that are going to block it from. And again, you're supposed to value guys. Let's see. Maybe there's a media member that can get in there and stand on the table and say that he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
Do you think 5 yards a carry is a lock? I don't.
No, but I do think that's probably the most impressive stat he has. Don't you?
When he was healthy, he was dominant. That's a big deal. You know, I think that's a real big deal.
54 touchdowns seems a little.
How about this?
I mean, 4 Pro Bowls, and you know
there are 10 running backs who have averaged 5 yards or more per carry in their careers. 5 of them are in the Hall of Fame. But the guy who has the second highest average per carry is not in the Hall of Fame. So if the Hall of Fame voters decide that Jamal Charles is a Hall of Famer, the former Kansas City Chief, who averaged 5.4 yards per carry in his career, and is from Port Arthur, Texas.
Oh, well, that alone. That's so close to Beaumont. Twice he's so close to great fame.
It's the same market.
It's not the same city.
Do they
have different mayors?
If Jamal Charles
different police
gets
departments,
then I think Nick Chubb can get in.
Unified water system.
I don't see how you could put Nick into the Hall of Fame and not put Jamal Charles into the Hall of Fame.
So that should be your indicator, right? If Jamal Charles gets in, then
and
Nick
Jamal's
should be able to
been out of the game for about 8 years. So, you know, if he gets in, I think Nick has a chance.
It's food for thought, and it was, you know, his former coach that said it, who's no longer here, who's in Atlanta now, Kevin Stefanski. So, all right, let's come back. Let's roll through some headlines of the day. Darryl Ryder's going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour. Gary Barnidge is going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour. All straight ahead on Baskin and Phelps 92.3 The Fan.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Darryl Ryder is on top of every headline. Listen to his reports on the station with the most local sports talk in town. 92.3 The Fan, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Cleveland fans, your team's playing at Tampa Bay on September 20th, and I've got the perfect game plan for you. Make it a beach vacation to America's favorite beaches in St. Pete, Clearwater. They're just 30 minutes from the stadium, so you can cheer on your team, then you're on the beach soaking up that Florida sunshine. Here's the deal. Book your stay right now, and you get a $50 Visa gift card for every night up to $250. That's real money you can spend on the trip. Win or lose, when that game clock hits 0, the beach is waiting. Go to beachesoftampabay.com to book your trip. This is seriously the best way to do an away game.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for...
head coach Ben Johnson. Guardians have the day off after taking on the Angels and come from behind fashion 4-3 in Anaheim. They're back in action tomorrow to take on the Royals to begin a 3-game weekend series. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Hey, if you missed a moment in our show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
All right, we've talked about the Guardians. We've talked about the Browns as we get set for tonight's game on the Browns Radio Network. It is the Browns and the New England Patriots playing over at the stadium tonight, and looking forward to tonight's game. But there are other things going on in sports, and for that we turn to Dan Mennigan. Live from the streets of downtown Cleveland, getting all the dirt you need to be dirty.
There's a lot of dirt because there's so much construction downtown.
Dan Mennigan.
Hello, Andy. I'm standing outside right now, proudly holding my microphone, also flexing my guns, like every other news person who's on the street.
Well done.
Showing off how muscular I am.
Let's turn to Bill Scurvy for the weather. Widely scattered sunshine today.
I hit the gym at 3 a.m., and I want to make sure you know it.
Bill Scurvy?
I just made up that name. I don't know.
All right, gentlemen, we have a lot of nonsense at the tail end, so let's get the important stuff out of the way so we can get to the fun stuff on the end.
Okay.
Bill Scurvy.
You don't want to get scurvy, man. Eat your fruit.
Oh, man, come on. Get an orange in there.
Eat your fruit.
Throw in some fruit.
Mm-hmm. You don't want that nice. All right, let's begin with some NFL rule changes that have come down. The first one is, guys, moment of silence, please. Pro Bowl game is no more.
Whoa, what?
In a moment of clarity from the NFL, they came to the realization
Well said, Dano.
that this thing is ridiculous.
It flew the coop about, 15 years ago?
It's utterly pointless.
Mm-hmm.
It was a waste of everyone's time, including the people who were there playing it.
That's very much the case. Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, exhibition football games that don't even involve your team, the thing had become so miserable that they got rid of it, and now all the others. So that's a very good move. Well done.
So let's put this in perspective. In 2022, that was the last time they played a tackle Pro Bowl game. Viewership was 6.7 million viewers. It was a 16-year low on 6.7 million. This year, where they did that stuff, whatever they were doing, they reached an even lower low of roughly 1.6 to 1.9 million viewers after moving to a Tuesday night.
We didn't need television ratings, though, to tell us this was all garbage.
Yep. Not to mention now...
Still, but think about it. 6.7 million people watched that in 2022.
The NFL could roll out the logo, put it on the screen for an hour, Andy, and people would watch it.
Just play highlight reels of people tackling each other.
In 2000, over 13 million people watched the Pro Bowl.
And it was a bad game then.
Yep.
But
you couldn't tell because TV was fuzzy back then.
See?
13.24 million watched a meaningless, silly end of the season, no one cares football game.
Well, Andy, at that point, we only had like 80-something channels.
In 2000, yeah.
Is that or reruns of The Price is Right?
Exactly.
How much is that car? $4,000. Oh, you're over.
$1, Bob.
Much like video killed the radio star, which it never did.
So there we go. Now also
the internet killed the Pro Bowl.
Highlight of this along the way is that now being a Pro Bowler is actually going to mean something and not just someone who didn't have a vacation booked at that time.
Yeah.
So congratulations to the Pro Bowl for actually being meaningful by doing less.
It's
which
interesting
is really what
now.
we've all been asking for.
But they're going to have two layers of good, like they still have. So you'll have Pro Bowl players, 88 of them, and then you'll have all pro teams.
Yes, you'll have all pros as well, which is going to be awesome. And that'll be great to see because that's always a great way to see where the league is at any given point. Another rule change that has come down between the players Association and the NFL as well, and I'm grabbing this directly from them, is that there is going to be an on-field accountability system that clubs were briefed on. The goal is to make the game safer by forcing discipline to techniques most likely to result in player injury. So, for example, the hip drop tackle, the horse collar tackle, launching yourself, hit on a defensive player, and a blindside block. A player who commits 3 offenses in any of these categories during a season will be suspended for 1 game. If a player commits only 1 violation, they'll get 50% of their fine back at the end of the season.
So it's kind of like a Christmas club savings account.
Can I be honest? I think a 1-game suspension, if you've done one of those things 3 times, seems kind of soft. I mean, you can't do any of those.
A hip drop tackle could happen by accident. Don't you think?
Yes, I'll give you that. But hitting a defenseless player?
That could happen.
Collar?
That
you know
could
a
happen.
horse collar seconds before it. I mean, once you feel the back of the guy's shoulder pad in your hand, you're like, I got to let go.
Don't you think all of those things could actually happen by accident? Once? Yeah,
once.
So once you shouldn't get suspended for it.
I agree with that, but that's why I'm saying if it happens 3 times, doesn't a 1-game suspension? You're a dirty player if you do this more than 3 times, right?
Well, it's going to start costing you money
and games
and hurting your team.
Yeah, I just think it should be more than a 1-game suspension if you get busted doing it more than 3 times in a season, because chances are you're with 3 different refereeing crews too. But they all could be looking for it. That's the other thing. I mean, it's not like they don't talk.
That's very true.
What else you got there, Fonzie?
All right, Jonathan Kuminga has agreed to a 2-year, $13 million contract with the Timberwolves with a player option for the 2nd year. Jeff, how the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, he was looking for the big money, and I've always liked Jonathan Kuminga. I think actually Peyton Watson is a better fit for what the Cavaliers need on their team, but I still like Kuminga. And if they had brought in Kuminga instead of Watson, that would have been just fine as well. But we'll see what he does. They say they want to play him at power forward, so good luck with that one. I don't know that he's a power forward. What I think he is a good basketball player who, if he can get out of his head that I need to maybe be the man, you know what I mean?
I think
that seems to be an issue.
He wants to still be the man because he takes a mid-level, because he controls so much of the contract now, because if he is really good, he has the opportunity to be the man. But,
you're going to be playing up there with...
He turned down $36 million on bird rights to L.A.
You're going to be playing with LaMelo Ball. You're going to be playing with Anthony Edwards. You're not going to be the guy.
Ugh. He took a $30 million hit to do this, Jeff. $30 million.
Packers signed Jonnu Smith on a 1-year deal to back up the tight end position for them. Just throwing that out there for fantasy football people who have Tucker Kraft, or we're looking at Luke Musgrave for tight ends in fantasy land. Jonnu Smith will be in there as well.
He's a pro's pro.
Not expecting any analysis, just an FYI for fantasy football drafts to come.
2.
He's a pro's pro.
Double. That's 2 pros in one show.
All right. Steelers have restructured DK Metcalf's contract to free up $18 million in cap space. They're claiming it's a normal cap conversion and has nothing to do with trying to sign Joey Porter Jr. to a contract extension, which coach Mike McCarthy said they are far apart.
DK Metcalf's one of my favorite wide receivers in the NFL. That guy's just a beast. Has he become the wide receiver that we all thought he could be? Yeah, probably not. But he's still really pretty good. I like him.
We'll see if it leads to a Joey Porter Jr. contract.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, gentlemen.
And it might.
Nonsense time. Are we ready?
Yes, thank you.
Thank the heavens. All right. First with this, ESPN has announced that the bottom line ticker during college football games is no more, according to Front Office Sports. I think this is an atrocity.
Why?
I love having it at the bottom because it lets me know which games I need to flip over to if stuff starts getting close.
Ding, 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 ding,
I
ding.
love having that at my, to see the highlight and the touchdown here with about 4 minutes left in a game, so then that way I could flip over and see what's coming down the wire.
Maybe that's why they don't want it there anymore.
It's an abomination. It's a joke. It's horrible.
They're saying they're doing it because it make it cleaner, less cluttered on-screen presentation. probably the dumbest thing since the Cavaliers took timeouts off the scoreboard. They're both dumb.
Yep,
it's just like remember how scared stations were to put and you'll know this as well as I do, to put the score of the game up in the corner while you're showing it live.
Oh yeah.
Because you thought, once somebody saw the score, they would go away. Baseball producers and baseball production companies actually feared putting the score up because they were worried you'd turn away. Now you can't watch a game unless that score is in the corner. You're like, oh my God, what kind of rinky-dink production is this?
I've always, there was a thought that if you put all that information on the screen, you're actually going to be reading all that stuff and not paying attention to the telecast a little bit. And I do think there's some validity to that thought.
I go nuts when I don't see the score or something.
Like on a newscast, and you see a ticker underneath, you're not really listening to the
but I'm talking about live game production. What's a newscast?
If you're ESPN, all you're doing is forcing me to have a tablet or a phone open in front of me where I'm checking the scores.
That's
and
right.
what's happening anyway.
Now you're really not
now
watching.
You're just making me do it more. Where before you had my undivided attention. You could have put all your subliminal messaging in. Lord knows what I would have bought. Now,
true.
You've lost me.
Lord knows what I would have.
It is
bought.
weird how every once in a while Jeff will say the keyword and you start eating popcorn.
It's valid. All right, we got to keep moving. We have a winner of the Akron Offensive Coordinator of the Game promotion.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
Who
guys
is it?
saw this. So they did the smart thing. We saw a lot of social media people decide to hop in on this thinking that they could make a bigger name
And they
for
were
themselves.
finalists.
And they were finalists in there. And I'm thrilled that Akron did the smart thing they should do, which is actually pick an Akron graduate who is also a season ticket holder, Marty Wims II. He is the winner. He will join Coach Moorhead and design the script for Akron's opening drive.
He's from thriving Cuyahoga Falls.
Darn right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness.
I think it's a really cool promo. Man, did they make they made a splash with it.
Huge.
Good for Akron.
How many season tickets did they sell? Do you know?
Yeah, it was a pretty decent number. But Dano, I agree with you. I think it would have been a shame had it not been an actual Akron season ticket holder who has been there and diehard and everything else. And if you'd have gone and brought in some YouTube person,
here comes Barstool Big Cat.
Right,
It's like,
that
okay,
knew
that would have been fun.
knew nothing about Akron.
Right.
So, good idea.
Wasn't it a bunch of
well
Robert
done,
Moore?
Zips.
Didn't a bunch of Robert Moore? They play Robert Morris that game, right?
Bobby Moe.
Isn't that who they play? I think that's it. I don't know.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not plugged
Whoever
into
they're
Akron
playing,
football.
I'd heard that the other school was buying season tickets so they could call the plays. I loved it. I thought it was a great idea.
We're all here for
That's something
influxes.
Ohio State fans would do. Like go buy season tickets somewhere at Texas so they could have tickets to the game.
Gentlemen, we have a kangaroo on the loose in Wisconsin.
What?
Speaking of Akron.
Yeah, we
Zips.
Good call.
Thank you.
I didn't
Fear the
even
Roo,
think
baby.
of that.
Fear the Roo.
But yeah, we got a kangaroo on the loose in Wisconsin. 4 of them got out. 1 has been found. 2, sadly, were found as roadkill.
Oh,
and
no.
another one is
Really?
hopping amongst in Portage, Wisconsin, which is right near Baraboo. And for those of you who are like, I think I've heard that before, that's because that's where Ringling Brothers headquarters used to be for the circus.
So he was trying to go back home.
So I have no idea if it's trying to go home or not, but we do have a kangaroo in the loose in Wisconsin. We all know how marsupials are everywhere in Wisconsin.
If you're driving down the road in Wisconsin and you hit an animal, you think it's a deer.
Yep.
You don't think it's a kangaroo.
Nope.
That's true.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, so if you're up there, watch out for kangaroos along with deer.
Okay, Joey, thank you. Appreciate it. Daryl Ryder, he is scheduled to join us in the next hour, and so is Gary Barnidge. We will hear from the Browns' former tight end. That is coming up next right here on Baskin and Phelps. Listen, the WNBA season is here, and if you're looking for a W, FanDuel is the place to get it because with same-game parlays, you can build your bet your way. Just pick your players, your props, and stack it all into one play. From big performances to game-changing moments, you're in control of how you play it. So whether you're backing your favorites or calling your shots, FanDuel makes every game feel bigger because this season,
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Hey Browns fans, this is Denzel Ward. Keep up with the latest football news every 20 minutes with exclusive 2020 reports on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Browns, Patriots tonight, right here on the Browns Radio Network. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Let's start off this hour by going to the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He packed him in when he was at the stadium to watch him get into the end zone on touchdown catches. He also packed him in with the fans as he welcomed them into movie theaters when he was here. Just a good Samaritan and good guy, and we're awful happy to have him on the show. He's on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is Gary Barnidge. Hi, Gary. How are you?
Hey, Gary.
How you doing? Thank you all for having me. I appreciate it, guys.
We are good. Before we get to anything, I just want to say congratulations to you on your recent engagement to someone who all the Browns fans know, Bridget, who we see on the scoreboard. So she is one spectacular person. You are one lucky man, my friend. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and I agree.
All right, let's get into the Browns here for a second. Just your thoughts on, this whole quarterback situation and going back and forth and trying to figure out, through a whole camp, which, it's confusing to the fans. I can only imagine what it would be like if you were in your position as a tight end trying to figure out who the quarterback is, or is it all business and you just got to worry about your own job when you're in a training camp situation where there's a battle?
Well, I think it's a mix. So I think it is business because you just got to worry about yourself and doing what you need to do as a position player. But I think the players probably know more than the fans or the media because they're in there in the meetings, they're in the practices, they're watching the film, they're talking to the coaches. So they may have already understood what was going to happen. So because they're in practice every day, even the ones that are closed to everybody else, they're seeing what's going on in practice. So they may already have an idea, okay, this guy looks better in practice. He's probably going to be the guy. I'll remind everybody, back in the day, everybody booed Brian Hoyer, and they didn't want Brian Hoyer. They wanted Johnny Manziel, and they got Johnny Manziel, and we didn't do well. But that was outside looking in. Everybody said, oh, Johnny needs to be the guy. And the team was behind Brian Hoyer because we saw what was going on in practice. So we knew everything was going. So I think that's the thing that fans just need to understand. Like the players, if they're supporting, nobody's came out and not supported Deshaun or supported Shador over Deshaun. Like they're in there. They're seeing more than everybody else knows.
Gary, your best season though came where there was some doubt, some changing at quarterback with Johnny and McCown, and it was a little different situation. As a player who's responsible for catching passes from whoever is at quarterback, is that difficult? How much of a challenge is it?
It is a little difficult because you don't know, like going in, you don't know, okay, this may not be the guy, this may be the guy, but all you can do is, hey, I'm going to run this route. Whoever's at quarterback, just make sure you get the ball to this spot. And as long as I'm there and I'm open, all the guys are capable of getting it there. It's just getting to that spot and being prepared for that. And I think that's all you can do as whether it be a receiver, tight end, running back, O-line, anybody. All you can do is do what you're asked to do. As long as you do it right, hopefully the quarterback will be able to make it right. Whoever it is, they'll know what needs to be done, and they'll get it done.
Gary, what does it do to – and is there a difference between locker room during training camp and then during the regular season? I do think that sometimes doesn't come into play, but what does a competition like that do to the locker room?
So in training camp, I think it's a little different because I think everybody's competing for positions other than, the main guys. Those guys, they know their spots locked, but everybody else is competing. Somebody just come in for their job. So everybody's competing. So they're not really worried about other battles everywhere else because they got to worry about themselves. So I think when you get into the regular seasons, when it has probably more of an effect, if it's still not established, because now you're already on the team, okay, this is the spot, this is where you're at in the pecking order. So I think that's probably would have more of an effect if you had more dissension or uncertainty behind positions going into the season. I think that's where it gets harder throughout the year.
Gary, the tight end position has become less blocker, more receiver over time, and not just recently. I mean, it's happened for a while. How effective can a tight end be for a passing offense, especially in this day and age in the NFL, where you're seeing so much spread stuff with wide receivers galore, yet you still see tight ends thrive?
So I think it could be a double-edged sword because I think it can be a very good positive, but it also could be a negative. I'll start with the positive. I would say it's a positive because it's a mismatch. If you have a really good route runner, then a lot of times they're going to have to put a safety or a nickel corner on them to contend to stop. That takes away and gives maybe a safety or somebody else on or a lighter box with more DBs in the game to cover other receivers if you have to have that. If you can't cover a tight end with a linebacker, it's a huge advantage for the offense. But on the negative side is if all you're doing is pass catching, if he comes out of the game, well, they're probably going to run the ball. So it makes it one-sided. If he's in the game, he's not run blocking, or if he is, he's backside. So it makes the defensive game plan a little easier to stop the run, knowing that he's not going to be a guy that they're going to run behind because he can't do the run blocking.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Just one last question, just about just perspective and how things really are in reality. How much and like you were great with the media when you were playing here, and that fans appreciated you, and you're a typical blue collar kind of Cleveland guy that understood it and got what the fans wanted. So I always wonder sometimes when you're a player and you're playing a different position, and you're well liked by the fans and media too, that when you've got some kind of battle or controversy going on, and obviously with Johnny Manziel, that was pretty easy, right? But when you've got that, and then you've got to answer questions about them, how awkward is that for a player inside that's got to answer questions about the other guy? Like, is that not the position that you just don't want to be in?
So I don't think you want to be in it, but there's ways to easily handle it, though. All you do is always support your teammates, whether it's it's a battle, whatever. You always support everybody because they could be on the team. If they're on the team, they need to have your back. You need to have their back. We're all come together to try and win games when the final roster is made. So I think you have to support. And then I'll give you all the thing that I did. If I didn't want to answer certain questions, you just repeat the same answer all the time. And then they stop asking the same question. So that's another thing I would give the young guys. Hey, if you don't know how to answer it, just repeat an answer the same way every time. They'll stop asking because you're not changing your answer.
What was your go-to, Gary? What was your go-to?
Well, it would just depend on what the question was. So, like, if they were asking about QBs, you'd just be like, hey, all the QBs are doing good in practice. I'm looking forward to see who's going to be the guy this week.
Yeah, I always thought,
well done.
You're stop asking.
Well done.
That's great. Gary, I always thought the trick would be just a media thing, that if you didn't want to get an answer on the air, just say, and I'll just pick random channels here, let's just say that you're being interviewed by Channel 4, right? And all you have to do is start the quote by saying, well, as I just told Channel 6, and that way you guaranteed yourself that you would never get on the air, or blank radio station.
That's a good one, too.
No one ever uses that one, though. I've thought about that one before. Hey, what do you?
They may now.
Oh, no, I just gave it to him. I gave it to him. Hey, what do you think about the whole battle that we saw between Deshaun and Shedeur, and where do you think where do you lie in the situation?
So realistically, this is the way you have to do it, and the reason why I say that is because say you start Shedeur, and Shedeur doesn't play well for 4 games. Well, you can't bench him and go to Watson. If Watson starts and he doesn't do well, you can bench him and go to Shedeur, and everybody's elated and they're excited and they're happy. But if you bench Shedeur going to Watson, then you're getting the same thing. So I think this is what you have to do. Plus, you're paying him all this money, and realistically, if neither one of them stood apart in training camp, you're going to go with the veteran. Because, hey, just see how it is, because he's done it before. Yeah, Shedeur's in his second year, so he's still fresh. So I think that's what the coaches are thinking. Again, ownership can be making calls. I don't know, but I know that's what Monk is probably thinking. He's like, okay, the veteran, I know he's done this before. He's succeeded before. So this is the best opportunity to start. And if it doesn't do well, then you can always just go to Shedeur, and then everybody will be happy at that point. So I think this is the right move to go to start, and I think that's why they did it.
Gary Barnidge joining us, former Browns tight end. Gary, let's say, here's the optimism. 3 of the Browns' top 4 wide receivers, their first-string tight end, and their top 3 running backs are all first- or second-year players. On the other hand, boy, do you have a lot of young guys at skill positions. Is that difficult? Is it great that you have all these young guys at skill positions?
I think it's very exciting because obviously Fanning showed what he could do last year. The young guys last year in the rookie class showed what they could do. So this year they're going to get their opportunity to show what they can do. And if every one of them succeed, it just sets you up for the future. I know fans don't like hearing that, but that's what it sets up for, because it is hard to win a lot of games with all young guys, but it's been done before. So it's not to say you can't do it. It's just coming together and how quick they can learn, because the game is much different from college learning aspect and reading defenses and learning on the fly in a game than it is from college. So I think that is what the true test will be when they start the season, how quick these guys pick it up and continue. Because they can look great in training camp, but game days is a whole nother story, because now they're game planning for you, especially if you have a great week. When they make game plan for you next week, how are you going to adjust, because they're going to be adjusting to you? So are you able to adjust on the fly? And then that's where the excitement comes, because if they can, you'll start seeing it. And then the momentum keeps building and building. And the players, I think you saw that with Fanning. Fanning just kept doing great, better and better and better. And he showed what he could do, whether people were game planning or not against him.
How much? I was going to ask you two things. One, I want to know what you thought of Harold Fannin, like you just said. And then the loss of David Njoku from a tight end's perspective.
So, realistically, I think this is the right move to move on to Fanning. Fanning showed what he can do last year, so I don't think there's going to be a big drop-off. I think it's something like they have to bring along a second guy to prepare in case it is needed during the season. And Fanning is, like you said, he's mainly known for receiving. He's not known for a blocker. I think he's a willing blocker, and I think he showed that last year. He's willing to get better, and I'm willing to bet he's gotten better this year. So I think he will be a better blocker this year, and he's improved. And now now every team's going to be game planning against Fanning. So now how is he going to be able to handle this season with it? But I really liked Fanning coming out of the draft last year. I thought he was one of my dark horse tight ends that I thought could have been higher because of how much success he had at Bowling Green. And I know everybody's like, oh, he may not have been playing the top talent. It doesn't matter. You're still playing college athletics, and you're doing it at such a great level, and your skill set is not going to change. You still have that skill set. Now, can you produce against these other players? That's where it all comes, and he showed he can.
I got one 30-second question for you, too, at the end. We talked about this at the beginning of the show, that maybe you take a guy like Carson Ryan, who's a tight end right now, and Michael Burton's playing fullback, and you're trying to minimize your spots on the roster so you can maximize your spots on the roster. How difficult is it from that tight end spot to move over to fullback? Does that make sense?
Yeah, realistically, it's not that difficult, because usually a lot of times, a lot of tight ends, you played fullback or move H-back in college. So you're used to doing that. Now, doing it full time is a different story, because it's constant hit, and you're not used to that. But once you pick it up, it also puts another guy on the field who can block but also catch out of the backfield, because a lot of times the fullbacks aren't ever targeted, so the teams leave them free. But if you have a guy that can catch out of the backfield, then that gives you no benefit on offense.
All right, Gary, thank you very much. Hope we can have you on again, too, and make sure you get out there and register for all your good wedding gifts.
Great to have you with us, Gary.
Thank you very much.
Like, you got to get Louisville, like, fold-up chairs or stuff like that, right? Right? I mean,
exactly.
Ask for the stuff you want. It's more fun. Thanks, Gary.
Yep.
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
Gary.
All right, Gary Barnidge, former Browns tight end, nice enough to join us and give us a deep perspective on what's going on with the Browns on the Weishart Right. We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. When we come back, we'll bring in another guy that's got the inside edge on what's going on with the Browns. You know him. You love him. He's Daryl Ryder, and he's next right here, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm here with Ari, owner of Pucher's Design Center.
Pucher's has been in business for 98 years. Yeah. Family owned and operated in Cleveland, Ohio.
How many customers do you think you've had? How many homes do you think? Do you know? Do you guys keep track of all that?
I think it's unquantifiable.
Before computers?
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands,
yes.
Generations, probably?
Right, 1928.
There's places that have been around a long time, but like to have people come in and remember.
I would say at least once a week week a customer comes in and says, my parents came here, my grandparents came here, I've known about Pookers, I came in as a kid. When somebody comes in as a third generation shopping here, you know that you're servicing the customers and you're taking care of them and you have a place to come.
Yeah.
Let's say in 10 years you have an issue with your blind or your flooring, you have a place to come. That means we're doing something right. We're a staple in Cleveland, and that's how we want to keep it. Stop into Berea, Broadview Heights, or Pookers.com. Puchers.com. Beautiful homes begin here at Pookers Design Center.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Celebrate National Hair Loss Awareness Month with Vanscoy Hair Clinics. Thicker, fuller hair you deserve with 0% financing for up to 24 months. Visit VanscoyHair.com to learn more. Vanscoy Hair Clinics.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
It's time to get everything you need for the job from one partner. No more juggling vendors. We've got your entire job supply covered. Supply the entire job with job lot quantities of everything you need, from flooring to roofing, with access to thousands of products not available in stores. More products mean more colors, sizes, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you need to get the job done. Learn more at the Pro Desk, the Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 10 wings for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 8 tenders for $10. Thursday, 10 wings for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation variable. Supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Get to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Browns will wrap up the preseason tonight as they welcome in the Patriots. It'll be Dillon Gabriel and Taylon Green getting the snaps under center, as Todd Monken said earlier in the week that neither Deshaun nor Shedeur will suit up for the team tonight. You can listen to Patriots and Browns starting at 8 right here on 92.3 The Fan. Also, the team reportedly releasing wide receiver Cedric Tillman this morning. He hauled in just over 70 catches and 5 touchdowns in his 3 seasons with the Browns. Guardians have the day off after taking down the Angels and come from behind fashion 4-3 out in Anaheim. They're back in action tomorrow over at Progressive Field to take on the Royals to kick off a 3-game weekend set. Taking a look at the standings, they have a 2-game lead on the Rangers for the last wild card spot in the American League and are just 2.5 back of the White Sox for the lead in the AL Central. Our very own Darryl Ryder joins the show next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Our buddy Daryl Ryder is going to be joining us shortly. He's our Browns beat reporter, and he's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. We wait for Daryl here for 2 seconds. I want to remind you, Jeff, there's very, very important news out there that today is National Burger Day, in case you're wondering.
How'd we celebrate?
I don't know. Maybe I will get a burger between shows here before we get ready for the pregame show.
Well, that'd be swell, Andy.
Jeff, what's the best way to make a burger?
In a frying pan.
Cast iron skillet?
Yeah, whatever kind of frying pan.
Yeah, I'm going to go cast iron skillet. Or
I
the grill.
like them on a grill too, but you can kind of control things a little better in a frying pan.
All right, speaking of guys that like to put themselves in the middle of a frying pan.
Oh, that was smooth.
Thank you. It's Daryl Ryder. Hi, Daryl.
D.
That's why they call you the king of the Segway there, Baskin.
That's Mr. Segway to you. Or Dr. Segway, I might make you call me that too.
That was good.
Daryl, I am just looking forward to not only, the game tonight, but sitting with you and watching the game tonight, and then being able to do our little post-game show there on our YouTube channel. Daryl, I'm very excited about that.
I would
thoughts?
argue we do the best show off the air during the game, most of which cannot be repeated.
Yeah, it'd be pay-per-view, at least cable, I can tell you that. Your thoughts on how restless you'll be during the game tonight?
I'll be very restless. I'm not going to lie. Looking forward to this one being over. They'll practice on Saturday, and then come Sunday at 6 p.m., we'll have our initial 53-man roster.
Who's up for grabs tonight? Is there anybody that can make the team tonight? Anybody you're keeping your eye on to say, I'm watching this guy because if he plays well tonight, I think he's going to make the team?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of spots, I think, that are up for grabs, especially from a depth standpoint. I don't know necessarily there's any starting jobs that are up for grabs, but definitely you're going to have a lot of reserve positions that are going to, be in the running. And it starts with who's going to be the third quarterback. And I think that's what tonight's game is for Taylor Green and Dylan Gabriel to hash that thing out. Gabriel will start it, Green will finish it, and I would probably say the best performer of that group will ultimately end up being your number 3 quarterback. You've got the 5th and 6th wide receiver positions that are up for grabs. You've got defensive line rotation positions up for grabs, linebacker rotation positions, corner, safety. So there's a lot of jobs up for grabs tonight, even though a lot of familiar faces will not be on the football field.
Cedric Tillman reportedly being released. Daryl, surprise?
No. I mean, he entered camp on the bubble, so that's not much of a surprise. Maybe Andrew Berry's going to be able to trade him for a 7th-round pick or something like that as well. But, this is a 2022 3rd-round pick that the Browns had hoped would be able to provide them with a red zone threat. Unfortunately, every time he seemed to kind of get going a little bit in his career, an injury of some sort would pop up and just kind of slow up all that kind of momentum. So another early Andrew Berry draft pick that washes out.
So do they keep 5 wide receivers then? Is Tylan Wallace actually going to play receiver, which he didn't play a ton of, with Baltimore?
Yeah. I think they're going to keep 6 receivers.
Okay.
And I think a lot of that has to do with the return game as well in special teams. But, I'm looking at that group right now. We know who the top 4 guys are,
yes,
right? And that's obviously Jerry Jeudy, Casey Concepcion, Isaiah Bond, and then, of course, Denzel Boston, which that leaves, Tylan Wallace, Malachi Corley, guys like, Ben Patterson or Cole Wilson, Gage Larvidan, Luke Floria, who's had himself a really good preseason and training camp. So there's about 4 or 5 guys just in the wide receiver room alone, Jeff, that are basically competing for 2 jobs.
Daryl, I'm going to throw this at you, give you a little food for thought during the game tonight. What if what if Dylan Gabriel has a really, really good game, right? And you're saying have a good game to be the number 3 quarterback. Could he be playing for other teams tonight? Maybe perhaps an audition for other teams.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Berry's been pretty clear about saying how he's not afraid to keep 4 quarterbacks on the roster, right? They're not going to cut Taylon Green, okay? And Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson have made the team. So I got to be honest with you. I think you could cut Dylan Gabriel and get him to the practice squad. I don't think there's going to be anyone running to a waiver wire to claim the guy. But I also understand the concern of the Browns trying to do that. This is, a third-round pick from a year ago. So I do think that there's a very serious possibility that Andrew Berry, if he's looking to move one of the quarterbacks, right, that he calls a GM's bluff, because that's usually what happens right about now, right? The phone calls that are taking place between front offices usually kind of go like this. I got X player here. Can we work something out? And then the GM on the other line says, well, you're going to cut the guy anyway. We'll just wait for the waiver wire to get him. And what Andrew Berry likes to do is tell those GMs, oh, really? Well, watch me keep him on the 53-man roster, and then let's talk Sunday night or Monday morning. And then Andrew finds a way to keep him on the 53, and then he goes ahead and makes the trade. So, and that's good job out of Andrew Berry, getting a little something for a player that you really had no intention of keeping anyway. So, that's his job, right, to try and extract some sort of an asset for a player that you're going to get rid of. So, yeah, I don't know that there's much of a demand for Dylan Gabriel right now. And so, he's, I think, playing for either the number 3 or I think he's going to be the third quarterback. Taylon hasn't gotten enough work to be ready. If needed. And they're going to have to find some way to get that kid some reps, because every time they try and redshirt a quarterback, we know how that movie ends. And that's what they're trying to do with Taylon this year. They're trying to redshirt him. But I fear that at some point we potentially could see him.
Daryl Ryder joining us. He's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Andy and I were talking about the 53-man cutdowns early in the show. We would assume they keep 10 offensive linemen, Daryl.
By the way, you both have made the team. I just want to let you know.
Thank you very much.
Oh, congratulations. Yes.
Thanks.
That means I get to sit next to you at every game.
Yeah, that's good.
Did I really make the team then, Daryl?
No, not really.
So what becomes...
That's your punishment, Andy.
I know.
What becomes of Parker Brailsford? Does he make the team? Does he get put on injured list? What's going to happen there? The center they drafted.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about.
No,
there.
I was enlightening everybody else just in case.
Yeah, he's been back practicing, albeit limited. So
could they put him on the injured list, or you think they'd have to keep him on the 53-man for now? Or
I don't know if you want to put him on the injured list. If you like what you've seen from him this week in practice, right?
You could make him your starter and move Elton Jenkins to right guard. Okay.
I think it's, no. It's I think the offensive line is pretty much set in stone here. Okay. With Spencer Fano at left tackle, Zion Johnson's your left guard, Elton Jenkins is your center, Tevin Jenkins your right guard, Titus Howard is your right tackle. I think DeJuan Jones is absolutely on the bubble tonight. Zach Zinter is on the bubble. KT Leviston is on the bubble. Parker Brailsford, I believe, if healthy, makes the team.
Austin Barber makes the team, obviously.
I think Austin Barber makes the team as well. You got, let's not forget Luke Whippler still on this team. Okay. You got Iguaquan Kingsley in there too, and there's another guy in there I'm trying to remember. Byers.
Jeremiah Byers?
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, when you look at that group again, right? That's another position room that the competition behind the starters is fast and furious. And look, the crew that was with Shedeur Sanders in the first half last weekend played pretty well. I mean, there were not any real operational issues. The protection was pretty good. So, I think that group there's got a little bit of a leg up. But, there's a lot of competition in that offensive line room. I think Parker Brailsford makes the team. It's, I think, entirely too late for him to be the starting center.
Daryl, 2 tight ends or 3? And what are you doing with Joe Royer? Like, I just don't get it. I mean, I get it, but I don't.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? What do you do with him?
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been in camp since the beginning of camp, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dealing, with a personal issue, whatever that personal issue may be. If you're on the internet, you have a pretty good idea what it could be, and I'll just leave that at that. I don't know if there's a. You can't injured reserve him because he's not hurt, and it's a personal issue. So, I mean, you either have to, I think, cut him or and put him on your practice squad, or, he
Can you put him on the reserve list, Daryl?
Yeah, I don't think so, because I think the reserve list has to come from. I have to look up the reserve did not report rules real quick. I don't know. I just off the top of my head, I can't remember what those are, but I believe there's a reserve did not report designation. I have to double check that. But yeah, that is that's an interesting situation, and no one with the Cleveland Browns wants to even come close to talking about it either.
The other thing that I thought Jeff brought up that I thought was interesting, and again, this is kind of deep stuff, but could you take Carson Ryan and make him the fullback and let Burton go, especially it's an age thing. Like, and do you is he married to having a fullback? That's the other thing too. So would you? Has Burton made the team?
34-year-old fullback doesn't seem to fit, Daryl, with what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah, that is that. I don't know if Todd Monken's married to the fullback. I mean, look, Kevin Stefanski loved fullbacks, and we had a couple years where he didn't have a traditional fullback, right?
True.
And he found ways of.
Well, we were saying you could take Carson Ryan, the guy who's the last tight end, and do that there too.
Yeah, and that is a little bit of a plus because you get 2 positions for the price of 1.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know, especially if you keep the 4 quarterbacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can afford to dedicate a roster spot to a fullback right now. If you keep 3 quarterbacks, sure, yeah, absolutely, it makes it a lot easier, right? Or if you keep 1 less somewhere, but I just the way some of these competitions are laying out, I don't know if that's a luxury roster-wise that the Browns can afford, even though that is, a position that we've seen Todd Monken here during training camp in the preseason he has certainly been using.
Last question. There's only because it came up in the press conference the other day. Corey Bjorkes has got it, right?
You mean Bojorquez?
No, Bjorkes.
No, I don't think it's.
You don't.
I don't think it's guaranteed he gets the job. Wes Paul's had a good camp. Nick Constantino, he's had a good camp as well. They're both kicking the life out of the football. So no, I don't think it's guaranteed that Corey Bojorquez is your punter.
Ugh.
I still think he's the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
I am definitely rooting for him just so I can have another season of you mispronouncing his name.
Just to have to listen to you correct me every time, too, and me just going, I don't hear what you're saying.
I've given up, Daryl.
I've given up
Jeff,
on both
I get
of you
it.
guys. You know what? I got to sit next to you. I got to sit next to you. But people should feel my pain, man. Feel my pain. Daryl, we'll see you tonight. Looking forward to you on the pregame shows and, of course, on YouTube after the game with somebody who can't pronounce the kicker's name. So I'm looking forward to that, too.
Or stand sitting next to me during games.
Yeah, that's a good point. You think we can just tape at halftime? Be okay with that?
I'd love
Miss
to tape
Taylor
at
Green.
halftime. I know.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we can't.
Talk
Yeah,
about
we
Taylor
can't.
Green.
Hey, you think Dylan's getting the first half and Taylor in the second? Is that where that's going to go?
That's kind of my best guess on that, Jeff. I
All
mean,
right.
Todd really wasn't all that specific about it. I think that's what he's going to do about
All
it.
right, we're out of time. Goodbye, Daryl. We'll
Thanks,
talk to you
buddy.
later.
See you later.
All right, we're going to get you ready. One more run at this game tonight as we talk about it and preview it and talk all about what could happen, what might happen, and what we're expecting to see in tonight's final preseason game of the year for your Cleveland Browns taking on the New England Patriots, a game you'll be able to listen to right here on the Cleveland Browns Radio Network, 92.3 The Fan.
Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books on Westwood One Sports. Brewers and the Mets finish off a 3-game set in Queens, and I'll take the best team in baseball to win by margin. Milwaukee has the inevitable Cy Young winner Jacob Mizorowski on the mound. Need I say more? The Miz has been equally as good on the road this year as he's been at home. He's shut down the Braves and Dodgers last 2 starts. Sean Manaea goes for the Mets, and he's given up 4 earned runs in each of his last 2 starts. Milwaukee on the run line to win the rubber game. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Darrow Ryder is on top of every headline. Listen to his reports on the station with the most local sports talk in town. 92.3 The Fan. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominated Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 440-207-9055 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 440-207-9055 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 440-207-9055 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 440-207-9055.
Technology continues to change the way businesses communicate, collaborate, and serve their customers.
For 25 years, Extend Technologies has been designing commercial technology solutions that help organizations work smarter, from conference rooms and video conferencing to digital signage, distributed audio, surveillance, and more.
Visit the recently redesigned website to explore what's possible. Then experience the latest technology in person at the Extend Experience and Design Center. Learn more at xtendav.com.
Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-619-3377. That's 800-619-3377. 800-619-3377.
Woo! Northeast Ohio. Training camp is open. Head coach Mike D'Amato here on the field at Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan. And there ain't no holdouts here. I got my team running two-a-days to guarantee we're at the top of our game. Even my veteran quarterback and my DB, Dale Belza, is giving up naps, taking snaps, and he's even running laps. So he can three-step drop back and give you even more money in the pocket. He can hand off up to $1,000 off the new Nissan. And my first team, bottom line backer, is ready to cover interest rates as low as 0%. Are you kidding me? So if any other dealer is trying to blitz you, blindside you, give him one stiff arm and say, stop. Who do you think you're tackling, dummy? And head up the field and come running back to Nissan in North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile and I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village. Because the deals are so good. It's the 2-minute warning, so hurry in. Start drawing up your next perfect play online at BigNissan.com.
Hear from Todd Monken immediately after the game. The official Browns postgame show is only on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Browns will wrap up the preseason tonight, welcoming in the Patriots. It'll be Dylan Gabriel and Taylon Green getting a lot of work under center, as Todd Monken said earlier this week that neither Deshaun nor Shador will play in this one. You can listen to Patriots and Browns starting at 8 right here on your radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Also, the team reportedly releasing wideout Cedric Tillman this morning. Tillman hauled in just over 70 catches and 5 touchdowns in his 3 seasons with the Orange and Brown. Also, interesting news in the NFL, Adam Schefter reporting that former Bills head coach Sean McDermott is at today's Titans-Bears joint practice as he's spending time with Chicago head man Ben Johnson. Guardians have the day off after taking on the Angels in come-from-behind fashion in Anaheim yesterday. They're back in action tomorrow, taking on the Royals at Progressive Field to kick off a 3-game weekend series. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
This day in sports history is powered by Bomber Sports Cards Trade Up Thursday. You can sell your cards for up to 90% value for in-store credit to use towards sealed sports and TCG products at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights. On this day, August 27th, back in 1985, Mary Jo Fernandez became the youngest winner of a U.S. Open match. 14 years, 8 days old for Mary Jo Fernandez in 1985. Youngest player to win at the U.S. Open. She defeated England's Sarah Gomer 6-1, 6-4 in a first-round match. And that's significant to us because Mary Jo, a long-time resident here in Northeast Ohio.
Very nice.
Yep.
Good job.
Brought to us by Bomber Sports Cards. Trade Up Thursday.
Between here and Florida, right? I think she's back and forth between the two. At least that's what's written out
nice
there.
Lady.
Did you ever interview?
Good broadcaster, too.
Yeah.
She does a lot of tennis. Said hi to her.
Did you? She was like, hey, what's up, Jeff?
No, she said, I'm sorry. Security?
You're like, dude, with...
Security, please.
Nice. Boy. All right, so, Jeff, I'm just curious. And Dan, you too. I really want to know. Give me a prediction on tonight's game.
My prediction is it will last about 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, man. I just thought that'd be the joke of the day.
I'm anxious to see Dylan Gabriel and Taylon Green.
I like the Browns.
Forgive me if I have some optimism about that.
I'm excited for tonight's game. I do want to watch. I am too.
I really want to see Taylon, obviously.
I say the Browns win 24-23, game-winning field goal.
That's great.
As time expires.
That's great.
Dan, want to take a shot at the score?
Oh.
How about like this? Forget the score. Can we get 11 points? Can we get 11? Is that asking too much?
Okay, I've got a theory here. You ready?
Oh, wait. I wanted his prediction. Now you've got a theory.
All right, my prediction in this game is that there will be at least one Diana Rossini hinting that will take place on the national broadcast.
I'll bet against it.
You think so? You don't think they're not even like a little kind of a joke?
No. I don't think they'll go that. Prime's still new in the game, right?
But it's Al Michaels. I mean, Al's pretty much bulletproof.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, I could see Al saying something along the lines of,
I'll give you the fourth quarter. How's that sound?
You could clearly see that maybe he does have a couple of friends that go on vacation with him. Something along those lines.
Yeah, I think I would, if I had to bet on something during the set, at some point Herbie will talk about Big Ten or SEC. He'll jump into the
might be midway through the first quarter.
Well, I think Herbie,
preseason game.
I think at some point Herbie starts talking about future quarterbacks for the Browns who are playing in college. I mean, he's got great perspective on it. Why wouldn't he? I mean, if they're looking at it and going, they might be looking at a quarterback for next year in the draft. Like everyone doesn't know that. I think he'd be a good guy to break it down, don't you?
Yeah, that actually probably would be the most exciting thing that could take place in this broadcast.
Yes. All right, Jeff, go ahead. Give me your bold.
I hope the Browns lose tonight.
What? Why?
Because I'm looking at numbers, Andy. I'm a numbers guy.
Okay.
Last year, the Browns were undefeated in the preseason.
Yes, they were, Jeff.
3-0.
Did you get a T-shirt? Did you like the parade?
Then they went 5-12. 5-12 in the regular season.
You're going to tell me the last time they went 0-3, they made the playoffs? What?
So if they go 0-3 and flip the preseason, does that mean they're going to go 12-5 in the regular season?
Point. You can hit it again if you want. Point. Yeah.
No, that doesn't mean that.
No, I thought you were going to tell me the last time they went 0-3, they made the playoffs.
I hope they win tonight.
Okay.
Win tonight on a Taylon Green Hail Mary at the end of the game. Going to Cedric Tillman. Oh, I'm sorry, he's not here.
Just want to remind you, if you missed a moment of the show, like that great one Jeff gave us, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. And they can also clean up the show. Integrated Restoration, that's our friends. You want to talk about the defense for a second here while we got a minute? We got 1 minute. What are you watching on defense for tonight? Because we really didn't get to it.
You have a minute to talk defense.
Yeah. Wouldn't it have been nice? Does anyone care that we didn't see Carson Schlesinger at all?
I'm a little
concerned.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned on not seeing Carson Schlesinger at any point. The depth all over the place, man. Somebody said that this team is built like a college football team, and the minute they said that, I became worried because they're right.
I'm
depth
curious.
On this is.
I'm curious as to who plays on the defensive line tonight, because I don't think we're going to see anybody. I don't mean this to sound as bad as it's going to sound. Anybody of major consequence. You know what I mean? But there might be some jobs up for grabs on that defensive line tonight. Julian Okwara was here last year on the practice squad. I think he's. Let's see, is he on the bubble? Who knows? I would doubt that Mike Hall Jr. would play any defensive end tonight, but you're going to have to play somebody.
Last question for you. Who gets introduced? This is a quick question. Who gets introduced for the Browns, offense or defense? Dan?
This matters?
Yes. It's a preseason game. This is kind of fun. This is actually kind of a fun game.
I would almost feel better if they would introduce season ticket holders with 25 years. I think that would be
have
better.
To pick a side, offense or defense. Who will they announce?
25-year season ticket holders. That's what they should do. If you've had season tickets for 25 years, you get announced before the third preseason
Will
game.
they announce the starting offense or defense first?
They should introduce all three punters.
Never happen.
And Andre Schmidt and Rex Sunahara.
All right, so my pick for last guy out, and I'm going to go offense, and I'm going to say introduce Luke Floria. That's what I'm going to say. Let him be the last guy out tonight. Why not? You're not playing the starters.
Are you sure?
Not the regular starters.
Are you sure your name wasn't Floria at some point in your life?
Who's the last guy out?
I think he gets $5 every time he says it.
I think he does too.
No, would it be Gabriel or Taylon Green? Taylon Green
Luke, we're pulling for you, though.
All right. Why are we smarter? We didn't have to do moment of the show because that great question was the moment of the show. Why Are You Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Matt, give me some Corrali time.
I'm smarter today because apparently the Browns announced special teams before the game. I remember way back in the day, it would be Phil Dawson and Josh Cribbs, and it was cool. It was just a little awkward just because they only introduced like 4 guys.
Maybe they'll do that tonight. That's not a bad call.
Man, preseason, baby. Let's roll.
That's why we have Corrali time.
Andy, I said that about 2 minutes ago.
I don't care.
Okay.
It sounded better coming from his mouth. Dan Medigan?
Good Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Dan's distracted completely.
Rex Sunahara!
All right, Andy, I'm smarter today because of our conversation breaking down the roster in the beginning of the show. And right when we were talking about wide receiver Cedric Tillman, news comes out that he gets released. Okay.
Good job, Jeff.
Glad we didn't talk about anybody else. Glad we didn't talk about Quinshon Judkins there.
Guys in the know. Do you want to be smarter today or no?
No, sorry. Long story. My headphones got taken over by my phone apparently somehow.
Oh. Been there.
No, I am smarter today because I think the best moment that we could have in this entire game would be the intro of Bob and Linda Walarski. 26 years, season tickets. Good job.
Let's give it up for section 509. And that's
what we deserve at this game.
And by the way, in some of the 500s, we may only have 11 people sitting up there tonight.
Carl Thompson bought 4 seats in 1999. Thank you, Carl.
Thanks, Jeff. I'll listen to you tonight at halftime and post.
Great, Andy. Thanks.
You going to return the favor or no?
Yeah, if the music's not good, I'll turn you on for the pregame show.
Oh, thanks.
I listen to the pregame show on my way in. No, I actually do every game.
No, don't pacify me.
All I got to hear is Siciliano and Tyvus.
Oh, that's true, too. Maybe one day we'll bring you on for Fact or Fiction.
That's all right. No.
That's all right. It'd be kind of fun. You won't get paid.
I'll pass.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. Afternoon Drive next.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
big a deal.
But are you high?
No, I just got home from work.
Vanessa walked into the kitchen, and I was just tapping my toe, eating salami by the slice, and the dog sitting at my feet, and we were just vibing, and Vanessa was like, "Are you high right now?" And I was like,
"What gave it away?
Which one of us?"
Yeah.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got you for the next 5 hours. Our asses are yours, Cleveland. It is a beautiful day in this fair city and region. We got Gardos with an off day, on to the Royals, and Browns, Patriots. Which one of you crazy, depraved bastards is actually coming downtown for this nonsense tonight? Whoever you are, wherever you are, I salute you. That's a deviant move, and I appreciate deviant moves. However, that open courtesy of Kayla Colejohn on the board. Yes. Hi, Kayla. Hi, good to see you. Been a minute since we saw you there. We got Jake Murray on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, follow all 5 hours of the show on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, on the free Odyssey app. We chapter that B as well. And, of course, terrestrial radio. That is still a thing for you youth out there. But make sure, if you are on YouTube, to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. As always, ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. That was a lot there, Kayla. That was a lot there, Kayla.
She didn't see that coming, did she?
Yeah, no, she didn't. She was not ready for the second Cornlito.
I read YouTube comments, though.
Yeah, look at that.
I know.
Now you know Cornlito then. Yeah, suck it, Cornlito.
A real ball knower in Kayla right there. And we got Big Weech, Jake Volnick on the 2020s today as we get you ready for Browns Patriots tonight, also known as the Dylan Gabriel game.
Well, when you put it like that, it doesn't get me enthused at all to watch the game.
Okay. Remix, also known as the Taylon Green game.
And Jeff Phelps goes wild.
Yeah. I mean, Jeff Phelps will always go wild. The worse the quarterback, the wilder Phelps gets.
Yeah. By the way, so coming in today, I know you've seen the signs over the city in the past couple of days, and a lot of them have been geared towards Deshaun Watson, right?
Yeah.
I finally, not only did I see the Deshaun Watson ones where they're calling him all sorts of names and saying, how could you do this? I did, in fact, come across the first sighting that I have. And I don't know if I haven't seen anyone online post any of these, but it's Jimmy Haslam and Dee Haslam in clown costume.
That feels personal.
People are making it known that they're really pissed about this. And what's funny to me is I've been here 10 years now, Nick. I've been here 10 years, and there's a lot of ups and downs that has happened. There's been a lot of downs that has happened. That is the first clown costume for Jimmy and Dee Haslam that I've seen all across the city. And so, like, I just think this is interesting. We are at a boiling point of sorts with Browns fans and their hatred of what's going on right now.
May I ask you, did you not post the picture of it on your social media?
I did not.
Because you did not want to get a conversation with Keith? Is this a company man move by you?
Well, you know I am a company man.
That is true.
Like, if I am anything, I am first and foremost a company man.
You are the future suit on this show, mostly because there's no chance in hell I will ever be a suit.
Between the two of us, which one would ever actually put on the suit and do it?
If somebody has to be pressed into service, they're going to look at me and go, not a chance in hell. Jonathan seems reasonable.
I actually like wearing suits, oddly enough.
Oh,
That's the slap in the face to this job that I give, is that I like wearing suits. I like dressing up just a little bit here and there every now and again, and no radio person ever does.
I'm pretty amazed that Keith and my relationship has not been phased by him slowly but surely becoming a suit over the last 6 to 7 years, 6, 7, and certainly now being the brand. I don't even know what the hell we call him anymore. Brand manager now.
Sure.
I definitely think that would be a left turn that your and my relationship would not come back from.
If I became a suit?
Because I think you'd be like a super suit.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Keith is like, I'm a suit, but I'm not a suit.
Well, he's like a suit that doesn't wear suits, though, and still kind of, keeps it cool and fresh.
You would be the suitiest suit to ever suit up, and I would have a real...
Oh, big time.
Yeah, I would. My goal, my mission would become to keep you civilized.
I'm talking about Zoom meetings to talk about when we're having the next Zoom meeting.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? That's the type of suit that I would be.
And
wasting everybody's time.
Not just the day.
Just wasting everybody's
but
time.
The time.
Is this lunch going to be on the card? Let's put this lunch on the card.
Yeah, and then you realize the card is
is literally one of the talents cards.
That's when I stopped becoming a suit. That's when that happens.
Hey, we got free ice cream. It is expired, but we as much as you guys want, and no off days if you get sick.
Hey, that's right.
All right. Now that being said,
work until you die.
We do have a preseason game number 3 tonight. Taylon Green versus Dylan Gabriel, and I am genuinely curious how many people are actually going to be downtown tonight. Because on one hand, it is being given the national treatment.
That's right.
Thursday
Night
TNF
football.
crew.
Yep, big deal.
But on the other hand, it is the least significant preseason game you can possibly have.
And so what's funny about it, too, is that the TNF crew is just going to talk about Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
And so they got to be pissed themselves that it's going to be Dylan Gabriel and Taylon Green that are out there and no starters on either side. There's a part of me that wonders if they just get angry when Monken and Vrabel put their heads together and decide nobody interesting is going to play in this game, and it's all going to be backups.
This is why, if you're the TNF crew, in the first quarter, you gotta run back an interview with Shedeur. Lost in all the Deshaun nonsense.
Like the one she did with the Didi on the sidelines last week?
That was one of the most unintentionally funniest interviews ever. I didn't know what in the hell Shedeur was talking about.
I loved it.
But I wanted more.
I wanted
more.
Well, but I also loved the amount of Browns fans that even though he was the quarterback for 7 games last year, were like, I'd never really heard Shedeur speak for 7 minutes straight.
Yeah. In fairness, I mean, Shedeur's always... You're always like, is he going to land the plane on this? Is he not? He was nowhere close to landing the plane on Saturday.
It was really funny.
He was on Shedeur Standard Time, and I was howling watching that, which is good because I needed some sort of entertainment after the way that game went.
And I was trying to justify it to my father-in-law because he was like, I didn't know that he takes as much time as he does before he speaks. And I'm like, I really think that is the years and years of him having every answer he's ever given scrutinized to the way that he does. I think when you see him take like the 3 seconds before he actually answers a DD, I think that's him processing everything that he can say and basically doing in real time, filtering out what's going to get me in the most trouble and what's not going to get me in the most trouble, and that's how we end up in that situation.
So with that, I think you do the Shedeur interview in the first quarter, and then you tease that Deshaun Watson will be interviewed in the third quarter, and the first thing you do if you're the TNF crew is. So how about that booing?
How about those booing? You like what happened with the booing?
And you just see, can you bait him into another meltdown?
We're not getting an interview from either one of them tonight, though. I would imagine.
Not a chance in
We're
hell.
not there.
But you might
happening.
get a Dylan Gabriel one,
no,
which I think is what America's clamoring for.
We'll have a sweet Jared Verse interview.
Yep.
That's going to happen. That'll be one of the guys that go down and interview.
You get a little Mike Vrabel, but all of a sudden, secret interviewer, it's Diana Rossini.
Well, now that'd be a
first
twist.
time they've seen each other since it all went to hell.
Yeah?
Yeah. We'll call it lost connections. No? Anybody? Anybody?
You think it actually would be the first time they've seen each other since?
Not a chance in hell.
Not a chance in hell. They've kept that thing going.
Well, you had to have goodbye.
We just don't know about it, but they've kept that thing going.
If that was a 5-year entanglement, there's no way there wasn't at least. I'm just gonna say
no closure on either end.
At least one callback.
Zero closure on either end. And also in the moment they're like, this would get us in real hot water.
Yeah. Oh, that adds a couple temperatures right there.
Some steam
couple temperatures.
To it.
What the hell is that? Couple degrees is what I meant to say. You tell the guy who just is not engaging in that. Hey, baby, let's add a couple temperatures around here.
Let's up a couple temperatures. We get this thing really going.
The way that you sounded talking about weed yesterday at the end of the show, I just sounded talking about sex.
It's funny, I was thinking about that on the ride home. I'm like, the only way I know how to describe weed outside of saying weed is just saying I'm not a holy roller. That's the only thing I got in my lexicon, and that's it.
And here's the thing.
No other mix-ups, no other way to describe it.
When I
don't
think
know what
of
I'm doing
holy
there.
rollers, I think of like pious religious people. I don't think of people who roll joints. I just don't.
I don't. That's how I've always referred to people that roll joints.
That's how
some holy rollers.
And no one's called you out on this. No one's corrected you. Like that's a different thing.
It's just how I came to know it to be.
Okay,
it's a cross Canadian ragweed song. They go into this whole thing about holy rollers and how to roll your joints properly. And all these boys from Oklahoma don't know what they're doing and rolling their joints. And so I got that phrase. It's the only phrase I ever know.
All right.
I don't know any real holy rollers or people that roll joints and real. I don't know. I don't broker in that world.
Yeah, yet. I would say.
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility. When I turn like 75 or 80 or so, maybe it'll help with some knee pain or something. Maybe I'll get really high all the time.
Hey,
I don't know.
How old are you?
I can't rule things out.
You're 36?
I'm 37.
All right, 37. Oh, your midlife crisis is coming up here, big boy. Get ready for it. stoned Peterlin, and there's just like a 2-year period where you're just walking around higher than hell, I'm ready for it.
Is that what people do in a midlife crisis? Just walk around like a zombie?
It's either that. I know you're not going to. You're not going to do the affair thing because you're a loyal husband.
Yeah, my older brother bought a Corvette. That was his midlife crisis.
You can't afford that. You work in radio.
I'm not doing that.
So the cheapest way to do any of this midlife crisis stuff is either a nervous breakdown, which could cost you your job, or you just roll a couple spliffs.
All right, well, if we get close to the nervous breakdown, just send some my way. Send some of that Willie Nelson juice my way, and we'll see what happens.
This stuff is strong enough these days, from what I've heard, that it could also send you to your nervous breakdown.
I legitimately believe the branding on weed and basically the people that were like, no, you're going to turn into a lazy human if you just smoke a lot. They got to me in high school.
Yeah.
I was really very concerned about like smoking weed and then just all of a sudden just becoming the laziest human on planet Earth. And I don't know that that's completely founded. I don't know that it's unfounded, but I don't know that it's completely founded.
So the dangers of gambling did not get to you.
No.
The dangers of boozing did not get to you.
Not in the slightest bit.
The dangers of chasing harlots didn't get to you.
Nope.
But the branding that worked was weed.
Yeah, basically they made it seem like if you become a pothead, you just have no chance in life.
And was it the "This Is Your Brain on Drugs" ads? Was that the one that got you?
No, that predates me. That's right around. And we're only like 4 years apart in age.
Yeah.
We're not that far apart, but that's one of those things that is right around when you were maybe becoming impressionable to it all, and not necessarily me. I don't know what it was.
You know what they slept on?
It's what it always was like you're just going to be a lazy human if you smoke weed. And I'm like, you know what? Okay, don't want to be that.
They really miscalculated how much I like scrambled eggs in that commercial.
Is that right?
Yeah,
I have three every
over
morning.
Easy or scrambled, we're fine. Either one of those is my brain. Yeah, that's the worst thing that can happen. Throw a little cheese on that bad boy.
So traumatic, though. Like, this is your brain on drugs.
Yeah.
Okay.
They should have done.
Settle it down.
Because again, the folks that predate me, the generation that predates me, knew that was hooey anyways. So, like, I was raised by a generation of people who were like, weed's not that bad. Just don't do all the other stuff, right?
Yeah.
So they should have been like, this is your brain on drugs, except weed. They should have done. They should have or some sort of splitting that apart.
They were doing some heavy pushing of what they thought the narratives were. Like, for instance, not that I was ever going to be a steroid guy, but all the road rage conversation really made me be like, oh, no, you're just going to, the moment you get on steroids, you're just going to turn into Ben Affleck in that video.
All right, so gambling.
Yeah, for some reason, gambling didn't get by me. I love gambling.
Harlots.
Always loved gambling.
None of that got you.
No.
But what got you was the weed. Now, you could have just done weed while on steroids, and I think it would have just kind of evened out.
Yeah, but in my life, I was like, what sounds more fun? Weed and steroids or gambling and booze? I chose gambling and booze. And you know what? To this day, I would still choose gambling and booze 11 times over 10 on that.
Until that midlife crisis. 216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys today. Probably not about weed. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. James Palmer, NFL insider for the Bleacher Report and NFL on Prime at 3 o'clock today. Christopher Price, Boston Globe, joining us at 4:20. We will talk a little bit of New England Patriots football, Mike Vrabel, and whatnot. But 216-474-0092, at Nick Wilson Says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We do want to ask you here, what are you looking for tonight from this preseason game number 3? Are you all on DG, Dillon Gabriel, the little fella, or literally his inverse, Taylon Green, who's about 7 feet tall and mighty athletic? And we do have to get into the correlation or causation of booing Deshaun Watson and the presence of Shedeur Sanders. Nonsense in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Cleveland fans.
rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
As the kids get back to school, get back to the football news you need. The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland Browns is 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. A lot of fun stuff to talk about around sports beyond just the Browns-Patriots preseason game number 3 tonight. Again, on Thursday Night Football. You're going to hear it right here on 92.3 The Fan. But something else that you might have heard on 92.3 The Fan earlier today was Mary Kay Cabot. And she joined the Morning Boys and talked about Deshaun Watson's relationship with Browns fans, and there's a swerve here that I wasn't expecting when I was listening in real time.
I do think that he did plenty of harm with that press conference, and that now he's got to do whatever he possibly can to try to change the narrative and flip the script. Not everybody hated him when he came out of the locker room in Baltimore in 2023, went 14 for 14, and beat the Ravens on the road. People didn't hate him then. And after the Bears game, I started to see people think, maybe he can go out there and get the job done. People want good football. And here's one other thing to remember. Dylan Gabriel got booed at the stadium last year because he wasn't Shedeur Sanders. So it's not just personal against Deshaun. It's very much a we love Shedeur phenomenon that's going on here, too. It would be the same thing for Dylan. If they start Dylan in the Carolina game, he's going to get booed. I mean, you guys know it. It's not just about the quarterback. It's about Shedeur as well.
All right, so this is where I have to respectfully disagree with Mary Kay Cabot and remind everyone that she is a Hall of Famer and she is a genuinely nice person, and I hope that she hears I'm disagreeing with the idea, but this is not about Mary Kay Cabot, it's about the idea, right? I don't believe that to be true in any way when it comes to Shedeur's impact on Deshaun's relationship with the fans. Deshaun's relationship with the fans was already cooked by the time Shedeur got here. And we can say it was when 3% of fans cheered Deshaun Watson's injury 2 seasons ago, and that's all he chose to hear from that moment, or when then the locker room came out and tried to admonish Browns fans, also not a great look. It can go all the way back to when he was acquired here after being accused of and sued for 20-plus allegations of sexual assault. But I assure everyone listening that while, yes, Shedeur has a rabid fan base, and yes, they are loud, and they attack you if you say anything that could be construed as negative about Shedeur Sanders. That doesn't have a whole hell of a lot, if anything, to do with Deshaun Watson's relationship, and trying to connect those two, I think, is wildly apologetic of Deshaun Watson, who deserves absolutely zero apologism after 5 years in Cleveland.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't see the connection there between Shedeur and Deshaun. Deshaun existed before Shedeur and sucked before Shedeur, and the two should be separate. And even the Dylan Gabriel point, Dylan didn't get booed because of Shedeur Sanders and people wanting to see Shedeur or anything like that. He got booed because he was awful with the Browns. Because he couldn't play. He got preferential treatment and then couldn't back it up. That's why Dylan Gabriel got booed. And the same goes with Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson got booed because it's the largest contract of guaranteed money in NFL history, while giving 3 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks, and didn't live up to it. Worst trade in NFL history is why you get booed, not because of people wanting a backup quarterback to play.
And listen, this is where I want to move the thought that Mary Kay had that I just happen to disagree off to the side here. And I want to just talk about what is, I think, a framing effort by different people in the media. And it's happening on all levels, and it's not like a widespread, it's just trying to have a different opinion on the Deshaun situation and trying to put it in any other context than what is appropriate. Deshaun has a role in the relationship and the deterioration of the relationship with Browns fans. He was a broken toy when he got here. All the things that we heard about who he was in Houston, we never really saw.
Right.
And I know his point will be, well, I really tried to do that this year. I think for a lot of people that was a little too late, right? A little too little, a little too late. So I get that we all want to try and look at this and go, well, really, who bears responsibility? It's the Cleveland Browns and it's Deshaun Watson. And some of that is their direct action. Some of it is this thing just went sideways. And you cannot help when the biggest trade in franchise history goes sideways and the organization continues to shove it in your face. That's the one part that I will say, yeah, I mean, Deshaun is getting blamed for the Browns a bit here. But again, Deshaun's the guy going along with the plan to try and get another opportunity to play in the NFL this year.
Well, and as he should, obviously. But then what comes with that, and this is going to infuriate me like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, if Deshaun's on a podcast and been like, I wonder if it would have worked out differently if Shedeur wasn't the backup quarterback. No, Deshaun, it was always going to fail. It's failed with you for the first 3 years of you being here. Obviously, you didn't play last year. It's going to fail for you this year, and that is whether Dylan Gabriel was the backup or Shedeur Sanders was the backup or Jesus Christ was the backup. It doesn't matter who the backup quarterback is. You were going to fail. You weren't going to work out.
It would be really tough if Jesus was the backup. That guy's Q score is through the roof.
Who would get more push to start, Jesus Christ or Shedeur Sanders? I don't know.
Right there. I'm still going to.
I don't know.
By the way,
might be neck and neck.
Should be noted.
Might be neck and neck.
JP is a Catholic, and he is being comical in this in case anyone takes what he just said seriously.
Wow. If you're taking what I say seriously off of that.
It is a real problem.
Come on.
Yeah, that's pox on you, I say.
You know, I'm a big J-Man supporter.
I just, and honestly, even the cliche, which as true as it is, this is a true axiom that people are saying. Deshaun just plays good football. People get on his side. It's as true as I think that is in a general sense. I think there has to be a specific amount of good football. I think there has to be a specific amount of goodwill brought back. When 2 weekends ago, in the Bills preseason game, what was the first one?
The Bears were the first one.
The Bears were the first one. When he was interviewed by Aditi in game, and he smiled, and he looked like he was sincerely relieved at what had taken place, that he had played at least acceptable football. I thought, man, that guy looked like he had a personality. I hadn't really seen too much of that version of Deshaun, even if it was a 3-minute interview with Aditi. And I remember thinking like, oh, hey, more of that. More of like a light Deshaun that doesn't look like he's carrying the weight of the world around, that doesn't look like a guy who would rather be anywhere, including the seventh circle of hell, than Cleveland or in front of a microphone. And then literally a week later, the guy takes a blowtorch to this town with what he said. So like,
right.
I just think he's created such a deficit that if previously it was 2 good games, 2-0, week 3, you're not going to hear as many boos. If that was true before his press conference, I don't know what the right amount of good football is for Deshaun to repair this relationship, because there's, hey, I haven't been myself here. I haven't played good football here. Hey, I've been this, I've been that. It's the worst trade in NFL history. All of that pales in comparison to Saturday. It just does. And so I don't know. I don't know what the right amount of games are good football players.
It doesn't pale in comparison. The first 3 years were really, really lousy. And that's kind of one of the cases I've been making over the past couple of weeks. I was yelling at people the idea that how are you just all willing to let the first 3 years and now really 4 years just kind of wipe away and give them such a clean slate? And it did feel like fans were at least approaching that idea until Saturday happened. So maybe that's where your argument comes into play. I don't look at this as Shedeur being the kerosene that gets thrown in the fire.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. Like, I understand Shedeur fans are a bear. They are. Again, like I have been accused of being a Shedeur stan on this station simply because I looked at Deshaun Watson and said absolutely not. Right.
But people get that confused sometimes. I tell you how many times I have just as much animosity towards Deshaun Watson starting as I do towards wanting to see Shedeur Sanders start.
But even then,
more.
But even then, like, we'd talk about it, and I would have a particular phrase that I would use with Shedeur, and I would get hate on social media. I do think we've reached a point here where some of the discourse on Shedeur, it does feel personal from some of the media, and it has nothing to do with, I don't want to say nothing. it doesn't have as much to do with Shedeur as it does his fans. And obviously this last week has been a critical mass because of some of the things that happened. I'm not going to mention the guy's name. What he did was classless and trashy, and he showcased himself. And I think that is a bad look on Shedeur, just quite frankly.
100% is, yeah.
But I do think we've gotten to a point where, for whatever reason, I think there's a lot of bending over backwards to try and turn this into a Shedeur problem, whether it's Deshaun or to reframe him as just a fifth-round pick, as if we haven't seen him on the field. And I think there's a lot of hooey and a lot of people flexing on this in a way that I don't think is actually accurate to what the situation is.
I think people that are trying to make the claim that I told you in the beginning part of the show, the Jimmy and D. Haslam clown poster that I saw walking to work today, or even the Deshaun Watson posters that have now been up for a couple days that exist around downtown Cleveland right now, if you come on down, people acting like those wouldn't exist if we had a different backup quarterback is the part that's driving me insane.
Mm-hmm.
Those would exist. You could put anybody you want to name that's a backup quarterback in the NFL instead of Shedeur Sanders. If Saturday goes down the way Saturday goes down, Deshaun Watson and the hatred by this fan base and the animosity that is filled with this fan base would still 100% exist. And so that's where I think Shedeur is just an easy scapegoat for a lot of people on this. I just don't think it's the real reason why.
216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says, how much of the booing of Deshaun has to do with Shedeur Sanders? Kevin on Twitter saying, you guys are obsessed with Shedeur, the top apologists in Cleveland. We are top men. Let it be known.
Well, we put our top men on it.
He's a fifth rounder, played like a fifth rounder, is getting treated like a fifth rounder. Gabriel absolutely got booed because of Shedeur, period. No, he didn't. No. He got booed when the Browns overdrafted a micro machine as a quarterback in the late third round and then told everyone, we think he's a backup, as if that made sense. He got booed because he was the preferred son of Kevin Stefanski and the organization and then looked like absolute garbage in practice, and then they forced him into the starting lineup 5 weeks in, and the guy wouldn't throw beyond the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he got booed because he wasn't good at football. Like, that's not on Shedeur Sanders. That's on Dylan Gabriel. There's no other way to look at it.
Listen, I do think the Shedeur conversation, the Shedeur narratives, I think it's way more complicated than anyone really wants to dissect on any given day. We can all agree on that because the fan base does add something there. But there's a group of people who never liked the kid, and whether that was for his cronies or because of his dad or whatever, who have turned him into the antichrist of the Cleveland Browns. And I think you should look a little farther up the depth chart if we want to start throwing those terms around.
I guess the good thing about this is that it doesn't appear that Deshaun and Shedeur at least look at this the way that maybe some people are. Like Deshaun and many bad things that he's said over the previous couple weeks, at least he doesn't go to the press conferences and put the blame at Shedeur's feet. And same thing with Shedeur. Shedeur's never once blamed Deshaun. I think that's at least refreshing. They at least seem like they get along. They at least seem like they're not letting it bother them. Because I think each know that independent of the other is why all of this is happening. It's not because of the other.
216-474-0092. Want to hear from you on this. How much of the booing of Deshaun has to do with Shedeur Sanders? And Roger Goodell is on the case. That leads off Quick Hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind, weeknights at 11.
James Palmer, NFL reporter for the Bleacher Report and NFL on Prime. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll talk preseason game number 3 for your Cleveland Browns and the New England Patriots. Something was jarred loose in that previous segment that I do want to get to coming up in the 3 o'clock hour as well. The trajectory for Shedeur Sanders, as our guy Kevin on Twitter was saying that he is just a 5th rounder, played like a 5th rounder and whatnot. But before we get there, we must first go. Here's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, body cam footage of 49ers owner Jed York being arrested for soliciting a prostitute in East Palestine is out, while reports say Commissioner Roger Goodell is looking into whether a punishment is necessary. Here's a brief taste of the body cam footage.
What are you doing here?
Just driving.
You meeting anybody?
No.
Don't move around. Hold on 1 second. You got anything on you I should know about?
No.
All right, spread your feet again. Is this a rental car?
Yeah.
What are you doing in town? You from here?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I live in Georgia.
Okay. You're just driving around in East Palestine?
Yeah.
Okay. He's a real estate guy. He's got all the money. It's crazy the people that do this. Like that, they could do whatever they want. Like they could do other things. They could go other ways, but it's wild.
I do appreciate a police officer turning into a talk show host.
He's just shocked by it all.
Yeah.
He's as shocked as the internet was. The police officer in real time is that shocked too.
Which of all the police officers I've ever known, they're never shocked at anything,
But
like,
Daryl
because
Ryder.
they just see everything.
Daryl Ryder
They
of
are.
jobs,
They're like,
yeah.
I'm not surprised. All right, what's the appropriate punishment for Jed York?
I mean, you mean by the commissioner? I don't think the commissioner is going to do anything about it. How do you punish a commissioner outside of doing some substantial fine is the question I would ask you. You're not going to tell him, like, don't sit in the suites for a couple home games. That's not going to really be the punishment.
I think the amount of this happened at the worst time in terms of the NFL machine burying the lead on it. Never happened because there's no NFL news right now of substance. I think he's kind of gotten the embarrassment. Like, he had to serve 2 days in jail. And I like, there is an element of like, this is going, anytime somebody talks about Jed York, this will be.
Yeah, he's the joke of the league.
The thing.
Yeah.
I do think it's interesting that people put together that he's now living in Boardman and that he's not really in that building all the time. And people are suggesting that could mean a sale for the 49ers.
Yeah, they said he spends more time in Ohio than he does in California at this point.
I think that should probably stop, by the way, just for the sake of no more prostitutes there, Jed. Got a finger wag.
Oh, maybe his reason for staying in Ohio is now all of a sudden gone.
True.
You know,
that's true.
No wonder why Youngstown was so great for him.
He just loved East Palestine toots.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what the NFL can do. The only thing that's been kind of embarrassing out of this whole development of it all is how the NFL themselves has tried to tamp it down and try to make it seem as if it hasn't existed or didn't really happen. And that's just the NFL protecting the NFL. But I really don't know that you can do much punishment attached to this.
It is a rough go for 49ers beat reporters who sat on the Kyle Shanahan news for about 12 days.
That's what I yelled about a week ago.
Now
this happened.
Not a great look.
No, awful. Omaha! All right, let's go to Big Ben on his football and podcast.
It's like football, but if it was said by a Yinzer.
Exactly. So you got to think to yourself, like, what would Pat McAfee say? So anyway, Big Ben chimed in on Deshaun Watson. Here we go.
I think he'd say, click, clack, reload.
Shedeur went down the field like 6 for 6 touchdown right away, and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, we're starting the other guy still.
I didn't think I'd ever see.
They don't know what they're doing.
I never thought I'd see the Cleveland fan base hate a quarterback more than you. But they figured out a way, brother.
Hey.
Yeah. So
they got tight ends going back to college. Yeah. It's unbelievable. That's some of the dumbest thing I've ever heard too, by the way.
This is an SNL sketch.
It's like their playoff hopes. It's ended early before it even started.
Tough.
You're trying to bait me, aren't you?
Tough.
Yeah.
We're the butt of Big Ben's jokes.
Yeah. That's all right. That's all right. That guy was accused of ungodly things.
Well, that's kind of the funniest part about all this. But he did stick to football for the most part in that. He did stick to football. He got his jabs in there.
That's why I must go lower.
You know? Yeah. When they go low, you go lower.
When they go medium, when they go low, I tunnel under the ground to pop up and pop out.
Was this a good enough roast by Big Ben, or should he have gone harder?
Not really. And the funny thing is, I've seen a lot of former quarterbacks be like, yeah, Shedeur looked really good in that preseason game number 2. I don't know what we're doing here.
Well, meanwhile, but Albert's people suggested that everyone with the Bills thought that Deshaun Watson somehow looked better in that game.
I want to see the straw poll on that one. I want to see how many people he actually canvassed.
Or was the guy that he canvassed just drunk? I'm not sure. Was he of sound mind? I don't know.
It was just Todd Monken in a Bills hat.
It was odd. It was odd when he said it. It was like, yeah, I talked to people with the Bears and the Bills, and then the Bills decided when they watched that game, what they saw was a better quarterback in Deshaun Watson. Okay, all right. You maybe need to watch the game again.
All right, the Reds had placed Eugenio Suarez and TJ Friedl on waivers today. Both actually cleared waivers, which means they remain with the Reds. But any team that would have claimed them would owe Suarez $3 million and Friedl $750K for the rest of the season. What was your interest in either guy for the Guardians?
I like Suarez. I feel like we talked a decent amount about him at the trade deadline. There's a lot of weird things happening around Cincinnati and with the Reds in particular. Ever since the Hunter Green injury, it just kind of feels like they've just been on a downward trajectory themselves and haven't been able to put it all together. I'm waiting. Is this the year they fire Francona?
Yeah, I think it might happen. And I don't know there's anything... I don't think it's anything Tito's doing. I just think I think that's become a really bad situation real quick through no fault of Tito's own.
Reds fans really dislike him for a lot of the reasons that even when Guardians fans loved him, you'd still nitpick on. But the team's not good enough for Tito to be facing all the blame on this. But the blame is going towards his direction. They love that front office in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And the front office, it's spending more than typical and past Cincinnati teams are. So they don't want to blame anyone with the ownership or really anyone with the front office. And Tito has just kind of become the fall guy here.
So I would rather watch Friedl as your platoon center fielder than Petey Halpin, but I don't think the Guardians would agree. And I know they'd never spend $3 million, but Suarez as your DH would be very interesting to me.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen, but definitely it is the type of thing. It's weird setup. The whole thing is a weird setup.
We talked about Velasquez yesterday.
Yeah.
I would have rather them taken a flyer on either one of those guys. And again, I know they wouldn't because it's about $4 million combined, but I rather would have them make that play than call up Velasquez.
All righty then. Omaha! All right, Shannon Sharp it was on his podcast, and he spoke about his feelings towards the NFL getting rid of the Pro Bowl.
We tried it like this, and y'all still wouldn't play. Adam Silver said, you're headed for a situation where there ain't going to be no all-star game. And do you want to be the one? And you guys, NFL got players that's responsible for this, that played the last decade, you ought to be embarrassed. Because something that was been going on before your parents were born, y'all ruined it. You ended it. Damn. Y'all did. Y'all did that. So be proud of yourself, because that's what you done.
I just love how angry he is over this all.
Didn't he also say Adam Silver instead of Roger Goodell? I'm pretty sure he said Adam Silver there. And I don't know if he was just cross-comparison.
Can we run it back? Can we play this one again? I didn't catch that. If that happened, I didn't catch that.
We tried it like this, and y'all still wouldn't play. Adam Silver said, you're headed for a situation where there ain't going to be no all-star game.
You heard that, right?
You want to be the one.
I think he's just referencing the NBA.
NFL got players.
All right.
I think he's just referencing the NBA. And I think his point is the idea that the NBA, Adam Silver had to tell you guys, hey, play harder or this thing's going away. Do something different or this thing's going away. And the NBA made a lot of changes, as we saw. And I think maybe he's almost commending the NBA for getting ahead of that and then getting the players on board. Now, all the players didn't get on board in the NBA, but enough did. Wemby played that NBA All-Star game as if that was Game 7 of the... If he'd played Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals the way he played that NBA All-Star game, he might have had a different outcome in many ways.
I don't think players killed the Pro Bowl. Nor do I think... NBA players is a little different because there's a greater conversation about rest and load management and all that stuff. No, I think it's every NFL game is on television. There's 75 nationally televised games anymore. The lack of selectivity in terms of how much you're putting out there on a national level, I think, killed the Pro Bowl.
How did that one become a joke in the way that other Pro Bowls have not become the same joke? Now, baseball only knows one speed.
Mm-hmm.
You really can't. I mean, yes, there's ways you can dog it once you actually hit the ball. You can do an Andrew Jones and just kind of skip to first base if you want and have Bobby Cox bench him on the spot. Like, you can do those type of things. But for the most part, baseball knows one speed. NBA,
I still don't think they got. I still think it's dog butt.
I think a lot of people think it's dog butt.
Yeah.
I don't think they think that they fixed it. They give a new format to it, and younger players do seem like they care about it, and they try really hard. European players also care about the NBA All-Star Game in a way that just American-born players don't. But I don't know what the NFL could have done. But the NFL, everyone understood football can be played at a glacier-esque safe pace if it wants to be, and players did that.
Well, but again, it's that versus 100 games in the month of January. I'm the slight hyperbole there, but like that doesn't compare to playoff football. And honestly, it doesn't compare to, you got Thursday night football. In December, it's Saturday and Sunday football. And like, there's so much football on that it wasn't special.
You were at the point of football fatigue at that point? Is that what you're saying?
For a game where it's an exhibition where nothing's on the line? Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not against it. I'm just trying to figure out if it's not a great case for the let's expand the regular season argument. But
no, because those games actually count towards something. Regular season games won't ever be meaningless the way people suggest, but the Pro Bowl game was meaningless 25 years ago. Players were still playing hard. Once players caught on to the idea that it was meaningless and that you just basically show up and you're going to get your money, I think they realized, hey, why are we going to risk injury on this? That was just logical.
Yeah,
but again, I don't think it's the players. I think it's the overexposure of regular season and special games.
I think the argument he's making is once players became aware of the idea of no one's going to try hard because nobody wants to get injured, the games then went down the toilet. I think the argument he's making is Shannon Sharp's era didn't do that. They continued to play hard. And I would just tell him you're barking up the wrong tree.
James Palmer, NFL insider for the Bleacher Report. Actually, no, I think we still have time here. Oh, you didn't hit the sounder, Kayla. Oh.
Omaha?
All right, who's ready to visit the Fart Corner? Candy Sidney Browning is a second-grade teacher in Atlanta who created the Fart Corner.
Her name's Candy?
It is. Already judging it, which I'll allow her to explain.
That's a ridiculous first name.
From her TikTok post.
Y'all have been asking me about the gas station in my classroom, so I'll be down here teaching them, and they'll be sitting on the rug. Now, if they have to relieve themselves, they will just simply get up off of the rug, and they will walk back to that corner right there where you see that little yellow sign. And I'm going to show you what that looks like. So they get up off the rug, walk over here, and they come right here to the Gusty Winds area. And of course, we have everything they need over here. They have sprays. Do I require them to spray? I don't. I just put it there in case they just want to go ahead and use it.
So some are claiming this normalizes body functions at a young age, while critics
it highlights it.
Say this causes embarrassment for potential farters. Where does Jonathan Peterlin stand on the gas station, a.k.a. the Fart Corner?
I actually thought she was building like a literal gas station in the corner with like Doritos, and you could buy candies and all sorts of different things.
Is that the price of maybe dropping a toot?
I don't love this because kids think it's funny at that age to fart.
Mm-hmm.
And so adults think it's funny to fart too. Like the actual fart noises.
Right here, buddy.
Imagine trying to teach a kid and then they get up in the corner and then they go and just really rip one. Every kid is going to laugh.
I feel like
every time anyone goes to the corner, you're just going to have the expected, like, how big of a noise is that going to be?
I feel like if that was a problem, the Fart Corner wouldn't have maintained.
I don't know how it
seems like the Fart Corner has maintained.
She has not solved anything.
She civilized farting in America.
She
Do
has
you
not
understand?
solved anything. I don't even know how this became a news story, if we're being honest about it, but she has not. I know how it gained it once it got going, but I don't know how it became one to be.
Picked up steam, as it were?
Like, is Candy calling the local TV station like, hey, guys, I got it.
No, she put a TikTok out
Fart
there.
Corner. Oh, it's a TikTok,
and a lot of adults win.
Yeah,
this is genius.
It's not genius.
I just think you need to see the numbers on it.
Not genius.
I think if you saw the amount of disruption she's claiming has dropped because of the fart corner, I think you would be an adopter.
How much disruption is happening in general in classes?
In a second grade class?
With farts? Yeah, you fart, people laugh, you're on to the next thing. This is a whole production now. People get up, they go and they go to a corner, as if that's not a distraction.
I want every second grade teacher who's probably still in school right now to call in about the fart corner, because I think they would school you.
How? There's nothing more distracting than somebody getting up out of their chair to go to a corner to fart that could possibly exist in this conversation. If you're at your desk and you're at your table and you happen to pass gas, people laugh about it. It is what it is. But you're on to the next thing.
There's nothing more. I mean, your takes on marijuana in and of themselves.
I don't know how you don't see this.
Your takes on the fart corner, I think, have really exposed your limitations as a human being.
Limitations?
Yeah, limitations.
How? Explain
it's
to
a very
me how
small-minded approach you're taking on the fart corner.
No. When there's dumb ideas, I slap them down. That's my entry point into this.
You're not a second-grade teacher. How do you know the fart corner is a dumb idea?
Because I exist as a human, okay? You don't have to be a second-grade teacher to realize how dumb of an idea this is.
You're too mature. You're too much of a suit to get the concept, the beauty
Explain to me how you save
of the
time
fart corner.
Standing up, everyone watches this kid stand up, and then everyone's waiting to see. Is this a large? Is this a loud fart?
It's not to save time. It's to move the smell.
Yeah.
That's all
the smell and the distraction. The distraction goes over the corner.
Nick's making a case for a distraction. He's not making a case for a smell.
No, Candy made the case. All right?
Nick's whole basis is on a distraction element here, not necessarily a smell element.
By the way.
So
Candy's got a problem with smell. That's why this whole thing is happening.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Kayla's killing the argument.
In my world, we don't put people in corners, okay? We don't send
sure about
people.
that?
Yeah, we don't send people
North
to
Solon
corners.
doesn't have any corners.
We don't send people
Round
to corners.
Classrooms only.
We don't do that.
216-474-0092.
About the smell, get an air freshener, Candy.
She has a bunch of them in the gusty wind section of the classroom.
They'll spray at like 5-minute increments. You'll never smell a thing.
James Palmer, NFL insider for the Bleacher Report. We'll see if he thinks the fart corner is a brilliant idea. We'll also get into preseason game number 3 and Deshaun, that whole deal, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code BEST, B-E-S-T, at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Triumph the Rock and Roll Machine Reloaded Tour November 25th at Rocket Arena. Tickets on sale at rocketarena.com. It's all brought to you by Live Nation and Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on The Fan. We do have Christopher Price of the Boston Globe coming up at 4:20 ahead of preseason game numero tres here in Cleveland. Over under 50% of the stadium full tonight, because I'm a stadium half full kind of guy.
Hey, are you asking me if it's going to be over?
Yeah.
No chance.
I think it'll be just over 50%. I think we're talking like 55%.
Is that right?
Yeah, we're talking like an election from like 30 years ago, presidential.
Like people actually in their seats or paid attendance?
That's a good one. Paid? No, I'm going to say in their seats.
I've seen too many people being like, I got a pair of tickets if anyone wants to go.
I've seen a lot of that.
For me to think that it's going to be over 50%.
But a very important game you're going to want to listen to on 92 through the Fan later tonight. That being said, we get the Browns quarterback competition has closed. The future of the Browns quarterback spot, whether you think they're going to be any good, and to talk about all those many things, we head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on NFL Insider for the Bleacher Report and NFL on Prime. Thursday Night Football, you know what we're talking about here. James Palmer joining us now. James, welcome to the show.
Appreciate you guys having me again. You know what I was thinking about when you were going over real quick of those no-shows, who's going to be in their seats. I always am curious, covering more probably preseason games that I'd like to in my career. It isn't oftentimes that every stadium gives the no-shows. So I'm kind of curious if that does pop up on the Jumbotron, because that's kind of up in the air stadium by stadium in the preseason.
Because you've covered so many preseason games in your career, as you've alluded to, what makes a good preseason game?
I would say it's really the word that's tied to training camp, hope, honestly. And I think you can find it in like who, Cleveland's going to have playing, out there quarterback in the second half, like fun, entertainment. He's tied to that as well. I mean, are there some camp stories that have kind of taken things over and you get a chance to see somebody that, maybe has a chance to make a roster? I'm not talking about the quarterback position specifically, but, somebody out there that has a chance to make a roster and you're seeing somebody that you've heard about all in camp and there's a chance they're going to play in a preseason game. It's, the hope aspect of maybe what a future prospect can be, to me, oftentimes is the best part outside of can we have every guy just leave the playing field healthy? That's probably number one with preseason games.
Maybe let's take tonight aside because I don't want you to do like 3 minutes on Taylor Green, although we like him. But where in general with this team do you see the hope from?
Yeah, from the Browns especially. I mean, it's a young core. I mean, it really is. And I'll get to kind of a comparison to another organization, but in all honesty, it's a young core that now it really looks like you've had 2 consecutive drafts where you're able to go out there and find a group that first on rookie contracts, because dead money might be an issue in some instances, and you have an ability to go and groom that group together. And I think who you acquired in the Myles Garrett trade, to me, is kind of in Jared Verse, a Pied Piper in that, a leader that you hear on the field. And you didn't just give away, the best defensive player in football. You go and get a piece and an up-and-coming player in his own right that has a chance to be a part of this and wants to be a part of this and wants to lead this group. So to me, it's like, okay, how does the quarterback play? Now, right, obviously that's tied to a lot of teams in this league. I think it's almost like, where does the quarterback, what type of situation, if he's picked in 2027, does he fall into in Cleveland and with the Jets in New York? I think the Jets have a really good group of skill guys and decent guys on offensive line, and there's a chance that some guys, honestly, in this draft class, if that's the way these organizations go and pick the right guy, I think Cleveland's one of those spots you're walking into a pretty good situation.
James, Todd Monken said when he named Deshaun Watson the starting quarterback that he doesn't anticipate this being a week-to-week thing, right? I look at it from what I've seen with Deshaun Watson in camp, which is not great, And I look at what he said on Saturday, taking a flamethrower to this fan base, and I think, I know Todd Monken has to say what he has to say. I look at this as a 2-week audition because I just don't know if he looks awful that you can put him out there on the field in week 3. What's like the minimum games that Deshaun could start to start the season that would surprise you if he doesn't meet like a certain criteria?
Yeah, I would say just to the phone calls I've made and the people I've talked to, I would say around the league outside of the Browns building, I'll make sure that's clear, is everybody's looking at the first 2 road games. And if things don't go well there, when they come home week 3, that it could be Shedeur Sanders. And I think you're right. Todd Monken did say all the right things. I think there's a caveat to kind of what he said, which is, I don't want you guys asking me about the quarterback position each and every week, right? This isn't a week-to-week thing. We're not going to have a press conference filled with, are you thinking about switching to Shedeur every single week? With him saying that, I think that's part of him trying to avoid that aspect of the weekly, confines of how an NFL season works. But it doesn't mean that he wouldn't make a switch 2 weeks in. At least that is the vibe around the league. And I think you're right. I think Deshaun has to play well in those 2. I think there's a reason why Deshaun was picked as a starter. I don't think it's singular. I think there's several. I think Todd made the decision, to my understanding, solely based off of football and who gives him the best chance to win. And there is a lot that goes into his offense, and there's a lot that's on the quarterback's shoulders. And a guy that has played it, he hasn't done it in a Browns uniform, but has played it at a high level and operated at the line of scrimmage in the manner in which Todd needs it to be done. On the road, that's important to start off with. But I think we all know he needs to play better, certainly. And I all know that Shedeur Sanders has played better. He's a better player than he was a year ago. Like, I've heard that repeatedly from people in the building, where he has made this much closer. He has grown as a player. So, I mean, when have the Browns gotten through a season with one quarterback anyway? So I think we will see Shedeur Sanders at some point. The buzz around the league is if Deshaun doesn't play well in those first 2, it could be as early as the 3rd week.
How do you explain the drop-off from Deshaun?
I mean, it's fascinating, honestly. I mean, I was there. I did his first interview with him when he was drafted, and arrived in Houston when I was with NFL Network, and I was the first person he spoke to, and he gave that city so much hope, and there was so much discussion about what he had done, people just gravitating towards him in the locker room and the way that he kind of galvanized that entire building. And he did that. And I've been told he's very liked inside the Browns locker room. But at the same time, I think it's a combination of a variety of things. I think playing the quarterback position obviously is so tied to confidence and how you go about it. And things obviously off the field have changed in terms of his perception and probably his confidence is, I don't want to speak for him, but, with everything that's gone on, I think that's changing things. And then, I was talking to one of his former coaches from Houston the other day who was just like, you have to remember the injuries are massive injuries. I mean, multiple ACLs, multiple Achilles, the shoulder on his throwing shoulder. He's just like, when I coach him, he just doesn't move the way he moved when I coached him. And, and there's some similarities in the systems. There are. The mobility is going to be somewhat there still. It's not what it was, but the electrifying play that we used to see from some of the people that have coached him that I've spoken with have just said it's just physically not there to the level it used to be. And that was kind of his, Herculean aspect of how he played and making something out of nothing oftentimes and the wizardry of it. But I think there's still decent football there, and it's just how much can he get all of that back with the time he's missed, and that's really the biggest aspect of it is time.
We got James Palmer on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. So in having this conversation about Deshaun, something we've debated in kind of previous seasons is whether there will be another NFL opportunity on the other side of this with Deshaun, but it was always under the idea that he had played his last game in Cleveland. So if he goes out there, gets a 2-game audition, it just doesn't work. Do you think that next offseason there will be a team willing to give him a chance to come in and at least be a part of a quarterback room?
It's a great question. I mean, I would have to be how bad does it look? Does he get an opportunity? I would think he does. And it's for these couple reasons. One, we've seen guys taken at the top of the draft get multiple opportunities, right? And we've seen them get multiple tryouts, and we've seen it go bad even for a stop or two, and then maybe we've seen them figure it out. Because of those instances, I think that does give him the opportunity to get another shot. He was the 10th overall pick. He was picked at the top of the draft. I mean, that last year in Houston, the stats, even though they didn't win any games, I went back and looked at them the other day, are incredible, in all honesty, in terms of completion percentage and the number of yards he threw for. And so there's still that. So I do think somebody gives them a chance. The other part that I want to add on to it is it's always easier being the next team. Let's be honest. It's easier being the following team than being the ones that have to do it first oftentimes with some of the things that are tied to Deshaun. So I know the league thinks that way. Doesn't mean there'll be no backlash, no nothing from fans that have their opinion and then they can't be pushed off of that no matter what the discussion point is. It is a little bit easier when you're next. And so I would think that there's only 32 of them on the planet. And then let's be honest, guys, I think everybody in Cleveland knows this. I don't think there's 32 people on the planet that do it at a high level. So I think every team will always continue to look, and I wouldn't be surprised if they at least got a look or two for sure.
James, you're connected. That's your deal around the NFL. When you talk to people outside of the Browns, because you said the Browns already really they kind of rave about Shedeur and some of the growth he's had in a year. What are the people on other teams? What do they say about Shedeur Sanders at this point?
Yeah, they've seen the similar side of it. Now, let's remember, like they're not in the meeting room. These other teams and other evaluators are not, they don't know exactly what goes on at the line of scrimmage. They don't know exactly what calls and checks he's fully making. But, obviously there's discussions between players and coaches in these other buildings, and they know he throws a good ball. They know he was a developmental prospect. They know that there's something there. Like there is an it factor to Shedeur that is discussed other places, right? There is an allure to him just because of how he's wired and how he goes about his business that is intriguing. It's certainly there. I would say, though, that, yes, most of the conversations are, I want to keep an eye on Shedeur as this continues. I want to see how he develops because there are things that, everybody's watching each other's tape right now as we're getting down to these cuts where they go, that's a really good ball. Like that does exist about Shedeur. And I would also add this, that if you remember during the draft, and obviously all of you guys do, that everybody thought it was going to be this circus that was going to follow, Shedeur to Cleveland, and that it was going to be something that may not be attainable at this level. I do think the rest of the NFL has noticed that has not happened. And I think that's important to mention that is not what's gone on in Cleveland with Shedeur Sanders, when some people really even probably exaggerated those thoughts and facts and thought they were facts around draft time. I think the league has noticed that hasn't happened.
James, I had this thought when we were talking about this earlier in the show, and I've yet to give what I think is going to be my answer. But if let's say in 2027 the Browns are drafting a quarterback with a top 5 pick and Shedeur Sanders isn't here, what do you think is the career arc of Shedeur after the season?
What would be the reason Shedeur wouldn't be on the roster in 27?
I think there's a narrative, agree or disagree, that if he cannot grab the job, they wouldn't want a big personality backing up the new quarterback next year.
Yes, I can see that thinking. I mean, I don't know if that's exactly Todd's thinking, and I don't know if, obviously he's only had him for a little while, and if he thinks he's learning his system fast enough, would he like to keep him around? But I get it, too. Like, there is definitely that role of, there's a certain reason why a lot of these guys get the backup jobs, right? Like, there's a reason why about how they go about their business. So I do see that. I think he obviously, again, from the second part of what I said, has changed the thought process for some teams. I mean, there were some teams that were just like really that I spoke put off by their interaction with him during the draft process and put off with, how those meetings went or that sit down went, and they came away with a certain perception. I'm not sure if those opinions and that perception is the same in those buildings as it was then. What oftentimes when these guys have another opportunity, obviously you go back to all your draft work, you go back to everything you had, and it can help you and it can hurt you in any given building. But at the same time, I think they've witnessed enough maybe growth from Shedeur. There was enough buzz after that process about how he kind of almost admitted he didn't go about that process in maybe the best way to help himself. And so I do think there's enough curiosity for a guy that does have the makeup, does have the lineage, does have traits that say he can play NFL quarterback. I think he would be brought in again. And honestly, I'll throw in the way he's handled this situation and the way he's handled losing this job. All of that's evaluated by other teams, and I think that's in his favor as well.
All right, I'm gonna try something here, James, because I think you're hip.
Oh boy.
All right, I think you're. I think you could be the bridge between JP and I.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
There's an Atlanta teacher. She teaches a second grade class in Atlanta who has created a fart corner. And it is a corner for students to discreetly get up in the middle of a lesson plan, walk all the way across the room, and if they got a toot, they can go ahead and toot, spray a little spray, and then come back. And the idea is to minimize the distraction of bodily functions while in the classroom. My partner thinks this is an asinine idea. I think clearly,
James,
clearly it's gone viral, so it's got to be successful.
If you're trying to minimize the distraction, what's more distracting than somebody getting up and then going to the corner and then doing that and as loud as they possibly can and then sitting right back down and a constant stream of kids?
Why are you editorializing it?
Because he needs to know the facts.
I don't know. Those are your opinions. That's not facts.
He needs to know what's happening here.
James, now that you've been clearly swayed by the jury, where does James Palmer stand in the fart corner?
Okay. I'm going to say something I've never told publicly. Okay?
Okay.
Just to set it up there. You're speaking to someone who has had an incident in 7th grade. You are speaking to someone that is dealing with a lot of PTSD due to me in the middle of a 7th grade spelling bee, and I'm the one spelling. And I'm crunching as tight as I can to make sure this thing does not come out. And I'm up there, and all eyes are on me, and I'm not going to lie, because of this, and because of me trying to hold it in, a very high-pitch happened mid-spelling bee. Now, that puts me on the side of, I understand kids, being one of them, going out there, trying to hold it in to make sure they don't embarrass themselves. Man, wouldn't it just be just outstanding to just not have that stress and go to the corner and just take care of business because, man, my heart wouldn't be racing the way it was during that spelling bee. It would have been
less distracting to stop spelling and go into the corner and then fart and then go back up on the stage and then try to spell the word.
Don't let him browbeat you, James.
It would have given me a little more time. I'm a terrible speller. Yeah. That might have worked.
That would be like a performance-enhancing corner as well, just being like, I have to go to the corner.
I go to the corner.
Then you got to force one out situation.
No.
Gotta work
We
this
time
out.
you in the corner now. You don't get enough time over there. Yeah.
I maintain, James, normalizing the fart process is just not. It's not something you can do for second graders.
I think he sounds like an old man.
You can't normalize it. There's no way.
It's normalized in my family, and half of them live in Atlanta, so I got to make a couple of phone calls after this, and they are probably very excited about what's transpiring down there.
Man of the people, James Palmer on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, giving us the skinny, the down low on the Browns, and, of course, accepting the fart corner as brilliance. James, we appreciate you, buddy.
Oh, appreciate you guys, too. Enjoy tonight, huh? Enjoy tonight.
Well,
it's going to happen.
We'll enjoy,
yeah,
we'll enjoy you.
Yeah. I look forward to watching you tonight. How about that?
Oh, wow. Thank you. I won't be on tonight. I'll say that because it's just kind of our preseason. We're not doing a whole bunch of stuff, but I will see all of you week 2. Hopefully everybody's watching week 2.
Then I won't enjoy you tonight.
Well, I'll see you on with Steve Smith.
I'll imagine that you are on tonight, even though you're not. We appreciate you,
could make this show better right now? I got it. James Palmer.
Yep.
Well, listen, I'll tell you guys right now, I will be attending a different preseason game tomorrow. I'm in Charlotte right now. I'm actually standing in Steve Smith Sr.'s house as we're getting ready to go to dinner before we do Panthers and Texans tomorrow. So I'm at an equally not entertaining preseason game tomorrow as no starters are really slated to play after they had joint practices where the Panthers got worked.
Well, tell Smitty that Nick Wilson said hi, and when he says who, go to the fart corner. We appreciate you, bud.
You got it. Maybe I'll take a photo of myself today in a fart corner somewhere, restaurant.
Hey,
who knows?
Sometimes life puts you in the fart corner, and there's only one way to get out. We'll appreciate you, bud.
Take it easy.
I just say we'll appreciate you?
I thought you might have called him Will. I don't know what happened there.
We will appreciate you.
An Ashley situation from yesterday.
Like in the future, I will appreciate you. James Palmer there on the Wise Heart Right. We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Looks like I need to go to the fart corner right now. We'll react to what James Palmer had to say about Deshaun Watson this season and beyond in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Dillon Gabriel going to operate the offense in the first half tonight in the Browns' final preseason game alongside none of the starters, with Taylor Green handling the second half duties. No Cedric Tillman tonight, either, with reports as the team intends to release the wide receiver as he spent
Tire Pros for dependable tires, expert repairs, and service you can trust. From tire replacements and rotations to brakes, oil changes, alignments, and more, their team has you covered. Whether you're heading to practice, tailgating, or hitting the road for a weekend getaway, Consumer Tire Pros helps keep you ready for every mile. Visit ConsumerTire.com today.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Christopher Price of the Boston Globe coming up in 1 hour's time. Now, James Palmer was on, and we're going to play that in just a second here. But we asked James Palmer about the fart corner. And there's very hard-hitting analysis here because I have young children. JP's got younger children. My children are out of the fart corner range. JP's could be getting ready for that. Certainly your oldest in a couple years now. Mm-hmm. And we did call. We asked James about it. He was pro. But we got a couple callers here that want to weigh in. And it appears we got two teachers on this. Let's start with Brad in Bayview. I'm sure you've got a football take here, but let's lead with the fart corner. Yay or nay, sir?
Oh, I don't even have a football take. It's all about the farts. I taught second grade in Bay Village, not to be confused with Bayview, and taught that for about 4 years. And I can tell you right now, according to Piaget, the great psychiatrist, they ain't ready for it in second grade. Kindergarten might have a better shot at it because they are more in that anal stage of Freud, blah blah blah. They don't look at farts as something humorous. Second graders definitely would have. Plus, I was in Bay Village, and you can only imagine how that would have flown.
Oh, yeah.
Had I had a fart corner in Bay Village.
So you're saying the earlier for the fart corner, the better.
Like kindergarten's when you got to get after this.
Yes.
Okay.
You got the oral stage, the anal stage, and then finally getting to adulthood. But even then, I taught eighth grade too, and you wouldn't have a fart corner in eighth grade either.
Yeah, that's just called the entire room. Brad, we appreciate you. All right, so we had
it'd be wildly distracting.
One person saying nay. Oh, I'm not saying nay. Saying timing is everything. Let's go with Joe, who's also a teacher here. He's going to give us a fart corner take and then a Talon Green take. And I've often said Talon Green takes are the fart corner of sports talk. What you got there, Joe?
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that lovely opening line for me.
Anytime.
I teach third, fourth, and fifth presently, and there are enough aromas from the gentleman already. So I would say a nay for me. I'm not going to go into the Piaget and some of the other things that were said by my predecessor.
That's fair.
And Talon Green, I'm just excited about his athleticism. And obviously, I am very disappointed that Shedeur is not getting the opening chance because he's supremely outplayed. I don't know what type of film they were looking at with Deshaun. I guess they like 7-yard passes on 10-yard routes. But I appreciate it. And thanks, first-time caller to you guys, and I appreciate I like the fart corner this morning. It got me laughing before work. And thanks for the good work, gentlemen.
I appreciate you, buddy.
All right, thank you, Joe. Yeah.
Now, wait,
so every teacher that's called in has agreed with me. Funny how that works.
Well, no. The first teacher, our guy Brad, said we just got to get the fart corner earlier.
He said second grade.
Yeah,
can't have it.
Too late.
Can't have it.
He said it was too
late.
late.
Can't have it in second grade.
It was conditional agreement on the idea of the fart corner.
Every teacher that's called in has agreed with me.
About,
that's all right.
No, just
that's
Joe.
Okay. That's okay.
Also, did the morning show talk about the fart corner?
I didn't
he said
hear
he was laughing this morning unless he heard it somewhere else.
Oh, really? Oh, no, I didn't hear it. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I'm not sure.
I don't want to be accused of redoing their show because they're on a really, really, really nice run of just copying our content and running with it.
The hard-hitting fart
exclusive tutor to Afternoon Drive.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl. Yeah, thank you.
No, I just just want to make sure. But never.
I don't know. I didn't
redo their show.
If they did it, I didn't hear it. I don't know.
Now, James Palmer was very, very, very good beyond just the fart corner stuff. I mean, we got another one here. I mean, this fart corner guy's taking over America. Brian, on his way downtown. Brian, are you on your way downtown to the game tonight?
Absolutely, buddy.
Oh my God! Now this game is the fart corner of preseason games.
Needs a fart corner. This game.
Well, hey, this is one of the original gobblers here.
You're a Gabriel Gobbler.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, You're the only one remaining.
For tonight.
You're the only one remaining. Yeah, this is your Hall of Fame game, is what this is. This is made for you.
Perfect. We can see him get traded next week and go out and have a Hall of Fame career.
Will you follow Dillon Gabriel wherever he gets traded to?
Absolutely. He'll probably end up in Tampa and take over for Baker next year.
All right. Now, that is the funniest possible outcome, Brian, and we appreciate you. The reason why that's funny is if he actually was good in Tampa Bay, I would have to eat a significant amount of crow on Dillon Gabriel. I'm not prepared to eat a significant amount of crow on Dillon Gabriel.
So the same thing that Deshaun Watson supporters can say about Stefanski and that relationship is the same exact thing that Dillon Gabriel can lay at the feet of the Browns and how this is all going down. Now, I think we've seen too much. I think we have a good understanding of what Dillon Gabriel is, but if you wanted to make the claim that Kevin Stefanski just ruined Dillon Gabriel, that's what Dillon Gabriel's got to sell to people.
He just needs someone to believe in him. Now, let's get to James Palmer's take on really how much time does Deshaun Watson have to prove himself?
The phone calls I've made and the people I've talked to, I would say around the league outside of the Browns building, I'll make sure that's clear, is everybody's looking at the first 2 road games. And if things don't go well there, when they come home week 3, that it could be Shedeur Sanders. And I think you're right. Todd Monken did say all the right things. I think there's a caveat to kind of what he said, which is I don't want you guys asking me about the quarterback position each and every week, right? This isn't a week-to-week thing. We're not going to have a press conference filled with, are you thinking about switching to Shedeur every single week? But it doesn't mean that he wouldn't make a switch 2 weeks in. At least that is the vibe around the league. And I think you're right. I think Deshaun has to play well in those 2. I think there's a reason why Deshaun was picked as a starter. I don't think it's singular. I think there's several. I think Todd made the decision, to my understanding, solely based off of football and who gives him the best chance to win. And there is a lot that goes into his offense, and there's a lot that's on the quarterback's shoulders.
So as I was thinking about this answer, and again, you think it's going to be closer to 8 games.
Well,
I think it's 2 games.
I feel like the people that are doing these conversations are just vastly underrating how much the Browns like Deshaun Watson. And that's where the discourse happens. I feel like the Browns are beholden to the idea that they can resurrect and get something out of Deshaun Watson that, again, Stefanski couldn't, that other people couldn't get out of him. And I think them giving themselves 2 games, I just don't get the vibe that they feel like that's enough of a time to know with certainty that he can't do it.
I think what you might be sleeping on is how much Deshaun nuked himself and what a scenario he put himself in the organization in. And I just wouldn't be surprised if the Browns looked at that and said, that dude is, I don't want to say soft because I don't think they think that way, but maybe they came around. That was like a wake-up moment of like, maybe this guy is broken,
if it was
such
an aha moment, though, then it would have been enough for them to switch over to Shedeur. And
Not if they've been planning this entire time to start Deshaun Watson since March.
But that's part of the idea. They've been planning this entire time since March. They're not all of a sudden going to be like, well, now we're just going to do 2 weeks and that's it. Like, I just don't think it's changed enough for them. I think they look at him differently than you and I look at him. What you're saying makes sense. If that Saturday should have impacted them in a massive way. It impacted a lot of fans in a massive way for Deshaun Watson. It didn't for the Browns, at least not right now, not the perception of it. And until the Browns actually showcase that they'll just give up on him that quickly, I refuse to believe it's going to go down that way because they've given me no evidence that they're going to do anything but see this at least through 6-8 games, whatever that is, with Deshaun.
Is it a spicy take if I say I'd be shocked if Deshaun is starting week 3?
No, I think that's the accepted take.
Okay.
I think that's the understood take. I think I'm the one that is closer to living out on an island than you are in this discussion. I think I'm the one that is more like, hey, guys, like this, I think everyone is missing it. I think people are. I think the obvious take right now is he gets 2 weeks. They don't want to see him at home, and that's how this is going to go down. I'm taking this to what would piss me off the most, and that is the Browns continuing to stay with Deshaun and loving Deshaun in a way that I've never understood. And that's why even like in thinking about this before the show yesterday, I was like, well, 6 games is probably more than enough for any team to realistically say this has gone off the rails and isn't good. But the Browns will take it further than any team possibly would, and they'll take Deshaun and this time with Deshaun further than anyone would, and that's how I came up with 8.
I do think it's going to be interesting because we also asked James Palmer, will Deshaun get another chance to be in an NFL quarterback room next year? And as he was answering, and his answer was yes, but it'll be, backup, or it'll be in like a quarterback room like Arizona's put together where it's like just 3 dudes and someone's going to have to prevail. I think that really does matter on how much Deshaun plays. I think if you're Deshaun, You just kind of want to get out there, and if it goes south, you want it to go south so quickly that by the end of the season, people don't remember that you stunk it up for 2 games. Because if you go out and play 8 games and they're all caca, I think there's a real chance that'll be the last game that Deshaun Watson ever plays in the NFL, and that includes like preseason games.
I don't know why, if you're Deshaun Watson, if you go out there and play 8 games and it goes caca, why you'd even try to go out there and do any more.
Because he likes money. And this is
he's got $230 million in guaranteed money. No extra deal where you'll compete for a backup job. At best, you're getting a cushy $5 million Kyle Trask Baker Mayfield competition deal. And that's being generous.
By the way, we don't know he still has $230 million. Yeah, he had a couple.
He made a lot more before that, so he should have more than $230 million. He got $230 million just from the Browns. He got a lot more from that from Houston and the endorsements and everything attached to it. Now, again, I don't know if he's good or bad with his money, but
I would suggest the lawsuits say he wasn't great with the money.
Yeah, but I would imagine now we're just going to do weird territory. It's like, how much money do you think Deshaun Watson still has in his bank account? Do I think the $3 million you get for being a backup's backup is going to be enough to make Deshaun Watson want to go out there and do this again? I would doubt it. I would imagine his people can make more for him in just interest with the money he has than anything else.
I guarantee you, if he flames out in Cleveland, he's going to want to go somewhere and prove that it wasn't
But
Cleveland.
If you get 8 games and it goes completely sideways, I mean, the idea then would be he just needs more proof. 4 years of being bad in Cleveland wasn't enough proof for him?
Well, self-awareness has not been at the peak of what the Deshaun Watson experience is.
And 2 different systems?
You think 8 games is going to make him be like, oh, you're right, I am dog butt?
Wouldn't be 8 games. It'd be 4 years and 2 different systems.
Yeah, he already doesn't think that way, though.
Wake up. Open your eyes,
He already
Deshaun.
didn't think that way, though.
I think at some point he's going to have to.
Do you think at some point self-awareness actually comes into play for a guy that has not been birthed into it at some point in the last 5 years?
At some point, he's going to say to himself, I have to take my ball and go home now because this is just not even worth it.
I think that's giving him a lot more credit than he might deserve at this moment. 216-474-0092.
I mean, why he's doing it right now, Nick, is pretty simple. He genuinely believes he can be a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks this season is going to go awesome, and then all of a sudden he's going to be back to the great quarterback that was Deshaun Watson so many years ago.
If Deshaun fails in Cleveland this year, do you think he gets another chance? More on that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Learn more at try-c.edu/accounting.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Football Talk coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
I think we all know he needs to play better, certainly, and I all know that Shedeur Sanders has played better. He's a better player than he was a year ago. Like, I've heard that repeatedly from people in the building, where he has made this much closer. He has grown as a player. So, I mean, when have the Browns gotten through a season with one quarterback anyway? So I think we will see Shedeur Sanders at some point. The buzz around the league is if Deshaun doesn't play well in those first two, it could be as early as the third week.
James Palmer joined us at 3 o'clock. Bleacher Report, NFL on Prime. He had two or three things about Shedeur Sanders that I thought was really interesting. One, that he continues to hear that Shedeur has massively kind of made this jump this year in terms of his development, which I do think we've heard a lot of, even though he didn't get the starting job.
It's just interesting that the perception around him has actually changed league-wide. It's not just the Browns pushing it to us, and it's not just you're sitting at the podium, and then you're hearing Todd Monken be like, Shedeur's really gotten better. It's like, no, these people that had thrown Shedeur down at parts of last year when talking to some of the insiders are telling one of the insiders, no, we're interested. There's something there. Going as far as saying he's got the it factor to himself, like that's a good sign for Shedeur.
I also think it's interesting that, part of the thing that hurt Shedeur was the idea of the circus around Shedeur. Now, part of that to me was the Shedeur fans that I think we have experienced here in Cleveland. Mm-hmm. So for James to say, well, the circus never really came into town in Cleveland, I'm glad for Shedeur that that's not the narrative outside of here, but I was like, ask at least one guy on this station and a few people in the Cleveland media whether they agree with that or not.
Yeah, in the moment I'm like, I don't want to correct the narrative that he has in his mind right now. Nope. Because I don't know if it's fair to I mean it hasn't been quiet for a backup quarterback.
Yeah,
I don't know if it levels to the point of calling it a circus or not. But I thought
it got a little circusy this weekend.
It did this last weekend, but in the entirety of it all, I thought, and I don't know if you thought this way or not, I thought it would be a lot more Dion and a lot more of people that would, kind of bring all the past into the present. And again, his people were awful this last weekend. That wasn't great, but it has mainly been quiet outside of that.
Yeah, and I do think from what I've heard, and I'm sure you've heard the same thing, that the Browns, at least recently, have tried to get Shedeur to handle some of that and to at least engage with his people and say, hey, can you pipe the hell down?
Yeah, but you see how that never reached a national level for people.
Yes,
You see how someone like James Palmer never thought to himself, wait, what's happening in Cleveland? What's going on over here? Like that was such a micro and such a basically local to us conversation than it was anything else. And I also think when people think whether or not a circus comes into town, I think they expect more of like what Johnny had, as opposed to what Shedeur is having, where Johnny had all sorts of different party stuff, all sorts of photos, couldn't keep himself away from TMZ, all that type of stuff that comes with it. You can't really personally put anything to Shedeur that is actually a negative.
So while we're having the Shedeur conversation, I do think if we're having the where does Deshaun go after Cleveland conversation, I do think what happens to Shedeur after this season, if he doesn't claim the starting job for good, I think is also very, very interesting. Because I was thinking about this earlier today, that what surprised me about what James said is, Shedeur's changed my mind on him. Mm-hmm. Like, I've watched enough of Shedeur to be like, that guy can make plays. That is such an under kind of appreciated skill in the NFL from the quarterback position, because I watch guys like Kyle Allen who can't do it, and I watch guys like Dylan Gabriel who can't do it, that I guarantee you that there are coaches out there that go, well, I don't know he'll be our starter, but I think we can work on that, and then if we ever need him, we can use that.
Yeah.
The guy's career that I thought made the most amount of sense when I thought about it just up front was Geno Smith. And I actually mean this in a good way.
Okay.
Where Geno Smith,
take like 7 years to pay off, but it'll pay off.
I don't know that it would take that long. It just took that long for Geno for some reason. But, like, the numbers aren't going to look great. The numbers for Geno didn't look great in New York. And then I know he went to the Chargers. I think there might have been another stop somewhere else. And then he kind of lands as the long-term backup in Seattle. And I think that stabilized his career and helped him shed some of the narratives around him that had more to do with the Jets than it did, Geno Smith himself.
It didn't end well with the Jets, though. There was that punch in the locker room that basically finished the career of him in New York. Like there was a lot that transpired around Geno where he just needed to get out.
But I do think Shedeur going somewhere, being the backup in the right situation, and then somewhere down the line gets another crack at it for one reason or another. Because here's the thing, I understand that there are people that watch Shedeur that go, I don't think he's a starter. Because when we talk about like what the starting quarterback is, you have to have like an elite trait. And I think some people don't see that with Shedeur. I look at Shedeur and I'm like, if the on schedule stuff ever like speeds up to where it needs to be, I think he does everything else really well, or at least functional. And so I do think that's as a guy that can be a starter caliber player, even if he can't be a top 12 player.
No, definitely. If you told me he's got to wait until he's 32, that's when Geno Smith had that year in Seattle where he got to start all 17 games and led the league in completion percentage, had 30-plus touchdowns, threw for 4,200 yards. 32 is the age he's got to get there.
I don't think you'd have to wait that long.
That seems like a lifetime of waiting. You know what I mean?
I can see it being closer to 3 years because I do think that there are going to be people who have seen some of that playmaking ability.
How I think this plays out realistically, because yesterday we did the realistically side of things. How I think it plays out realistically is Shedeur shows enough this season to where the Browns wouldn't be worried about the circus that comes in or whatever. They still draft a quarterback in 2027, and then Shedeur works as that. I'm the 4, 5, 6 week, whatever that is, until you want to give the keys off to the next guy, and in those 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks, he then gets it's like a little bit of an audition to see whether or not he can take off in his own right, and that's the runway. And if he can't or whatever, then he's just 2028 is where he finds a new team.
216-474-0092. I do think when it comes to future bridge quarterbacks, I think Shedeur makes some sense. I think Deshaun makes no sense. But
Deshaun makes no sense.
Then again, it's the Browns, and they do things sometimes that don't make much sense to me. Let's go with Doug in Canton. Dougie, welcome to the show.
Nick and Jonathan, how are we doing on a Thursday afternoon?
Not as well as you, my friend. What you got for us?
All right, Jonathan, this question's for you. How many games do you think Deshaun Watson will play in the regular season?
I think it's going to be 8. I think the number is going to be 8, and it's not because I want that to happen. It's what I think the Browns will do. I think the Browns, they need it to be undeniable before they sit Deshaun Watson. Undeniable that he won't be what he was in Houston. I don't think anyone listening needs 8 games. I think the Browns need 8 games.
Okay, and then, Nick, this question's for you. I think I gave this to you last time, but the Guardians are on a hot streak, so do you think they'll finish the season hot?
I think so. We're dangerously close to the end of the season anyways. I don't know they'll finish it, on this ridiculous winning streak they're on, but I do think they're getting some confidence, which I think is what they were lacking at the beginning of August. Doug, we got a boogie. Appreciate you, bud.
All right, thanks. You too.
Thank you so much. Really, if you look at it, they just need to win most, if not all, their series the rest of the way, which is very doable. No sweeps. They don't need to continue. If you want to do sweeps, you should do the sweeps, I would say. But if they just win even 90% of their series, you are talking about a team that will end up, I think it's like 7 or 8 games above 500.
I'm glad the 7-game win streak has not moved people to the reality that we're playing Kansas City tomorrow night starting, and they still have a game tonight, the Royals do. Royals had won 9 straight before losing last night, though.
Yep.
Like sometimes...
But their good luck's expire.
Sometimes in baseball you can have these little stretches here, and I like that more people than not have come to the idea that this is not just a little stretch for the Guardians, this is something they can build on.
Alex and Malone, you guys stick there. 216-474-0092. What do you think Shedeur's career arc is, depending on what happens this season, and acceptance with Deshaun and Shedeur in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
pause, hoping the team fails. And that does not happen in the NFL.
I don't want the team to fail. I really don't even want him to fail. But I have a feeling I know how it's going to go. So what's the point of me trying to drag along something I don't think is going to happen?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
1, 2, 3.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Christopher Price of the Boston Globe coming up in just about 20 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Browns-Patriots preseason game number 3 coming up later tonight on this very station. We do have some Browns news of the day that we'll get to as well in the next hour or so, that Cedric Tillman has been released or will be released by the Browns, and there's a Jerry Jeudy conversation to be had as well. But we somehow have gotten roped into Lima's deal with the Shador fans, right? I don't know. Maybe it's because we're we're seen as the pro Shador show on this station. I would prefer people pit us as the anti-Deshaun show on this station.
Yeah, I thought we were trending in the right direction there.
Yeah.
You know, I thought that's we are definitely more anti-Deshaun than we are just about anything in life.
But it's
that's
interesting. Listen, in truth, because I know, like I don't really want this to turn. I'm not willing to have like a real beef with Lima or Lima and Ken over this quarterback room. I'm really not. So
you're going to take Ken's advice and not let this quarterback room get in the way of friendships.
Well, but then he had a meltdown like 2 days later, which didn't really make a lot of sense. But that's about the meltdown. That's not about these quarterbacks. But there is a part of this where it's like, I mean, I understand. Like, Lima gets a lot of hate from Shador fans, and I think that has bugged him on a personal level.
I know, but why does he think we're grouped into that?
I don't know.
Sometimes it feels like he does think that, like, he targets it as if we're like a sycophant or something, and we're in that. I haven't tweeted in a year. Find me the Shador tweets.
Listen, I think any getting on the wrong side of any group.
I like the guy, but what are we doing here?
Getting on the wrong side of any group stinks. It does. All right, and especially when social media is involved. Social media should be fun. It should be lighthearted. And certain people, when they hear negative things, cannot handle that.
I just think the extremists on both sides, kind of like in a lot of things in life, are just kind of ruining it.
Well, but I also think Lima targets Shador fans, so I think it's a little tough to then turn around and be like, I am empathetic to it, but to a point here. But Lima took a big shot at us the other day about acceptance with where the Browns are at quarterback.
I wanted to use the term hubris on the radio to go after ownership.
Oh, you keep doing this. We got to host a show with those guys on next Thursday.
The ego involved. The ego. So Todd Monken's ego is going to get in the way of him trying to win and the only chance he's ever going to have to be a head coach. This is the oldest sports talk media trope, sports talk radio trope, which is if someone does something I don't agree with or understand, I am going to say they're trying to be the smartest person in the room.
Oh, so now you're calling them hacks.
I did not say that. You're putting words in my mouth. Because if you just listen to their show in the afternoon and you didn't listen to anything else or see anything else or talk to anybody, you would think Deshaun Watson was, on a scale of 1 to 100, a 2 in training camp, and Shador Sanders was a 99. And yet people that we're actually there every single day. People that have talked to Brown staffers, people that have talked to the teams they went up against, they're all like, no, Deshaun Watson was better. So what reality are we living in? I think we're rooting so hard that we won't accept the reality, and then we'll throw things like ego and hubris and say they're trying to be the smartest people in the room when maybe Deshaun Watson was just better.
I would actually say the oldest trope in sports talk media is you have something critical to say about a team or a player, and you must be rooting against them, which I've heard is the only card Lima has to play anymore. Oh, you don't like the James Harden trade? You're rooting for it to fail. He's accusing fans of already doing that with Deshaun Watson. I think Browns fans are smart enough to cheer for their team and boo Deshaun Watson. But I think the point here is, one, all Lima really does is cite people, which is a very generic statement. Oh, well, we've talked to people. Oh, so specific. Which people are that? Are just the people that agree with you? Because right now I've got some guy that played at BYU that has people inside the Browns organization that are all behind Deshaun. Coincidentally, he didn't like Shador before the draft. I've also got people LaShawn McCoy that's saying Shador's got the ear of everyone else.
RG3, yeah.
So quite frankly, all of the noise around that is just farting into the ether. Maybe we do need a fart corner for that. But I think when it specific to this, the reason I have never said Shador looked like a 97. I said Shador looked fine. That is as tepid of an endorsement as we could possibly have.
I think solid is what we came up with. I think solid was the term that we had.
Fine has a different connotation.
But it also, it does kind of imply as if like we didn't spend 8 days out there ourselves and weren't actually out there doing, days and days and days of watching these quarterbacks throw. Like, at some point, yes, I can rely on some of the beat reporters, which, by the way, some of the beat reporters have said Shador had a better camp than Deshaun Watson. I know it's not your favorite beat reporters, but some have. And so, like, the idea that we can't, critically think and then see with our own eyes what we've seen out there, I just don't. Okay, fine. If you don't want to trust what we say, that's fine. Do your own thing. That's the point of all this.
What I'm understanding is that I should trust the Browns in the messaging that they put out. And listen, I don't mean this as a personal statement. The Browns lie because they can and because they're trying to sell tickets. That makes sense. Like, teams are not forthcoming with their messaging, whether it's Cleveland, Carolina, Houston, or anywhere else.
That's just how pro sports operate.
Like that, yeah, exactly. Not even an NFL problem. That's just teams want the rosiest version of what they want out there so that people will not lose interest, because losing interest means less money. So I guess my thing here is, I've said a million times that I am a trust in Todd man, but I will go so far as almost anything other than Deshaun Watson related trust. I don't trust him because I don't trust Deshaun Watson.
Right.
That doesn't mean I'm rooting for Deshaun to fail. No, if he fails, I want to get this thing over as quick as possible because I think there's actually some talent on this team. But it would be the most insincere thing in the world for me to come out and be like, well, I guess Deshaun's better than Shador. I guess I have to accept it because the Browns are saying it.
The Browns told us, so we just believe them. Okay. The same team that did everything last year the way that they did and operated that quarterback raise the way they did.
As if teams do not have agendas in how they run. The biggest myth in all of sports is every team is trying to win every second of every day. No, some teams, especially ones that are operated by very, very smart people, view seasons as big germ labs. They're trying a bunch of stuff out and see what works and what doesn't work. That's part of why I think, by the way, that the Browns haven't won consistently, is they're not thinking about winning enough, and they're thinking about, like, what if we tried this at quarterback, and what if we treated the start of the season, we'll give Deshaun his due, and then Shador will get his due, and we're planning on playing 3 quarterbacks this year. But listen, there will come a time this year, if Deshaun looks good and then Shador plays and Shador doesn't look good, where I'll have to eat crow and say, all right, they saw something I didn't.
I don't know how that scenario happens unless Deshaun looks good and then is injured. Is that the idea? Like Deshaun looking good and then Shador playing, it doesn't go in concert with each other.
Yes, but if that happens, you'll hear it here first. Nor are you somebody that when something comes to our feet, we just evade responsibility for something we've said previously. Right? We don't try and change the conversation like some other radio show hosts do. My bad is something I have no problem saying.
Yeah, and if we're just wrong at the end of the day,
go with Shador.
If we're just wrong at the end of the day about Shador, then we're wrong about Shador, and it is what it is, and that's fine. Until Deshaun Watson shows us that he's a much better quarterback, I'm just not going to believe it. We watched Deshaun play. This isn't some new person that's in here that we're not as familiar with. This isn't we've watched Deshaun for 3 years either be really, really bad or then get injured and be really bad. I know where this is going.
And by the way, there's a chance we're all wrong. There's a chance that the Deshaun Watson Politburo in the mornings is wrong about him. And at the same time, I'm also wrong about Shador Sanders being being a quality quarterback in the NFL.
That enters the other tinier group of people that exist right now, which is it's
like
almost
Dylan Gabriel size people.
No, it's like a defense of the Browns almost. They're a defensive monking in this process to be like, well, if both your options aren't good, then what else are they supposed to do? Mm-hmm. And that might end up being the end result.
Which, by the way, the answer still not start the guy with toxic history with Cleveland fans who just completely farted all over Cleveland fans.
But there's a reason why most of our conversations end with the 2027 draft and us talking about a 2027 quarterback is because most people, if you really get down to the heart of it, believe that's where the Browns are going to end up and that both options it's going to be a long shot for either one to succeed, as is anyway. I just prefer to see one of them than the other, and I think one of them gives you, in Shedeur, a better chance than Deshaun.
Yeah. All I'm really asking for either Deshaun or Shedeur is functional quarterback play. One guy might be able to do it. The other guy doesn't seem to be a functioning human being on any given day. 216-474-0092. So the Deshaun Watson Politburo in the mornings is saying we need to accept that Deshaun Watson is better than Shedeur Sanders. Should acceptance be in our hearts? Let's go with Alex in Richfield. Welcome to the show, Alex.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing today?
Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
So I'm kind of with Jonathan on this. So I guess we're in the minority here, but I truly believe that Deshaun, they don't have any, timeline, no games, nothing like that they're going to start being concerned. They're going to let him play out, maybe even longer than 8 games. I feel like the only way that we get to see Shedeur Sanders is, like you guys just kind of said, if Deshaun, which if history repeats itself, he's going to get injured at some point. Like, that's just what it is. Let's just be honest. It happens year after year after year.
Yeah.
So I truly do feel that the Browns don't want to pull Deshaun by any means, even if they're losing games, because what does losing games equal? That top quarterback next year, whoever it may be. And unfortunately for people like myself who, we root for Shedeur, whatever, he brings a little bit of light to this organization, I guess. I think that's why the fans, gravitate to him so much, especially after what we're currently dealing with. But Shedeur, unfortunately or fortunately for him, I don't see him being part of this organization very long. And that's all I have to say. So you guys tell me what you think, and we'll kind of go from there. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Alex.
Alex, we appreciate you. I do think that you and I both might be protecting our feelings in one way or another. I think you're protecting your feelings a little bit by broadcasting the most amount of games that he could play, because you're prepared to be as pissed off as you possibly can be, where I'm thinking, what's the least amount of games that is likely for him to play so that I don't get as mad as you're getting?
No, I mean, again, and part of this is like, and that's why I have to, I know it's going to get exhausting, but I have to keep clarifying. It's not what I would do. It's what I think the Browns will do. And it's just that, the Browns find a way to piss me off constantly. But I don't think the Browns view any part of this the way that I view it. And so if I believe that, then I believe that they think that Deshaun Watson deserves more than 2 games before they pull the rug out underneath him and say, we're done here.
Do we need to accept Deshaun Watson is better than Shedeur Sanders? There will be a time where I might have to call a day on that conversation. It's not going to be before either of them starts a regular season game this year. Christopher Prince. It's actually Christopher Price of the Boston Globe coming up in 5 minutes. He's a prince of a guy in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Nick Wilson here, a.k.a. the Big Dipper.
Every day, thousands trust the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority to connect them to the moments that move this city. Because transit doesn't just move people, it moves Greater Cleveland forward. See how at riderta.com.
Hear the reaction from inside the Browns locker room after each and every game on your home for the official Browns postgame show, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. We do have the lead coming up at 5 o'clock. I would like to point out that now, I think it was Chaser, sent me a DM saying,
Chaser, you're in my Suck at Cornlito group.
I do think of it. As funny as Cornlito is to me, calling him Cornholio would have been the only other.
How do you think we got with Cornlito? I had no idea what his name was.
But asking if we're also going to play the Gary Barnidge audio from middays today where he agreed with Todd Monken. This isn't politics. It's not equal time. For every positive Shador thing I play, I don't have to play a negative. And conversely with Deshaun Watson as well.
It's just nice to know Barnidge showed up. They kept teasing him for noon. I tuned in at noon. I want to hear some Gary Barnidge. And then all of a sudden they were talking Guardians baseball. I didn't know what happened.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to take a shot at middays. I'm not going to do that. All right? But no, I don't have any plans on playing Gary Barnidge's take agreeing with Todd Monken. Not at this point, but we'll see how the afternoon shakes out. We do have about 2.5 is it 2.5 hours? Yes, 2.5 hours left in the show.
We got a lot of time.
A lot of time.
Yeah. It's like our buddy G. Bush was like, oh, yeah, instead of talking about Shador, talk about the Guardians or talk about the Cavs or I can Buckeyes. And I was like, he's like, do that for 2.5 hours instead. I'm like, we still have 2.5 more hours.
Yeah.
It's a 5-hour show.
Also, I don't recall.
That doesn't work for everyone.
Also, don't recall the last time I heard G. Bush talk about Guardians baseball on this station. So when G. Bush was on the station,
I hasn't been on the station in a long time.
I didn't hear a lot of Guardians talk out of G. Bush. I heard a lot of quarterback talk. Appreciate our guy. That being said,
PUBG.
Yeah, I do like the Shador fan pivot is, why don't you stop talking about him now? It's like, because he's going to be the starting quarterback in 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think that's what we hope.
Now, all this being said, preseason game number 3 tonight in Cleveland. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Keith corrected me real quick earlier when I'd said I think it's going to be at least 51% full tonight.
Yeah.
He said last week was like, no. He said he does not agree with that. I'm not going to say exactly what he said because I realized that I was getting ready to say something on air.
There we go.
But the point is, he immediately said, you're way off your rocker. So that's one person in your camp.
It's tough, growing up, the only football games I ever got to go to were preseason games. It's like, well, why? Because all the adults with season tickets were like, go ahead, have a good time.
It's a real Oliver Twist moment for you. Please, sir.
More football?
Can I have some preseason football, sir?
More football, please? You get preseason and you like it. Okay.
I'll take more.
All right.
On the Wise
Fun time at the stadium.
On the Wise Art Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We're going to welcome on our next guest, though. Boston Globe Patriots reporter. He's more than that. He's more than just a job title. He is Christopher Price, and he joins us right now. Christopher, welcome to the show.
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing this afternoon?
We're kind of going through it. It's been a wonky day already. How are you doing?
I'm not bad. I'm ready to see 3+ quarters of Baron Morton carve up the Cleveland defensive backups. How about you guys?
I do like this idea of who we expect to have the best night of any quarterback tonight, and I think the best part about it is we all leave a little bit disappointed, even if we go ahead and
do we not even
disagree.
We don't even get Tommy Cutlitz tonight?
You might get him for a series or two, but really, this is Baron Morton's time to shine. Honestly, this is a guy who you guys probably saw it last week. He did some punting as well because the Patriots punter went down. So you might get a little case of a 2-for-1 when you're talking about the Patriots and Baron Morton. But yeah, this is going to be almost all threes throughout the night for the Patriots for a few reasons, not the least of which they're pretty banged up and they want to stay as healthy as possible going into the regular season opener.
Does that mean that Tommy Cutlett's famed W of a agent won't be on the sidelines? Or do we still get to see the gilded fedora?
Probably not tonight. I will say that. The other thing, too, it's important to note when you talk about Tommy DeVito, he is no longer Tommy Cutlitz. I asked Vrabel this question the other day about how Tommy has looked over the course of the summer, and I got the answer, 2 Chainz has looked really good. So the new nickname, it's not Tommy Cutlitz anymore, it's 2 Chainz.
2 Chainz is an awful nickname, and also
why is he trying to rebrand himself?
Tommy
Cutlets is gold.
Tommy Cutlets is great. Like you need to tell Tommy Cutlets that he needs to go back to Tommy Cutlets.
It's like Seal trying to change his name.
Yeah, you just don't get to change that type of thing either. You don't get the call on it. I call you what I call you.
Yeah, well, I'll say this too, guys, and I've had a chance to cover him now for just about a year. I've never met someone more secure in who he is. You know how the NFL will paint this caricature of you and kind of let people know who you are. But he's a guy who right now, look, he's figured it out, man. He could retire, move home to Staten Island tomorrow, open up Tommy Cutlets' restaurant, put his jersey on the wall, and he'd never have to work a day in his life. And so this is a guy who's got it all figured out, man. I love the dude.
All right, so I do want to get to I know where we're going to talk a little more preseason game number 3 because our audience is chomping for it. I'm sure your audience is chomping for it too. I do have to kind of address a very sensitive topic. Northeast Ohio's very own Mike Vrabel. There was a whole schmoz with Diana Rossini that blew up this summer. Do you think that we're completely on the other side of this, or that this story will pop up again at some point in the next couple months?
If they win, it starts to dissipate very gradually and then goes away. Look, it's going to be a thing on the road all year. He knows it. I think the franchise is aware of it. He goes to New York. He goes, going to Seattle. Fans are going to give him crap. And it's going to be what it is. But if nothing else comes out, if there's no text messages or there's no more photos or anything, I think it's going to start to kind of fade away gradually. I compare it in a lot of ways to, remember last offseason when Diggs had the pink powder on the boat and everyone made a big deal about that for like a month. And then, he came in and he caught 1,000-yard worth of passes and it all kind of, was yesterday's news. I think the same thing is in play here. I think if the Patriots win, it's going to start to go away.
Do you think that's why the NFL didn't do any punishment? They just assumed this will just eventually it will go away and we don't need to add to this?
Yeah, I think so. I do. I think so. And again, look, there hasn't been anything that's come out about it in the last few months, at least really since the start of training camp. And so again, I think that's the line of thinking that this chapter is over and they're kind of moving on.
Christopher, looking to Drake May here, last year was such a great step in the right direction, even beyond just being in the Super Bowl and whatnot. Is there any concerns, any potential signs that maybe there could be a step back this year or at least stagnation, kind of like what we've seen with like C.J. Stroud, where it came out at a level and then just kind of stayed there?
It depends a little bit on the guys around him. I think that there are some questions about this offense, specifically about the offensive line, the depth along the offensive line. The front five are really good, but, they have Elijah Vera Tucker, who didn't play at all last year. He's a new face. Will Campbell's coming off the lousy Super Bowl performance. If he can get protection and if they can stay healthy, specifically at the running back position, they really only have 2 running backs right now, proven running backs. And so if they can stay healthy and they can stay on the field, look, to get all the way to the Super Bowl, what were they last year? 14-3. You got to be good, but they also got really lucky in the schedule and they stayed healthy and a lot of things broke in their favor. I think the weird dichotomy with this team, and maybe it's kind of specific to May, I think this team 1-53 is better than the one that they had last year. I think they're not going to win as many games going forward, though.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Bears a little bit that way, where the entire fan base just kind of understands and recognizes that you're probably not going to do as well as last year. And then oddly enough, people seem all right with it because they think that the team is better somehow.
Yeah, I do. I agree. I think that the general feeling back in New England is, look, if they get to 10 or 11 wins, I think it's a successful year. The questions that, I talked about depth before, and there are depth questions, but they're the kind of depth questions that will, that really make a difference between like a wild card berth and a conference championship berth. If they get dinged up at like running back or like Vera Tucker, one of the offensive linemen can't go the whole year, they do have some questions there. There are also honestly some questions moving forward on the defensive side of the ball too. But again, these are what I like to call kind of first world problems. So I think that's reflected in the fan base and the general sense of optimism that the whole thing is at the very least pointed in the right direction.
How much better are they around? I'm talking like skill playing positions around Drake May as opposed to where it sure felt like people were like, it's one guy and then a bunch of nobodies last year.
Yeah, wide receiver, it's a quantum leap forward. It really is. I mean, people are going to lose their minds when they see A.J. Brown in the regular season for the first time with Drake May. He's had a tremendous spring, a tremendous summer. Romeo Doubs has been absolutely awesome, and I think he really slots in perfectly as the number 2 wide receiver. I think that's one of the reasons why they felt comfortable trading Kayshon Boutte, who I think really was a quality 3 in this offense. He was asked to be a number 2 and at times number 1 over the last year plus. They feel really comfortable with what they have at wide receiver. So the skill position guys, specifically at wide receiver, it's a huge difference. They went out, they got a couple offensive linemen in the offseason. They have old reliable meat and potatoes Hunter Henry at tight end, who should be good for 50 catches, 600 yards, 5 touchdowns. But yeah, it is. It's specifically at the wide receiver position. It is a completely unique team, a completely different team, and I think that's where the most dramatic changes happen. And I think that's where, come week 1, people are going to sit up and go, "Whoa, this is a different offense."
Because of Spencer Fano, we did a lot around Utah, and so we got oddly familiar with Caleb Lomu, and especially with that relationship between Fano and Lomu and how it kind of it changed Spencer's whole entire trajectory and everything associated with it. But it seems like is Caleb? Am I seeing this right? Is he not going to start the season as a legit number 1?
Yeah, he's probably not going to start the season. I think that in a lot of ways they drafted him to be an impact guy in 2027. They have a right tackle in Morgan Moses, who is 35. And Morgan Moses, they somehow wrung 17-plus games out of him last year. A lot of load management, a lot of missed practices. I'm a huge fan of Morgan Moses. I don't think you're going to get another 17 games out of Morgan Moses. And so I can see Caleb Lomu stepping in at right tackle at some point over the course of the season. Talked about the questions that they have along the interior of the offensive line, the depth. There's also some talk about moving Lomu to guard, maybe on a part-time basis if they need him. But I don't think right now, if you look at the week 1 roster, or what people project to be the week 1 roster, he's not going to be a starter coming out of the gate.
All right. I do want to send people to the Boston Globe's website. So I'm not trying to get people to cut around a paywall here. But you said there are 3 things to watch in the Patriots preseason finale versus the Browns outside of dog bleep quarterback play, which I'm assuming is one of them. Give me one of the other 3 things there.
If you're a Patriots fan specifically?
Sure.
Yeah, it's going to be – there's a handful of guys who are on the roster bubble. Look, you can look up and down from the 90 guys in camp. You can pretty much identify, let's say, 45 to 48 of the ones who are surefire bets to make this team. But there's a handful of guys who have played well over the last week or so and need to continue to ascend if they want to be able to land a roster spot. They don't have a third running back. And so they're guys like Lane Larison, Hassan Haskins, not exactly, household names, but these are guys who are going to be, are going to continue to fight for a roster spot. Amari Gaynor is a defensive end who I think has played very well over the last week or so. He's another guy who I think you're going to see a lot of tonight. Honestly, you're probably going to see a lot of Lomu as well, and it's a good way to kind of check in and see where this guy is in his overall development. And then finally, another guy you should look for, second-round pick Gabe Akis. He's a defensive end. He's an edge guy. He didn't play at all in the spring because of a contract deal and because, he had a knee thing, and they kept him out. They kept him off the field. He's made some real gains over the last 2 weeks, but this is a guy who needs snaps, who just needs reps. He's another guy to keep an eye on. He's got great speed to power, but he's caught out of position an awful lot. And so he's a guy who I think the Patriots are going to rely on because they don't have a whole lot of depth on the edge. They lost Caleb on Chason. Harold Landry, the other pass rusher they have, is really – I don't think he's played at all over the course of the spring and the summer because of a knee thing. So if they can get Akis on the field and get him up to speed, using some snaps tonight to kind of clear that runway for him come week 1, week 2, I think he's another guy worth keeping an eye on.
Walk me through the Kayshon Boutte trade. How did we get there, and why did it come to be, and the package that was with it as well? I just thought it was just not that appetizing.
It was underwhelming. The package honestly was underwhelming, but it reached a point in the spring where, and God bless him, Kayshon Boutte could have set the whole thing on fire, but he kept saying the right things. He kept doing the right things. First 2 weeks of camp, he was the best offensive skill position player that they had, based in large part because he had such a great relationship with Drake May. With Brown and Dobbs in the building, there's some offensive redundancy there. And so they knew they had to get rid of him, and I think as a result, they had to maybe take a little less than what they were looking for. They do need some help at safety. They did need some safety help, some safety depth help, and so they get him. But yeah, I do think, I agree with you, that the return there was a little bit unexpectedly low. I think that there were some other options that they could have, really looked into player for player. Again, they could have gone out, got an edge guy. I was a big believer in the idea of Kayvon Thibodeau from the Giants for Booty. It's a trade that solves problems for both teams. But they went with Reed. Elliott Wolf said that they really like Reed, but we'll see how he kind of gets up to speed here in this defense.
Christopher, they say any booty is good booty. Does this trade defeat that ancient expression?
That's a great point. I think Houston's going to be very happy with their new booty, though. I'll say that. How about that?
I mean, a little BBL era, that's what I'm thinking. All right, Christopher, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
I'd get a BBL if I could. It wouldn't look right on me.
Well, you can.
Yeah, but what I mean is,
the option's open to you.
It just would look weird.
Well, yeah. But you said if you could, so that means like so. Let's say
if I
let's say
could
this.
and it would look good, I would get a BBL.
Right. Let's say this: BBL, big BBL, wants to go ahead and do some advertising on the station. And they say, Nick, we want you to be the guy that reads the endorsements for us and do all that. We'll give you a free one. You're saying yes?
Okay, there's money attached as well.
Well, you do the reads, obviously. Yeah, you get to the reads.
Okay, so I get the money and a BBL.
I mean, you made it sound like you'd pay for it at first. Now I'm actually offering you up endorsement
free
money,
BBL.
and you have
basically I get paid to get a BBL.
Talk about how much you love the BBL, but yeah.
And it's not like does it look good?
Non-transferable too. You can't be like I'm going to give this BBL to somebody else in my life.
That would be a very. No, I don't know how I would land the plane on that one.
It'd be really funny though.
I'd look at the models. I'd really ponder it. I can't say definitively whether I would. 216-474-0092. Should I look into getting a BBL? When we come back, we'll react to what Christopher had to say and talk about potentially the final days of Jerry Jeudy in Cleveland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3 The Fan and see if our hosts make your reaction a part of our shows. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Back again in the studio. Pucher's Design Center.
Buy 2 for $5 or 3 for $7. Get even more ways to save with True Rewards. Find the app in your favorite app store. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
If they win, it starts to dissipate very gradually and then goes away. Look, it's going to be a thing on the road all year. He knows it. I think the franchise is aware of it. He goes to New York. He goes, going to Seattle. Fans are going to give him crap. And it's going to be what it is. But if nothing else comes out, like if there's no text messages or there's no more photos or anything, I think it's going to start to kind of fade away gradually. I compare it in a lot of ways to, remember last offseason when Diggs had the pink powder on the boat and everyone made a big deal about that for like a month, and then he came in and he caught 1,000-yard worth of passes, and it all kind of was yesterday's news. I think the same thing is in play here. I think if the Patriots win, it's going to start to go away.
Christopher Price there of the Boston Globe, which is the nicest way I've ever heard anyone gloss over pink cocaine. The pink powder on that boat.
Yeah, that was a professional way of doing it. Is what that was.
Yeah, that's you can tell that's how he's got to the Boston Globe.
I think if you'd asked him, is all booty good booty in response to a Keyshawn Booty trade, if you'd led with that, then maybe he would have felt more comfortable.
Answer.
Well, he would have understood. Like, all right, this show's cool. They're one of the cool shows.
Yeah. These guys,
they're not like the other shows.
When people think about Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin, they think of cool.
We're very open to talk about pink cocaine at least.
That is true. We don't run from pink cocaine.
That's the vibe that we give off.
Honestly, I don't run at all, let alone from pink cocaine or anything else. Okay, I don't like the way that sounded. Hey, we're having fun.
That's
now, I'm actually surprised at how strong the Rossini-Vrabel story was until it wasn't. I mean, you got to think about it. It even did bleed into training camp, where the first day of camp, Mike Vrabel's like, "You see this puppy? Isn't this puppy cute? Everyone should adopt a puppy." It's like
they use the puppy as this meat shield of sorts to try to cover him up.
And ironically, it kind of ended up working because the story kind of died after that.
It's like when Nick Sirianni uses his kids at the press conference. Oh, also another Boston. Let's stay with that. Tatum bringing his kids to the podium in the finals.
Yep. Something in the water in Boston that they have no problem using kids or puppies to throw off some of the criticism that they might get.
It might be one of my least favorite things when athletes take their kids to the podium and use them as just human meat shields to try to cover up when things aren't going well, to be like, I have a family. Look, see, I'm dad of the year. It's like, no, get him in the daycare. Get back to doing what you're doing and face the fire.
All right. With that being said, if we worked at one of those other radio companies that every 3 months likes to do layoffs, if you knew, hey, if I took my oldest in there, and it might actually help sway some of the heat.
I'm not saying it's a bad tactic.
Okay, all right, just making sure.
I'm saying it pisses me off because it does work. It works, and that's what makes me angry about it. It works. It humanizes them. But
that's why every day at iHeart should be take your kid to work day.
Don't be a coward and face the music is what I like to say in these moments.
Now, all this being said, good stuff with Christopher Price there. We did find out today that the Browns are planning on releasing Cedric Tillman, which everyone kind of took of like kind of the, hey, if anybody wants to trade for him, you can go ahead and have him, rather than he pass through waivers. That actually also makes more sense for the Browns to do that because I think his salary now up in the final year of his contract was like $3 million.
Okay.
Because of accelerated numbers from it. Basically, it's written into every non-first rounder's contract. I think the more interesting, I thought Cedric Tillman was gone. Nice kid. I actually think he is an NFL receiver.
Yeah.
He just never had the quarterback that got him, that helped him, and he's never been healthy.
That's the hard part. The health is the biggest part of this, obviously, but that first part you touched on, I think, is one of the ones I'd like to highlight for a second. Like, how do you know any of these wide receivers? It doesn't seem like he's great. We know that, but like, how do you know these guys really are dog bleep when they've had these amount of bad quarterbacks?
I mean, there are guys that we've watched. Anthony Schwartz, and I'm not trying to pile on that guy. He was a nice enough kid, but you watch that kid, and it didn't matter who was going to be the quarterback. That kid sucked.
We've seen 3-week stretches from Tillman, though, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. We've at least seen something on the field from Tillman.
Like, I get it. You get on the field, and you can't catch anything out there, and you got bricks for hands, and it just seems like a futile effort. Then okay, fine. But like, we've seen Tillman go through stretches here and there.
it just wouldn't surprise me if Tillman went elsewhere and was a useful receiver, especially if he went to a place, ironically, like New England, where there is a Drake May. Like, if he goes to a place where there's a middle-of-the-road quarterback, I would be surprised if he did anything. But if it's Justin Herbert, Pat Mahomes, Drake May, Caleb Williams, those are places that I think he might still have some good football ahead of him, even if it's just third wide receiver. Another
part of this, too, is Andrew Berry's gotten comfortable enough he can release any draft mistakes that he used to have because the past 2 drafts have covered a lot up.
Yeah.
For the longest time, we had that perception on him, and we still do to a degree, especially when it comes to third-round wide receivers. But the past 2 years have really helped to rehab his image in the drafting world.
Now, what's interesting is I think the idea that Cedric Tillman and Jerry Jeudy were both on the, I think it was CBS Sports potential cut list. I still think there are a lot of people assuming Jerry Jeudy is going to be here. I don't make that assumption yet. I really don't.
You haven't all training camp long.
Yeah, and so, I guess my thing is, I don't know that he had a good camp.
He had a lot of drops.
And so I think we're still in an interesting spot where if somebody came along and the Browns were able to manipulate this.
Let me tell you why I think he's going to be here, okay? When we talked to Denzel Boston had this glowing review of Jerry Jeudy, and it doesn't mean that this was beyond just lip service of like, oh, I like Jerry Jeudy and I like playing with him. He was talking about how instructive Jerry Jeudy was, and how much he was learning from Jerry Jeudy, and how some people might say, I don't want him to learn from Jerry Jeudy, but clearly he does.
This is how you drop the ball.
Clearly he does have. There's something about him being the veteran there in that room, and there's something about what he can actually teach, and a willingness to teach not only Boston, but Boston said Concepcion as well. Some of what it takes to be an NFL wide receiver, that for this season, because we're not going to win 10, 11, 12 games for this season, I think that's worthy enough to go ahead and just keep on the roster and keep this thing going.
So I'm glad you pointed out the Denzel thing because I had forgotten about that. When I have said previously, I don't think it's guaranteed Jerry would be on the week 1 roster, the biggest part of this was if Todd Monken wants to make an example out of somebody and the Jerry Jeudy pity party from last year continued, it would be the easiest decision to make in the NFL. If this is true, that he is helping the young wide receivers, then maybe there is more of, even if he's not entirely productive this year, more value to him, because certainly when he's off this roster, it's a bunch of first and second year guys.
Yeah, definitely. I felt like it wasn't just lip service that Denzel was throwing out there. That felt very genuine. Now, it doesn't mean that we'll get to week 7 or week 8 and all of a sudden the Browns do the Odomari Cooper with them. If there's any sort of value out there, let's get ahead of this, because Andrew Berry does do that. He drops people like a bad habit in that regard.
We got the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Win VIP access to the Fan 15 celebration September 3rd at Dave & Buster's, including a pair of reserved seats, buffet dinner, and a pair of power cards. Enter the word HITS, H-I-T-S, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Nick and JP.
It's 5 o'clock on the Fan.
On the Fan. It's 5 o'clock on the Fan.
She told you what she was going to do.
Yeah, she did. I didn't listen.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, that's the second time Kayla's caught me not listening today. So now, because she's running the show, hit it.
It's 5 o'clock on the Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Not a lot of the hosts around here would do this, but
no, a little hand-up action by yourself.
A little hand-up on Nick Wilson there. There's actually a little Tibetan T-slap there on myself.
I wanted you to reach the sky, and instead you just kind of slapped your
chest.
Your chest.
My moob. You can call it however you want to say it.
I didn't know what was appropriate or not appropriate.
I don't think I could be offended if I have moobs when you say I have moobs, if I know I have moobs.
Yeah, you're not offended at all by any sort of idea that you're a large person.
Yeah.
You're just not. You take no offense to any of that.
As a matter of fact, I find it very hilarious when there are larger people that like the idea that they're a larger person is beyond them. Might be my top 5 favorite bits, unintentional bits that you could possibly have out there.
What do you mean the idea is that they're larger than you?
I definitely have met other plus-size people that don't realize they're plus size. You can tell it by if their shirt doesn't span the gut.
Oh, they haven't caught up to that idea yet.
Yeah. Or I had a friend, I'm not going to mention any names here, he's a respected member of the community. When we were in college, and we were all very overserved, which is why this story actually took place when I was in high school. We were sitting there, and he said, we were all sitting at a party, my buddy Ben Keenan's house, and he said, I hate fat people. And
being large himself.
I did the Bruce Arians quadruple take, like the what?
I actually love that though.
And
I mean, that's really funny.
And I can't do this I can't tell the story without them telling.
I want with a straight face just be like, I hate receding hairlines, guys. Yeah. I hate people that have that.
I just slowly said his name, like,
He wasn't joking.
Nice
though.
try, fatty. No,
he was dead serious.
No hint of irony. No hint of anything.
It's really funny if you deadpan at being a large human being like, I hate fat people.
There were only like 6 of us, and 2 of them were attractive girls. And after I did my Bruce Ariansing,
You're like, does anyone hear what he just said?
They looked at me like, are you going to say it? And so, of course, I said it.
Well,
I'm
you
like,
had to, yeah.
What the hell are you talking about? You're fatter than me.
What was his response to that?
He walked away like a wounded duck.
Yeah, it hadn't hit him. It hadn't hit him. I love that. No, here's the problem there is that he knew. He knew.
He just needed me to say it.
He hoped that nobody would.
I mean, he didn't realize he was in the room with Nick Wilson.
And him saying it and nobody being like, yeah, you are one. What are you talking about? Then it would have then in turn made him skinny somehow. He was trying to wrap his brain around it still.
I don't know if these two things are related, but we haven't talked in 20 years. Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com was on with the Morning Boys earlier today, and she talked about the booing of Deshaun Watson and some of the factors that go into that.
I do think that he did plenty of harm with that press conference, and that now he's got to do whatever he possibly can to try to change the narrative and flip the script. Not everybody hated him when he came out of the locker room in Baltimore in 2023, went 14 for 14, and beat the Ravens on the road. People didn't hate him then. And after the Bears game, I started to see people think, maybe he can go out there and get the job done. People want good football. And here's one other thing to remember. Dylan Gabriel got booed at the stadium last year because he wasn't Shedeur Sanders. So it's not just personal against Deshaun. It's very much a we love Shedeur phenomenon that's going on here, too. It would be the same thing for Dylan. If they start Dylan in the Carolina game, he's going to get booed. I mean, you guys know it. It's not just about the quarterback. It's about Shedeur as well.
So I think some people have taken this out of context for Mary Kay, and some people I think might have heard something she didn't say. She didn't say all of the booing of Deshaun Watson was owed to Shedeur. Same thing with Dylan Gabriel. She said that's a piece of it. Now, I happen to disagree with any of the booing of Deshaun Watson has anything to do with Shedeur or anything other than two parties. Deshaun Watson, and that is football reasons, that is off the field reasons, that is health reasons, that is optics reasons, everything. And the second party is really the Browns and how they've handled Deshaun this entire time. And I do think they have coddled him a lot more than they have ever coddled Baker Mayfield the first 2 years Stefanski and Baker were here. So I happen to disagree on that one point she's making about where the booing might be attributed to.
Deshaun has his own set of boos, the same way that Dylan Gabriel has his own set of boos, and I don't think they work in concert with Shedeur Sanders. I feel like they are independent of each other. I do sometimes wonder, like, would he have the same backlash if Shedeur didn't exist? And my answer is yes. I really do believe it. I believe that Deshaun, after what happened Saturday, I believe fans would be just as angry if Shedeur Sanders existed or was back up somewhere else and you just had somebody else to deal with.
Yeah, and I think even Deshaun himself, I think you can call back to what happened Saturday. He's not over. Deshaun's not over what happened when he got hurt 2 years ago, where fans, no matter whether it's 3%, 30%, or 300% of fans, cheered that injury. And so, again, I just think the wounds between Browns fans and Deshaun on both sides are so deep and have just it really is as complex as it possibly can be.
Yeah, and the wound should be pretty deep. We wasted 4 years of our lives up until this point talking and thinking about Deshaun and whether or not he could play. It should be. NFL insider James Palmer joined us today at 3. He broke down Todd Monken's decision to start Deshaun Watson.
The phone calls I've made and the people I've talked to, I would say around the league outside of the Browns building, I'll make sure that's clear, is everybody's looking at the first 2 road games. And if things don't go well there, when they come home week 3, that it could be Shedeur Sanders. And I think you're right. Todd Monken did say all the right things. I think there's a caveat to kind of what he said, which is I don't want you guys asking me about the quarterback position each and every week, right? This isn't a week-to-week thing. We're not going to have a press conference filled with, are you thinking about switching to Shedeur every single week? But it doesn't mean that he wouldn't make a switch 2 weeks in. At least that is the vibe around the league. And I think you're right. I think Deshaun has to play well in those 2. I think there's a reason why Deshaun was picked as a starter. I don't think it's singular. I think there's several. I think Todd made the decision, to my understanding, solely based off of football and who gives him the best chance to win. And there is a lot that goes into his offense, and there's a lot that's on the quarterback's shoulders.
So there's a lot to this decision. I'm trying to not hammer Todd Monken for making this decision until I see Deshaun Watson on the field, because one of the big points that the Browns have made is the offense you see week 1 is going to look different. They're going to be able to do different things. They didn't put anything special out on the field. That's a plausible explanation. I guess when it comes back down to it, Deshaun Watson, with Saturday, with how he attacked Browns fans, he has to substantiate the Browns going through what they're going to hear in week 3. And that's not just Deshaun, that is his teammates. And this becoming a massive distraction. I think Deshaun has to not just win games, but he has to look really good those first 2 weeks, because it has to be worth whatever headache it's going to be that whole week leading into week 3. And not just then, beyond as well.
I wish you were right. I just don't think the Browns see it this way. I feel like the Browns, if he just looks all right, I think he's going to be able to not only have week 3, I think they're going to continue to tell themselves we can get something out of him. We know we can get something out of him, and they're going to exhaust that to a spot that's going to make a lot of us angry about this whole entire thing.
More from James Palmer as we talked about the perception of Shedeur Sanders around the NFL.
Obviously there's discussions between players and coaches in these other buildings, and they know he throws a good ball. They know he was a developmental prospect. They know that there's something there. Like, there is an it factor to Shedeur that is discussed other places, right? There is an allure to him just because of how he's wired and how he goes about his business that is intriguing. It's certainly there. I would say, though, that, yes, most of the conversations are, I want to keep an eye on Shedeur. And I would also add this, that if you remember during the draft, and obviously all of you guys do, that everybody thought it was going to be this circus that was going to follow, Shedeur to Cleveland, and that it was going to be something that may not be attainable at this level. I do think the rest of the NFL has noticed that has not happened. And I think that's important to mention, that is not what's gone on in Cleveland with Shedeur Sanders.
I mean, I think most importantly out of that, though, is James saying other teams, other people around the league, and this is an insider, is telling him that there's something to Shedeur Sanders. He's got that it factor. There's something there. Where when we did this last year, whether it was with James or Albert or anyone that we talked to that talks to people around the league, they doubted that. They doubted whether there's an it factor there. They doubted whether there's a real football player attached to Shedeur Sanders, and now they see it. The light bulb is going on. They see there's something there.
I do think that's what, when anytime somebody kind of attacks the idea of Shedeur playing this year, even Albert, and, he's just a fifth-round pick. I never thought he was just a fifth-round pick. I understand he fell for reasons that go well beyond physical talent. I think he has some level of starter talent, and I think it's pretty obvious that if you just cut on the tape, the flaws are obvious, or the points of where he needs to get better are obvious, but the playmaking skills, there aren't a lot of NFL quarterbacks that can make plays the way Shedeur seems to do relatively effortlessly. And so I think when we had Ben Solak on, he kind of pointed out, if you could take the bottom 3% of what Shedeur did last year and take that off the game, that's at least an acceptable quarterback line. And it's
he also argued that because of the small sample size, if you just take rid of one interception and immediately some of those numbers that puts him in the worst of the NFL become middle of the pack. It was just too tiny of a sample size to even do anything with.
And so, again, none of this is to apologize for Shedeur Sanders. He's up against it. He has maybe one more chance to prove that he can be a starting quarterback in Cleveland, because this thing is geared to move on from Shedeur and from this quarterback room very quickly. But I just think there's a lot of people confusing the noise around Shedeur with the actual football player, and I'm still intrigued by the actual football player, and I'm not with Deshaun Watson.
Jory Epstein, Yahoo Sports, on with Baskin and Phelps today. She made the case that starting the season as the backup quarterback is what's best for Shedeur.
Let's say Shedeur Sanders starts somewhere between week 3 and week 5 through the season, roughly. He'll probably be better off, not because he'll be more ready only, but because the offense will probably look a little better. You've got an offensive line with new pieces that needs to get settled. You've got young receivers in Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston who are going to be acclimating to the pro game. So I think most of the league thinks those first 3 to 4 weeks, nothing's really going to be settled, and you kind of just have to get through it, especially for offensive line play, given how non-physical training camps are these days in that regard. They're going to be that. So I actually think, and maybe this is naive of me, Shedeur might not agree with me, that Shedeur might actually be in a better position if he starts a few weeks in than week 1.
I think how that handoff happens will matter a lot to the position Shedeur is put in. If you're 0-2 and Deshaun looks unplayable and Shedeur starts week 1 or week 3 at home, I do think that's about as good a position as you can possibly get, because people are just going to be happy to see somebody that isn't Deshaun. But if it's week 7 and you're 1-5, even if things are starting to come together offensively, you are climbing uphill to keep the team in the fight psychologically.
I think it matters. I think it matters when you do it and how you do it. And so, but it is interesting because it's like so many people would be excited week 3 to see Shedeur. Yeah, basically, you'd be excited to see a scarecrow back there if it's not Deshaun Watson, if he looks that bad.
Now, we do have a little Browns news to pass along here. Obviously, we mentioned earlier in the show, Cedric Tillman has been waived by the Browns. That's already been processed. And so we'll find out if he's actually been claimed. But the Browns have claimed former Colts cornerback Mekhi Blackmon off waivers, so the Browns have needed some cornerback depth here. He appeared in 17 games for Indy last season. He started 1, recorded 2 INTs, 64 tackles, and 7 PBUs. So,
I thought he started 11 games last year.
Oh, it does. I can't read.
That's okay. 11 games last year. It's nice. He's got some experience to him.
It's not as good as 17, but it's better than, single-digit games.
Is this our armoire insurance? Is that what that is? Michael Coach Jr., maybe that injury is a little bit more serious than
I'm still trapped in that armoire.
I know. He was playing his way onto the 53, no question about it. He had the lower body injury on Tuesday, and so I got a feeling that's related to that, but they need cornerback depth regardless. I hope the armoire is okay.
Only thing I'd say about lower body injuries, that's half your body. That's very generic.
That's a good analysis.
It's a lot of places of your lower body.
It could be a lot of different things.
This part is not worth that part, and so on and so forth.
When they put that in there like that, that's I think Daniel Oyefusi said lower body injury. He did. That's him saying, "Hey Browns, I need more info."
Yeah.
I watched him leave. Give me more info.
Versus a femur.
They've given me no info and no updates, so this is what I have to go with now.
Concern with Deshaun. We'll see if you agree with this. Strong words from one NFL analyst you'll want to hear in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Ohio.
We expect some major slowdowns on I-90 West, heading around Dead Man's Curve, extending all the way to I-77 South near East 14th. For your Odyssey Cleveland traffic, I'm Jake Volnick.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. We got, in case you missed it, coming up in just about an hour and 20 minutes. Of course, Browns-Patriots preseason game number 3 coming up tonight on 92.3 The Fan. I do wish a different starting quarterback was starting. I do wish a different quarterback was starting tonight. I could maybe...
You wish Shedeur was starting.
Yeah. I
do too.
I feel like tonight is a bit of an audition for Dillon Gabriel, and I respect that, but I don't have a lot of interest in it. I don't really care who QB3 is. Is that a hot take?
Not a hot take, even though they might end up playing.
As soon as, like, week 8?
They legitimately might. I like to hold the door open to the idea that if Deshaun gets injured and Shedeur gets injured, and I just use injury instead of bad play, just how I do things. But if we're down to the third quarterback, I don't need to see Dillon Gabriel. And I know the Taylor Green supporters are out there. I don't really need to see that either. I just go out and get somebody else.
So it's funny.
That's where Albert's Jameis Winston thing just comes in play.
Well, I'm glad you kind of pointed that out, because I think there are a lot of people that said, well, instead of watching Deshaun or Shedeur, because we've talked it to death, give me a Dorsey. And if Dorsey is Dillon Gabriel or Taylor Green, I'm okay. Now, if Dorsey was J.J. McCarthy, I'm not the biggest J.J. McCarthy fan. I think he got a raw deal in Minnesota, and if they've only played him 12 games, you would have at least 10 weeks to kind of get him ready and in the offense. I might be interested in that in week 14, somewhere along the way.
I think even J.J. McCarthy would be interested in that.
But, I'm not the biggest. Now, Anthony Richardson, I have no want to ever see again. That guy should have never been the number 4 pick in the draft. And I think he is fun to watch in the way that, people can't look away from car crashes and, faces of death videos. I personally don't need to watch those things.
No, not for me either.
I'm too soft for that, but I understand if you're a glutton for punishment and want to go ahead and see a car crash in real time. That's Anthony Richardson to me.
Well, I will look if one's happening in front of me to make sure that everything's okay.
Well, I meant the people who grossly watch. I don't understand what happened to social media where you can't just block grotesque videos of guy sets a house on fire and half the people in it die. I'm like, who in the bleep is watching this?
And then you watch one video and then it sends you a bunch more of those videos.
Yeah.
That's the other. It's just a never-ending door of those type of videos, and you didn't ask for it, but there it is.
My bar for quarterbacks is, can I trust you with an exercise band? If the answer is no, that you might put your eye out, I am all the way out.
On good teams, okay? On teams that are trying to be competitive, the bar is win 50% of your games. Like a backup quarterback in the NFL, if you're on one of these really good teams, that is what they expect of you. 50% of your games is what you should be able to step in and win. We're just not one of those teams. And so and not to bring up tanking.
Oh, my God. How? No, wait. You can bring up tanking.
I can bring up tanking. You can't. Okay. But that's where I'm at. If we're down to the third quarterback, I don't care about Dillon Gabriel. I don't care about Taylor Green. I'm having a hard time caring about a lot on this team if we're down to the third quarterback. But you're going to get me the corpse that can get me the best possible draft position, and I don't really see any other way around it.
Well, I have the writ here that I wrote yesterday. It's in my hand. Nope. Not until November. Can I engage in or talk about the T word? We will be trying to win until November 1st.
But if we just happen to have a couple bad accidents or a couple incidents that pop up and we can't really account for it.
Is this Final Destination 8?
I mean, sometimes football can be that.
Is Jimmy Haslam going to play the role of the guy who played the Candyman?
Sometimes football can be that way.
Yeah, football do be like that, I always say.
But really, at what point then do you really care if Dillon Gabriel or Taylor Green get in?
November 1st.
November 1st.
November 1st. But still, I'd rather see J.J. McCarthy than Dillon Gabriel.
But for tonight's purposes, I don't care if it's an audition for Dillon Gabriel. There's nothing he can do that showcases. Remember last year, the third preseason game against the Rams? Dillon looked pretty good in that third preseason game.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't matter a lick.
Yeah, I think the idea is he's auditioning for the rest of the NFL as much as he's auditioning for.
Oh, for sure.
But again, I think it's like, listen, that preseason half against the Patriots, he looked like young Steve Young. Okay, now cut on the tape from weeks 5 to 10 last year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think tonight's going to override that, but I understand how the NFL thinks there. Now, while we talk about the Browns' action, Greg Cosell was on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Oh, no, we lost Kayla.
She gone.
Oh, no. Well, this segment can't really go where it needs to go if Kayla's not in there.
Yeah.
Is she okay? Is she having a calamity in the other room? Does she? I just saw her disappear out of the.
I can't put a wellness checker on. I don't know.
I was worried because I saw she was eating something and she popped out of screen, and it was like, if she's choking in another room and I'm sitting here talking, this would be the worst thing to happen. Like, I would feel like a real piece of work.
The worst thing that would happen is her choking, not you just being uncomfortable.
Well, no, that's what I mean. Is I would feel awful. Clearly her family gets the sympathy here. Then right under that sympathy, I get the next amount of sympathy.
There we go. I do love how, because we're so just trained on air in a certain way where it's like it's as if we're like handcuffs right here, and we could not possibly move. Neither one of us could possibly get up and I don't know, maybe go check on her and see if she's okay.
Now, I do play by play of her choking.
It's just not how we're trained. It's just not. We're just shackled to this, and then we honestly, our biggest voice is us screaming into the microphone and saying something's happened.
Yeah.
That's the best thing we can do in that scenario.
Well, also imploring anyone to do anything.
No, that's the funniest part of this to me, is that it really does feel like we'd be chained to our area and we cannot leave. So we would just be yelling like, hey!
Yeah.
Hey, Jake!
Yeah.
Something might be wrong with Kayla!
And then
check on Kayla!
And also let it be known, we would be the first to pronounce you dead in real time.
Well, that's a nice how do you do.
We would not wait for the medical examiner.
No.
We would say, it's 5:31 in 13 seconds, and Kayla Cole-John has left this planet.
Yeah, doctors don't pronounce you dead. We pronounce you dead.
Nick and Jonathan pronounce you dead.
That's what that is.
Anyway, Greg Cosell pronounced his concerns about Deshaun Watson based off the tape. He's not talking about off-the-field stuff. He's a tape-only guy. Only tape.
One of the things that really stands out when you watch Watson, and it was even true in the preseason games, but I think one of the things that really has struck me about Watson, since he's been back and it continued, is I don't think that he's a quick decision maker. I don't think he sees the field with the clarity that you'd ultimately like. And again, that's not on every single play, obviously. But I think that's one reason why he ends up leaving the pocket a lot. And there's no question he can still make plays with his legs. But, I think the main question with him will be his processing quickness in a position that demands milliseconds. Can he see things with the needed clarity and play with higher level anticipation and timing on a consistent basis?
All right. So I think it should be noted that one of the things that it has felt like where maybe my trust in Todd has been tested is so many of the things that have been said about Shedeur Sanders. Not necessarily from Todd, but from, he doesn't make his decisions quick enough, the cadence stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Those are also things that I have seen Deshaun Watson, as of the most recent preseason game, struggle with. So where even if Deshaun is ahead of Shedeur in those places, it's still not like he's Tom Brady in his prime when it comes to processing.
I mean, I think his decision-making is awful, but his processing and pocket response once the play isn't clean, I think is disastrous. And once that first picture changes, I think it just becomes a completely different game for him. And this is something that I thought he always had problems with even going back to Houston, but it's only been amplified. I felt like in Houston, and I know Greg's like, oh, his legs are still fine, and he can do. I disagree with that completely. But in Houston, he could always scramble out, and he could make a play, and he could do something after everything changed, and it just saved him in a way that doesn't exist in a Browns uniform. It hasn't existed in a Browns uniform.
Yeah, and I think pocket awareness is something that people have pointed out countless times. It's obvious.
Yeah. Obvious.
And so whether
he's got no idea how to feel pressure at all in the slightest bit.
Yeah, and even reacting to pressure now. Like one of the dead giveaways that a quarterback is lost in the sauce is the old shoulder hunch. Like a lot of guys who can't cut at the NFL level, the first indication that they are lost while in a game is the second they feel any sort of pressure. They just lay down. They just kind of like tense up, and you see them, and it's like, no, run. There's a hole right there.
There's a lot you can do in that play.
There's plays available. Stop. And I feel like in both preseason games, not just the last one where he looked really bad, even in the moments that he looked good, you could just tell he's trying to tuck that thing and get out of it as quickly as possible, which maybe that's what he's being coached to do, but it doesn't help him defeat the allegations that he has no pocket presence whatsoever.
Well, I always thought in Houston he could use that almost as a superpower of sorts, though, because he wasn't robotic and an on-time rhythm passer. That's not what he was. His superpower is when the play broke down, and then he could
making off-schedule plays.
Yeah, he became more dangerous then, I always thought. He could extend, he could keep his eyes downfield, create an explosive play out of that, and we just haven't seen that in a Browns uniform at all. And and maybe that becomes a part of the larger story with him and how he's changed and evolved. And it's just none of it's an evolution for the better.
I just think what's tough, and I've said this, that I do think I understand what the Browns offense is going to be. And it is going to be power run. It is going to be physicality. It's going to be in your face. And then from a passing perspective, you're trying to get Fannin and Concepcion and Boston and Judy and all the, Dylan Sampson. You're trying to get these guys the ball and let them make the plays for you. So a lot of the check down stuff that I think Deshaun is actually going to be like the king of in this thing, I do think that does suit him. Like, I do think that could be something that could work. The problem is, I think it's going to make the power run game part of this even more difficult, and then you're going to have diminishing returns on the I don't pass beyond 10 yards.
Those offenses are capped. If you don't throw beyond 10 yards, those offenses, they all have a ceiling, and they're not good. The ceiling that you can have on that offense is a league average at best. There's a reason why pushing the ball down the field is so important.
Like per quarter, and again, I'm pulling these numbers kind of out of thin air, but per quarter, you need probably 2 throws down the field, and to me, that's more than even 10 yards. That's 12 to 15 to 18 yards.
You're just talking about just to help out the run game, to make sure that it's respected.
And at least one of those needs to be a real completion and not an interception. So, but again, at least that I can see. My problem is when you start to say, and I know the Browns want to use the RPO function and they want to use Deshaun's legs. Maybe they're seeing something in practice that I don't see on tape or have seen the last 5 years.
Yeah.
The guy does not look like he has that kind of wiggle or burst, and you add that to a lack of pocket presence, and it just feels like that. It feels like you're going to get a quarter into that game and go, that plan that you thought was going to work does not apply here because he does not have that thing.
Well, his escape hatch is gone, and it's just something that, again, you go back and watch some of the Houston stuff, and you just see so many times, and it matters so much in just turning 3rd and 4 into a first down and extending the drive and keeping things going. When you can take a broken play and turn it into a first down as often as he did in Houston, it just changes everything. And I just don't think he's going to be able to do that now. I think his escape hatch is gone.
And I think coming back to the idea here of, I think there are a lot more potential flaws in the plan with Deshaun than there are features. And I think that's like trying to figure out how you make the features work. The Casey Concepcion passes and all the swing passes and screens and end arounds, those will have diminishing returns, and I don't know what your pivot is. 216-474-0092. So Greg Cosell laid out some very realistic concerns there. What's your biggest concern with Deshaun Watson in terms of his ability to stay functional as a Browns starting quarterback? What is owed to Dillon Gabriel in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
38 Pella or visit PellaCleveland.com.
We expect some major slowdowns on I-90 West heading around Dead Man's Curve, extending all the way to I-77 South near East 14th. For your Odyssey Cleveland traffic, I'm Jake Volnick.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Catch Daryl Ryder and Coach Riz's Daily Browns training camp recaps on the Fan's YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Riz breaking down the storylines from each day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now.
Nick and JP back on the Fan. All right, I want to ask. I know it's impossible to have a chill quarterback conversation in this town.
Can't do it.
I know that's not what this year is set up to be.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I ask us? Can we put a safe space here? All right.
I can't promise you anything.
All right. For millennials, for Gen Zers, for the older folks looking at you, boomers, I want to make this a conjoined safe space where we can all just have a real conversation.
Yeah.
Are people invested in the third quarterback battle?
I'm not. But I don't want to be the person that we're like a couple hours away from kickoff, like, hey, let's listen to the broadcast and tune in, and then be like, this is not it for me.
I mean, it's Browns football.
We're okay, right?
I think
preseason. There's nothing. I don't have to sell anything to anybody. We're good.
I don't know.
I just don't want. I don't want to
call the Browns real quick and see if they have a problem with this.
I mean, no, it's not. Am I going to watch tonight? Yes, I'll watch tonight. Am I heavily invested into the third quarterback battle right now? Jeff Phelps is because of Taylor Green, but I think that he might be the only person on planet Earth.
I mean, I'm pretty invested in, all right, who are going to be the last two receivers. I'm pretty.
Yes.
I am interested.
Do you have a quick thought on that or no?
I think it's going to be Luke Floria.
Oh, I was thinking Wallace and Malachi Corley. I like Floria. I just don't know that he's ever going to get it.
I just don't know.
Same thing with Gage Larvidan. I like Gage Larvidan a lot. I just don't think he's ever going to get it.
I don't think Gage will. I think Floria's
made a lot of plays.
I think Floria's spot with Shador is going to help him, especially once we get into about week 3. I just think with Corley and Wallace,
those are special team plays, by the way. The last two would basically special team plays.
I think that's what it is on a team where you're just trying to develop young talent for the future. I do think this is Jerry Jeudy's last year in Cleveland, even if he does make the roster this year. So, I think you're going to need kind of the depth. You don't want to have to try and replace another 2 or 3 wide receivers next offseason. I think Tylan Wallace is a guy that makes a lot of sense. I don't really understand the point of Malachi Corley now that Kevin Stefanski isn't here to, do end-around plays with.
Yeah, they like him is all I'll say on that. And as many plays as Floria and Larvidan continue to make, I just don't know that they're going to break through on that. So, all right, so you got some wide receiver stuff to look forward to. There are things to look forward to, but if you're asking about QB3 in particular, it's not knocking my socks off.
216-474-0092. How invested are you in Dillon Gabriel versus Taylor Green? I do think I would be surprised if Taylor Green isn't QB3. However, what I would do is I would try and pass Taylor Green through waivers. We can say all we want about, could he pass waivers? I'm not sweating a 6-round pick, who I think even in the best of circumstances is a long shot to become anything other than like a Taysom Hill type player in the future.
I mean, I think if it comes down to that, then I don't think if there's any value for getting rid of for trading Dillon Gabriel. Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't we just release Dillon Gabriel and make him go through waivers instead? If you have no trade value for him, then he's going to probably pass through. And if he does, I'd much rather have Green on the roster at this point than Dillon Gabriel.
Yeah, I think I trust Dillon Gabriel if he has to play in the first 10 weeks of the season more than I do Taylor Green.
I think if you play in the first 10 weeks of the season, I don't really care who the quarterback is anyway, because I want to lose a lot of games and get myself a better draft position.
No T word for me, thank you very much. But I'm just talking about the early part of the season. I don't want to watch 10 games of Taylor Green this year. I don't want to watch 10 games of Dillon Gabriel either.
Because that's the suggestion you're making right now.
Here.
Yeah. You're calling up J.J. McCarthy. You're calling up any of these other quarterbacks.
Believe me.
If you get to that spot, that's where we're at.
If we can do Dylan Gabriel for J.J. McCarthy, let's get on this. Let's party hardy, Marty. But I don't know that that's going to be the case.
No. I'm saying even like week 8 or something. If it happens incredibly early, then you have to call up J.J. McCarthy. You call up one of these other guys, and that's how you get that done. Like I'm not as concerned about it.
But it's funny. Like the things that have occupied my mind are how many tight ends are we going to bring in at the cut down? Because I would trade for one, and I would see if another quality one. Like, I think you need 2 more tight ends. With Jack Stoll going on IR, I don't really – and Daquan Wright going to LSU, there's nobody really that I think has stood out there of the backup tight ends. I think you need to completely overhaul that room. I think I honestly could see them adding one more offensive lineman from somewhere outside of here.
Sure.
And that's before we get to probably another corner, maybe another edge rusher.
You talk about things for tonight, for instance. I think Brailsford and Barber tonight, if we're talking about backup offensive linemen, I think watching them play will be at least interesting.
We're all pretty certain how that's going to go, right?
I think Barber has been really bad.
But I think Barber and Jones and Brailsford are your backup, and then Zinter is clearly gone. And we'll see about Whippler.
But how bad Barber has looked is fascinating to me.
It's interesting. I don't know that everybody agrees with you, by the way. I've heard some real...
Oh, game 1 I thought was atrocious.
I can't remember who it was.
Maybe it was better in game 2. I didn't look that closely for game 2, if I'm just being truthful about it, but game 1 was not good at all.
Was it Bill Sparks, I think, who said he thinks that Barber should be the starting right guard and not Tevin Jenkins?
No, I think that's an awful take.
Really?
Yeah, it's an awful take.
Should we call him up and you can just berate him on air?
I don't know Bill.
Yeah.
Is Bill into being berated?
I don't know if he's got a shame thing.
Is Bill into that?
Here's the thing.
Is that Bill's kink? I don't know, Bill. I have no idea.
Listen, I wouldn't have thought Paul Giamatti's character in Billions was into being humiliated, and look how that
What do you
happened.
mean? They opened the show with him being humiliated.
Well,
that was the first scene in Billions.
Than the cigarette,
the first scene in Billions is exactly that.
The bathroom stuff. Like beyond that, if you just came in,
that is peak humiliation. Is the very opening scene in Billions.
If you just came in at the second scene, I wouldn't have been able to call that.
That's right. If you missed the very first
Who
scene.
hasn't? You got to get popcorn.
I'll never forget, man, sitting down and, there's some shows you just you're like, all right, at least we're going to enjoy this together, and this was right at the time where everyone really went for gasps in their very first opening scenes.
Which I still feel like way too many people try to shock you in the first scene.
On that point, I'm going to sidebar my sidebar for a second.
Okay.
Have you ever seen the show Adults?
No.
It's a comedy on FX,
no.
Right? And so what they ended up doing, they just came out with their second season. It started yesterday or whatever it is.
I'm going to gather it's about adults.
It is. I enjoy it. I like the show. But their first episode was just not the greatest and was a little weird. And there's a whole scene on a subway where this guy is pleasuring himself, and it's like, what's going on here, right? One of those really eye-opening, like, how do they
those words coming out your mouth?
How do they do this? But it's not reflective of the entire show as a whole. And so it was such a bad opening episode. They went back and redid an opening and like an actual whole brand new episode as a pilot.
They retconned it,
and they dropped it in there as if that was always the original pilot, because their feedback,
it's full George Lucas.
Their feedback was that the show was great, so many people liked the show, but the first episode was just so off-putting to so many people because of some of the things that happened that it was a bad introduction to the show itself.
Wait, you're telling me you can't do that on a subway?
No, you can't do that. Apparently can't do that.
My night's just gone out the window.
Anyway, so we put on Billions, and I'm like, all right, it's going to be fun. We're going to watch this, right? And then that very first scene, but Paul Giamatti, the very first actual scene, that it's him,
Yeah. We don't have to describe it.
I don't even know how I would describe it.
I think after Fart Corner, if we described it, I think, honestly, Keith might just come in and be like, take the rest of the day off. However,
don't they realize we try to watch these shows with our wives at some point? Don't they realize? And they're like, the shock value may not hit for everybody. They might just instantly say no, thank you.
The worst one was actually House of Cards, where in the first scene, Kevin Spacey breaks his neighbor's dog's neck and kills a dog. And you got to understand,
Jeez.
I wanted to find a new show with Vanessa at the time. She was going through a little postpartum. All right, we had young babies at home. Hadn't even gotten Artemis yet, by the way. So I did. And anyways, it happens. And Vanessa, and I'm not kidding you, she grabs the remote, hits the off button as much as possible.
Yeah.
Throws it at me. and said, bleep this show and bleep you for thinking that I would like this smut. And I was so shocked because I think there have been like 3 times in our marriage that woman has said those words to me, and I have earned them the other 2 times. This was not one of them. And I sat there in silence and shock for a solid 30 seconds just being like, what the hell just happened? And then I turned the show back on and watched the rest of the episode. Because I realized I wasn't going near Mama Bear ever again, at least for the rest of that night.
Such a tough opening.
Yeah. It didn't even give me a chance to have a real emotion about it, by the way.
What was your emotion?
My emotion was, that's awful. Why would you start a show that way?
You're such a dog guy.
Yeah.
I would imagine that would be really off-putting to you.
I didn't even get a chance to be offended because she was so mad at me personally. 216-474-0092. How invested in the QB3 battle are you? Is that what you're watching tonight for? More to come in the 6 o'clock hour on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and I...
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
One hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. In case we missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes' time here. Talking preseason game numero tres. Can I have a complaint for a moment?
Sure.
And I want to say I am aware that this is a first world complaint. First world? Yeah. I understand that this is, in the end, it is a minor inconvenience. I hate the NFL preseason schedule. I really do.
Like the Saturday, then Thursday?
Yeah, well, and just the fact that it's like 2 weeks from now or from this Sunday.
This much time in between.
Yes.
It has not always been, maybe it's been in the past couple years. Has it always been this much time in between?
No.
Because it doesn't, I don't remember it being this much time.
No, because remember, I think we used to have 5 preseason games. I know we've whittled it all the way down to 3, but at one point in my very early childhood, we had 5 preseason games.
Yeah, but it's been 4 basically my whole existence.
And listen, I get that the NFL's play here is whenever we start the regular season, you're going to watch it.
Well, and that
so
they have moved back.
We can't hurt opening weekend because it's still the NFL. But man, does it harsh my mellow and try to get excited about the regular season, knowing that after tonight, it is a long, slow march to the second week of September.
No, it is. It's too much time in between. And I do always feel like in the past it was more towards like September 3rd, maybe, or September 5th. And the idea that it's like September 13th, and that's just even the Wednesday game that they're kicking this whole thing off with. It's too much time in between. Way too much time in between.
All right. I'm glad I'm not the only person that
I don't know how you fix it.
I mean, I think the way you fix it is you actually move training camp back, and then you literally just truncate the actual preseason itself.
Well, because aren't we moving towards the idea that they want to have the they want to put this near President's Day, the Super Bowl, and so like if we're gonna get there, you have to obviously you got to keep moving things a little bit further back inch by inch,
or you take away one more preseason game, add a second. A second bye,
yeah. Which is, I think, when they expand the regular season, that's what they're going to end up doing is adding that second bye week.
And I think the rebuttal will be on why they
get to 18 games.
Why they won't make it even easier than what I just suggested. Meaning it's like camp starts August 15th, and then the regular season starts a month later. They'll say they like to have time to allow players to acclimate to conditioning, and I do understand that. I don't think a lot of sitting around for 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks actually helps the players acclimate at all.
I don't think so. All you're doing is just extending the season for everybody.
Yeah.
That's it. Then it's just taking up too much time.
I'm glad. I feel like we really arrived at something here.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Now, Ben Solak, who, if you guys didn't hear when he was with us in training camp, I think that was the first week of camp.
It's fantastic.
The man's got aura. All right,
he really does, and it doesn't seem like he should, but he does.
He does. He looks like he's 17.
It's mystifying. I can't figure it out. I instantly, I'm like, I love this Ben Solak guy.
Yeah, which is interesting because of the story we're about to say, which he ranked all 32 teams in terms of watchability.
Even this, I'm like, it's okay because it came from Ben.
That's right. He'll let you down gently. Yeah. But he says the Browns are the least watchable, least exciting team in the NFL. And I guess this is where, like, I do feel like this is a bit of hyperbole. Like, the Miami Dolphins are 31. They're not going to be good offensively or defensively, and they're pretty much counting on Malik Willis.
Well, and that, by the way, that is his answer to all of this, is Malik Willis is more exciting, basically, than anything the Browns have to offer. If you read the piece, it's like, why are the Dolphins watchable at all, even though they're 31st? Malik Willis is his answer.
I don't understand that at all.
Malik Willis has... in a very short sample size, I guess is what you have to go off of. He's got a lot of big playability. And again, and in this exercise, that's kind of what he's going off of, is who's going to be exciting to watch with explosive pass rates and everything else. And he said he's got a higher explosive pass rate and scramble rate than every quarterback in the NFL over the past 2 seasons. Malik Willis does.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to go back to that sample size thing. I think there's a chance Malik Willis doesn't start and finish the season as the starter because of play. It just wouldn't surprise me if Malik Willis was just not good.
There also isn't a single proven pass catcher or receiver anywhere or tight end anywhere in this offense.
Can we all agree it should be the Arizona Cardinals even?
No, because the Cardinals at least have, again, if we're going towards watchability, you have Trey McBride, you have Michael Wilson, you have Jeremiah Love. Like, they have so many fun offensive players. And I think the argument we're going to have here for the Browns is the Browns have a lot of fun offensive players. But in the case of Benjamin Solak, are you going to say Concepcion in Boston, who project out to be fun, is as much fun as Trey McBride, who's probably the second best tight end in the league, and even Michael Wilson's fun? I guess Jeremiah Love does fall in that same category, though.
You Benjamined him. That was interesting.
I go between Ben and Benjamin.
That's fair.
I like to say Benjamin more than I like to say Ben.
Congrats to both Ben and
but we
Benjamin
we started Ben on that. I always think Benjamin Solak.
No, sorry, I derailed that. I think the Browns. Listen, I will rattle off with relative ease here the teams that I think will be less watchable than the Browns.
Okay.
Because one, I think the Browns' offense, the bar has been set so low, I actually think they're going to clear it with ease. They might even be able to do it with Deshaun Watson the first 2 weeks of the season before he's benched for Shedeur going into week 3. Because, again, it should be noted the Browns are starting a quarterback that hates Browns fans who hate him right back. I hadn't add that caveat today. I want to keep reminding everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I think people are going to be caught off guard. They're like, whoa, the offense is functional. Look at this spacious 300 square foot bedroom that we have. That's where I think people are. I didn't land the plane on that analogy. The point is, the Dolphins will be less watchable.
Okay.
I don't buy the Titans because I don't know. I don't know that Cam Ward's actually going to be that bad across 18 weeks.
I think that's why he stuck him at 30 is because the Cam Ward preseason has gone horrendously.
I think Arizona is going to be less watchable because I don't believe in any of their quarterbacks. Atlanta will be less watchable. I actually think Atlanta's going to have the number 1 pick next year.
I mean, Bijan, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. There's a lot of fun in the Falcons. But if it's like Tua, then it's unwatchable.
I think the Jets will be less watchable. I think the Steelers will be less watchable.
Yeah, he's got
they might be the better
at 26.
team.
You get the Steelers at 26. There's a real chance the Steelers just go extremely south this year and become very unwatchable very quick.
And I also think everyone's preseason darlings, and it's all because of John Harbaugh. I think Jackson Dart is low IQ. I think Cam Scatteraboo is lower IQ. I don't think both of those guys are going to be playing 14 games or more this season. And I think that the tail of the tape with John Harbaugh's offenses have been boring outside of the exceptional playmaking that belongs to a guy named Lamar Jackson. And even that was dulled down some of the time. I think that offense is going to be really, really, really unfun to watch.
I think Jackson Dart he's not must-watch TV at this point, obviously. He's still wildly inconsistent, but I think Jackson Dart is still enough of a draw for people. When you're flipping around the red zone or you're flipping around games on a Sunday, I'll sit down and watch for Jackson Dart. I want to see how year 2 goes. I want to see the response off of Harbaugh. I am interested by Jackson Dart.
I'm not at all. I think he's a total media product. He was not bad last year, but people have turned him into something he's not.
I agree people have turned him into something he's not. I'm fascinated to see what year 2 offers. And that might just be the idea that you talked about, like watching a car wreck earlier. It might just turn into a car wreck and I just can't look away, but I want to see what happens in year 2.
Can I offer one more that I don't know people are going to agree with this one.
And are these less watchable than we are? Is that the idea,
yes.
though?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Because I also think the Browns are going to be in a lot of really close games. And I think that adds to your watchability.
Okay.
Like, I think if you have a functional offense and a nice defense, I no longer am certain they're going to be a top 10 defense because I'm a little shook about Rudy. And the depth thing is starting to scare me a little bit more.
What has you shook about Rudy?
He's not Jim Schwartz. And
it's enough for me.
Jim Schwartz play calling, I think, is what helped that defense have an advantage. And that advantage, I think, is gone. He might be a fine defensive coordinator, but you can be a fine schematic guy and not be a great play caller.
No need to keep selling. You got the sale there. Not being Jim Schwartz is all I needed.
All right. The Colts. That was a team that was kind of fluky good at the beginning of last season anyways. Daniel Jones is coming off a major injury. Jonathan Taylor's getting older. I do like Alec Pierce and Tyler Warren, but I think their defense is going to be caca too. I think if you told me the Colts had a top 3 pick next year and that pick also went to the Jets, if you told me the Colts had a higher pick than the Jets, I wouldn't be surprised.
I just think they were so good with Daniel Jones last year that I just can't discount it.
I've seen it before.
First 10 weeks
for
of the season.
14 weeks, 15
first 10 weeks
and
of the
then
season last year, and they were awesome. And that's kind of where I think Benjamin Solak would be going on this, is that idea that until we see them absolutely stink together, then we have to assume, or at least come close to assuming, that Daniel Jones in a Colts uniform is just fireworks.
216-474-0092.
Alec Pierce, Tyler Warren, Jonathan Taylor. There's enough there for me.
Ben Solak, who's got some aura to him, the young man, says the Browns are the least watchable, least exciting of all 32 teams in the NFL. And I offense taken. I like Ben a lot.
I was just going to say no offense taken.
No offense taken.
I have no offense towards this.
Offense
we
has been
put
taken.
ourselves in this spot. I understand it completely.
Nope. I take this personally, and I have now declared a fatwa on Ben Solak.
At least did we settle in on these rankings last year in similar spots, or did Myles Garrett give us like a 5-team jump or something like that?
I'm going to assume that we were bottom 5 in watchability last year.
I'm probably thinking too. So I don't know. I would hope Concepcion. I would hope Boston would give us a little bit of a come up if you do like a regular season rankings of this, like I don't know, midway through. But we are where we're supposed to be.
I wish he would do watchability power rankings from week to week, because I think by week 5 you're out of the bottom 32.
All right, who do you think is the
bottom 32?
Who do you think is the?
You're out of the bottom 5 is what I meant.
Heard you. Who do you think is the top 3 in your opinion?
Of
not what Ben
unwatchability?
Solak. No, of watchable. Now, your opinion, not Ben Solak's opinion, your opinion. Who are the top 3 most watchable teams in your estimation?
All right, I'm actually going to put the Bengals in the top 3 because of Burrow, Higgins, and Jamar Chase.
Okay. He had him at 7, but okay.
I want to do a real deep there. Bills?
No, actually, the Bills aren't even top 8 for him.
Screw you, Solak.
It's your choice, though. If you say Josh Allen makes them watchable for you, then that's all you need to know.
By the way, I'd give Baker.
Bills are 16th in Ben Solak's here.
This kid knows nothing.
That is surprising.
Eagle? No, that's not going to be the Eagles. Ooh, Bears.
Bears are number 1.
Oh, I got something.
Bears are number 1.
I struck out on pretty much everything, but I got the Bears.
That's all right. Again, I was
heavy on
asking,
NFC teams, huh?
Asking for yours more than it was anything else. He had the Lions at number 3. The NFC North teams in particular. He had the Lions at number 3. He believes in the Vikings were 9. He believes in the NFC North. 3 in the top 10.
9. That's cold-blooded.
Well, that's probably some Kevin O'Connell love that's seeping in. It's also Justin Jefferson love seeping in.
It was J.J. McCarthy's alter ego. Put him
so
9.
We had to put him at 9.
That is cold-blooded by Solak. I knew he had aura. I didn't know he was ruthless.
That's a good combo. That's a good combo.
Hey, J.J. McCarthy, without you, they're 9. Remember, like your crappy alter ego? Yeah. Can I give you a little fraud watch here?
Yeah, I love fraud watch.
Washington.
I thought we already decided last year they were frauds.
Oh, no, but he has them in the top 13. He has them 13th.
Oh, well, you're close to middle of the pack then. That's not...
I think Jaden Daniels' mom might be more watchable than Jaden Daniels is.
She's got to get it together. I don't know what's going on.
I think she's got it together.
No, I think
she's getting whatever she wants.
I think she's tiger momming Jaden Daniels, and it's keeping him back.
I think it's working for her.
Let the man date whoever he wants to date, okay? He doesn't need your approval. Let the man date whoever he wants to date.
Right. The irony.
Why are you, he's a grown man.
The irony
grown man,
is
his own money, his own bank account. What are you doing to him?
She's trying to keep all these ladies away while she's apparently enjoying any locker room that Jaden's in.
Oh, my gosh. And then on top of it, Jaden is not only he's really good friends with the people that apparently she's enjoying a lot of time hanging out with.
Yeah.
And, and defends them on Twitch streams and everything in the process of it.
Can someone tell Jaden?
She's wrecked that poor boy.
I don't think that's all she's wrecked. Can someone tell that poor young man that chair in the corner that's not what that chair's for. Right? It's not for you to sit there and then see whatever's happened with your mom and a teammate or two.
Okay.
All right?
And that might be too far.
What?
The cuck chair for the
son.
Come on, that's too much.
I'm as outraged as you are. Yeah,
you're just as bothered as everybody.
Thank you for joining me in outrage here.
We gotta figure this out.
This is America.
Yeah,
not what we do.
We can't assign that for family members. What are you doing?
No, I'm saying
your mom's a cow.
What are you doing?
He's been assigned to that. I didn't assign him there.
Yeah, Phelps.
I didn't assign seating.
Yeah.
Mama Daniels assigned the seating.
Listen, we don't believe
here's
everything.
Malik Neighbors.
We don't believe everything that we read on
Watch
Reddit. Okay.
the tape.
Yeah.
216-474-0092.
Tiger Mom.
Are the Browns the least watchable team in the NFL? And are you as outraged as I am? More on that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When you're hiring, More details about the Medina County Collectors Fair, visit greenieshows.com.
We expect some major slowdowns on I-90 West heading around Dead Man's Curve, extending all the way to I-77 South near East 14th. For your Odyssey Cleveland traffic, I'm Jake Volnick.
Hear from Todd Monken immediately after the game. The official Browns postgame show is only on 92.3 The Fan.
In case we missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes' time, Nick and JP talking about Ben Solak's watchability rankings. I just think it's really hip and convenient to just constantly put them as like the worst team at everything. And it's like, I get it. Nobody thinks they're going to be any good. I somehow come off as a homer where I'm like, I don't think they're going to be the fifth worst at everything.
Yeah.
Oh, unwatchable. Worst quarterback play.
Well, now it's 7 to 8 wins. You really do come across like a massive homer, I think.
It's about time.
It's about time.
It's about time.
You've been waiting a long time for this.
Yeah, I'm expecting. Listen, what I'm really angling for is a moment on the Browns radio network where if I just out-pander everyone, it's not going to happen.
No, it'll never happen. You have too much built up in the past.
That's true, or just like today.
It would take a half decade of some real bootlicking before either one of us got on there.
I think if I personally bought half that stadium out, I don't have those finances, by the way, but I'd like to. That might be one thing.
You don't have to buy the network. Might be cheaper than buying.
Okay, doesn't that mean just buy the Browns?
Well, no. I mean, I'm sure at some point the extension, the arm of the network can be, no, just buy the Browns.
I told a friend of mine today.
It might be cheaper.
That when I finally win like the $2 billion radio.
You'll still be a couple billion short of buying the Browns?
Yeah. That's not going to happen.
Their valuation right now is like $4.5 billion.
But I am going to buy some radio cluster in town. And there's a chance of an Ari Gold moment.
With the paintball gun?
Oh, yeah.
Just going in there firing everybody?
Yeah. I don't know that I would do it, but I might just elect somebody. Hey, Timmy, you've been here for 30 years. They've laid you off 4 times.
Okay. I thought you were describing Tim Richards at first. I was like, Timmy, 30 years, he's been here.
I didn't even put the Timmy thing together.
Okay.
Has he been here for 30 years?
He's been here a long time.
Yeah?
I think it's 20, but he's been here a long time.
But yeah, I would just be like, you go have a day, kid.
Why would you give that? It's not pleasure. If the paintball scene is him firing people.
Yeah, because I don't want to fire people. I don't want to be a jerk. I'll let somebody else be a jerk.
But you're
and
offering...
then I'll come in and give everybody like a $3 raise, and they'll be like, this guy, he's not the guy that fired everyone.
You're authoring up the firings. You're responsible for it.
No, that's the new owner.
You've really taken some lessons out of Jimmy Haslam here, haven't you?
Nick Wilson.
Yeah, you really understood how to do this. So wait, you're going to buy a cluster, and then you're going to program it the way you want it to be programmed? Is that the idea?
I think so.
Are you going to hire like national sports talk radio hosts that you like to
Probably
come to
not.
Cleveland and do a local show?
But although Damon Amendola is a free agent,
I was going to say like that would be part of the deal. You could be like, hey DA, I don't even know if you like DA as a host or not, but like DA. $1 million, come to Cleveland and just only talk about the Browns.
No. He doesn't have a job right now. Hey, DA, $60,000. Why don't you come to the midday show?
I don't think he's coming to the midday show for $60,000.
Not with that attitude. See, this is why I would get names here. And, Stern would be working nights on one of the rock
that's
stations
what we're talking
we have.
about. Yeah, you offer more than
for $60,000 a year.
You offer up more than
because he would.
What is less than the standard rate, and then all of a sudden you'll be fine.
Yeah, Howard. Everyone says you don't do it for the love anymore.
You're gonna bully him into trying to take a cheaper paycheck to come here.
Just neg him into taking an inferior job for an inferior wage.
I don't think that's gonna work.
I'll be like, I'll let you upset the FCC. You have to pay the fines. Don't spend all that $60,000 all at once.
This is such an insane hypothetical, and I love it because in my head I'm like, do I have a spot in this? But I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know that answer.
I think you do want to know. By saying you don't want to know, you want to know.
Well, the dumb part about it is it's all predicated on you winning $2 billion, and I'm like, I'm taking it serious.
It could be $1.5 billion. You saw how much those St. Louis stations sold for.
I know. That was only like $13 million.
Yeah,
that was not
$13 million.
And KMOX was a part of that. Yeah, KMOX was a part of that.
Come
It
on
was
now.
a lot of big stations there.
Of course you'd have a spot.
It's $20 million total.
Of course. I need board ops.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I'm kidding. You think
you're gonna stick me at like 3 to 6 in the morning, or like 2 to 5 in the morning?
Overtime.
Well, now you're a 24/7 station.
Overtime, underpaid.
And hey, we need somebody to do that.
That's true.
That's an important spot right there.
Safe harbor. I can't trust you. You're too much of a wild card.
Yeah,
he'll say anything.
Yeah. I just love the idea of me wanting to wreck your FCC license. So we wait till 3:30 in the morning and just say whatever I want. Yeah. And then report myself, too, to the FCC. Yeah. That's also got to happen.
And there's a Jonathan Peterlin.
This guy just won't stop cursing.
JP, is that you? 216-474-0092. Don't call about that. Call about the Browns' watchability. Can we agree?
Yeah.
Saying they're the least watchable team in the NFL is a tad.
I don't think it's insulting.
Tad bit insulting.
It's not insulting. The Browns have put themselves in the spot, and now that is what that is.
No, basically, all Ben Solak is saying is quarterback's the only thing that makes you watchable.
We're not that. Well, yes, for a lot of football fans, that is the answer.
Concepcion, no Recepcion. Quinshon Judkins. You keep disrespecting Harold Fannin Jr.
Every single team has enough players that you can look at and say, that person's fun to watch. That's kind of the funniest thing about the Browns' exercise in the past couple years is even within the 8-win season over the past 2 years, you still had Myles Garrett. You still had all sorts of players.
By the way, sorry, you were making a very important point.
There's stars, there's Pro Bowlers on basically every team. Every team has some draw. It's whether or not our draw is matching up to the dreck of the rest of the NFL, and Ben Solak says no.
I also reject the other implication that watchability has to do anything with quality. Jameis Winston was a train wreck at quarterback for half the time he was here. Every second of it was watchable.
And he accounts for that. That's why Malik Willis has the Dolphins not last. He accounts for that. That's why he gave the big playability. Well, I think he's doing it with Deshaun.
If you think Shador's going to start a majority of the season,
I don't think that's predicated on this.
Even if you don't think Shador is good, you cannot tell me that young man is not inherently watchable.
He is watchable. I feel like if Shador if you were telling me Shador gets all 17 games on this,
the Browns might be 29th.
I think Solak's watchability ranking might be a little bit different. Now, even in this, he says, I'll watch the first Shador Sanders start in Week 12 just to enjoy the pageantry of it all. I mean, and then he says,
pageantry?
Well,
you think they're going to put him in a cape, treat him like King of the Ring in WWE?
It also sounds like he's only there for 1 week. It feels like then after that, that's going to be no thanks for him.
All right, Ben. Aura points deducted.
He says Sanders' moment has passed. There's not much more reason to watch the Browns again. Back into the basement they go. He thinks Sanders' moment has passed, and then that's where I think you might be misplaying this. I don't think Shador Sanders' moment in the sun has passed yet.
I'm offended. Offense taken once again. Yeah. I am going to have Ben's number.
They were 32nd on the watchability rankings last year, too, by the way.
I'm going to be like, remember when Muhammad Ali in that movie, Ali, when the guy refused to call him.
Based on his real life?
When they refused to call him, we kept calling him Cassius Clay, and he kept saying, "What's my name? Yeah. What's my name, motherfucker?"
You mean that real life moment that was adopted for the movie?
Yeah. What if I did that? But about like watchable with Ben Solak.
Yeah.
But only in tweets.
Putting up both fists as if this is how people are fighting.
How watchable now? Who's watchable? Who's unwatchable? That's my
That's your Ali?
I don't think so. I think that was my Mad Nick Wilson. Yeah. Don't throw a lot of fisticuffs these days.
Okay.
216-474-0092. How offended are you that Ben Solak, a man of very little aura.
A lot of aura.
Yeah.
He did shout out Denzel Boston at the end of it, though. He said, Denzel Boston. Like, I emoji. Look out for that.
What a...
That's the best
you're baiting me. You're baiting me. I see what you're doing. You're baiting me.
That's the best.
This is why you'll be doing board up work on
I'd be so
101.7 The Wilson.
I'd be so... It's called The Wilson.
Not a great name.
This is like your laundry
In fairness, that's better than The Gambler.
Why is everything you name all going to involve your last name in everything you buy?
No.
Everything you buy doesn't have to have your name in it.
Yeah. NCK will be one.
Okay.
All right. That because
WNCK.
Yeah, WNCK.
WNCK.
Right. And then there would be W.
Pig vomit. Looks like a pig. Makes you want to vomit. Pig vomit.
WWIL. All right. And then W Sun.
Naturally.
Yeah, clearly.
Those are too cool. Somebody probably already has that one.
That is true.
Yeah.
It's better than The Gambler. What is that even? We're on a gambling station.
I think you understand what they're talking about.
And we're going to call it The Gambler.
Yeah, there's no confusion. You know, like we got it. You're going to do gambling. We got Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. We got it.
We're going to start
We're gonna
naming
talk
radio stations. Hey, it's Jack FM. Listen to Jack. Who's Jack? He's a wild card. It's not a real person. It's a station. David Moore.
They do this.
Morphized? Yeah. We'll work on it. Rudolph in Hudson.
How are you?
Hi, Rudolph.
I'm doing all right.
How
What
are
you
you
got for
guys?
us?
Good.
Well, the Browns are the least watchable team, and the reason is they've been in that place for, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years. Before Shedeur Sanders and everything else, they were winning games 17-13 or losing them 16-10 or whatever. I mean, they're like the defending champions for years. So they have to have that title till somebody dethrones them.
See, that's what makes me so bold, Rudolph, is that I'm saying it's going to happen this year. When people are saying this is a 4-win team, I'm saying nay. This is a 7-win team. When people are saying it's the least watchable team in the NFL, I'm saying nay. They're the 20th most watchable team in the NFL. Don't you see how bold I am, Rudolph?
I see your boldness. I'm just saying they could win 7 games this year, but if they're winning them all 13-10 and 10-7, that's people are going to be sleeping through the victories. They won't be able to stay awake.
So if they win 17-0, but they were all 13-3 or 13-10 victories, you think they wouldn't be watchable?
Well, if they were 17-0, yeah, everybody wanted to see if they could stay undefeated.
All right, I realized I kind of went to extreme there. Rudolph, we appreciate you.
I mean,
with your nose so bright.
The evidence right now, I thought it, but I was not going to do it.
Yeah,
I was going to say, like, do you hate that?
I was trying
That's
to
your
think
name?
of another, like, Rudolph kind of thing.
5.5 is the Las Vegas win total over under, right? You got one primetime game Thursday night against the Steelers. Week 4.
Week 4, yeah.
Yeah, one primetime game over under at 5.5.
You're ready to be flexed once we're like 7-7 with
Like, you
3
see,
weeks to go.
You see how there's just no belief with basically anybody out there.
That's what makes me
this team
so
actually
bold.
is that this team actually is watchable.
So it makes me so bold.
Yeah, there's just not enough belief out there, and in the slightest bit.
And
the people that make up the TV schedules don't believe in you. The people that make the gambling lines don't believe in you. The people that talk about this on a day-to-day basis don't believe in you. You're the only one that believes in this team. Your belief is 7 or 8 wins.
I'm like the GIF from Game of Thrones. I'm the guy with the sword taking on the whole army. That's where I am.
That is you right now.
And believe me, we don't do a lot of I Was Right radio, right?
We do a lot of preemptive I Was Right radio.
Oh, yeah. I will be
and this
right
would qualify.
radio.
This will qualify.
Yeah. The I Was Right, I might have.
We handle the victories with class, people.
Only way to do it. I mean, I saw it coming from a mile away, but, anyone could have if they just had my logic and intellect. However, I think I want to get, when I'm finally right about this team, I want to get a choir in here.
Sure,
I want to get a choir. I want to fill the whole room.
With $2 billion, you can probably buy a pretty good choir.
I want a cappella, but I just want.
Who's funding this?
They're going to do it out of the kindness of their heart. And out of the fact that they're so awed that I'm so right.
Oh, to be in the presence of someone that's so right.
Of greatness.
Hey, Copernicus called.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, and look what happened to him. But I want this whole studio filled with a choir, and then in unison they just sing, "He was right," like 3 or 4 times. And then I'll even do like the cut him off thing.
Oh, you'll stop them because we're classy in our wins.
Yeah, and then right as you start talking, "He was right," and then you start talking again.
I don't hate it.
See?
I'm going to be honest, I don't hate it.
You don't hate it now. When it happens, you're going to hate it.
Why would I hate it?
Yeah.
I'm not
Because they're going to be cutting
here.
you off and not Lima and Ken.
No, I'm fine with that. It is what it is. I had kind of decent chops on the singing there.
Stop it.
That was pretty good. Can
1%
we cut that?
height, 1% weight.
Can we cut that? I feel like I need that in the future.
I was in some amateur productions.
And then at the end of the season.
Mostly not clothed.
If they win 3 games, I also want to play that as well. But I also like to play that as well.
That is going to be a tough pill to swallow.
That's going to be pretty tough.
But at that point, we'll be just so excited about getting the number 1 pick. Who will care? Eddie in Bedford, welcome to the show.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good,
What's
buddy.
up,
We
Eddie?
got about 45 seconds. What you got for us?
Okay. First off, I don't think that they're the most or the least interesting to watch because we do have good wide receivers. We have a very good tight end. We have a very good running back. The team, obviously, the quarterback is the question, but the team is pretty good to watch, if you ask me, to watch the evolution of the new players that we do have, the evolution of the tight end that we have, and the running back. Not to mention the defensive side of the field seems pretty interesting to watch as well.
Eddie, I'm glad you agree on the watchability. You will be allowed to be in the room when the chorus is here, and I would say probably about mid-November.
Can he sing in the chorus?
He doesn't have to. He can sit here and be right with me. Because he at least backed me up on something.
That's nice. You invite our listeners to sit in a chair in the corner.
Yeah.
With Jaden Daniels.
And his mom's
just hanging
over
out.
there.
Just hanging
Malik
out.
Neighbors is there.
It's very nice you extend that out to
now
our
there's a
to the
whole
listeners.
crowd over there. All right?
Yeah.
You got to stay away from the crowd. Because there's a lot of things going on in that crowd. You can get pulled in real easy.
Right.
Yeah.
Just envisioning you now being like, all right, choir, hop in the truck. We're coming home.
Yep.
They all get in there like it's a clown car.
Yeah.
Just ready to go. Just doing choir things just at your command.
And how it is.
Yeah.
216-474-0092. Will the Browns be the least watchable team in the NFL? Ben Solak thinks so. Offense taken. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples. That was easy. Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
As the kids get back to school, get back to the football news you need. The radio home of the NFL and Cleveland Browns is 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. If you guys missed a moment in the show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restorations. Big thanks to James Palmer of the Bleacher Report. Not only did he have dynamic thoughts and reports, facts, opinions, and whatnot about Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, he took a definitive stance with firsthand experience on the Fart Corner. Maybe the most comprehensive breakdown of the Fart Corner anyone's ever heard anywhere. Christopher Price did not have Fart Corner takes, but he did have some takes on year 2 of Mike Vrabel in Boston, the end of that whole Vrabel-Rossini thing and whatnot. But again, if you guys missed a moment of today's show, the full 5 hours up on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And ring that bell. Like our videos, we like to be liked around these parts. Started going into robot mode. Let's go ahead and get to, in case we missed it.
All right, we're going to start off here courtesy of our friends over there at Casino Guru News. That's where Jason Lockenfor is spitting out takes these days.
You say Casino
Guru News.
Okay. All right. Do you get a lot of pop-ups there, or you end up on a watch list if you get on that website?
I think they're just trying to launch. I really don't know. But anyway, Jason Lockenfor is on there, and he had the big news a couple days ago about Mike Tomlin and whether or not Tomlin is itching to already come back and be a head coach, and this is where Lockenfor took it. Here we go.
Let's face it, if you want Mike Tomlin, you probably have to give him your whole building. Trust me, in NFL front offices, there are already general managers, team presidents, and yes, even owners buzzing about the potential prospect of luring Mike Tomlin out of the broadcast booth and to coach their NFL teams on the sidelines, probably with a lot of personnel control as well. It would require a lot of money and a lot of power and a lot of allure and a lot of whining and dining to secure Mike Tomlin's services, especially if you're the New York Jets.
All right, so basically what Lockenfor is saying there is that Tomlin's going to want everything in the kitchen sink and then some in order to go ahead and get Tomlin to be the head coach for any team next year, but at least it does feel like it's an open possibility.
Yeah, it's weird to me the way I hate this part of the NFL where teams act like, hey, we're not recruiting someone when it's pretty evident that teams are already starting to recruit like Mike Tomlin. Like if you're Aaron Glenn,
I was thinking Aaron Glenn
I know they
instantly.
were bad last year, but Aaron Glenn's a member of the Jets family. Like at some point that's disrespectful.
Yeah, but I was trying to think of people that is already recruiting Mike Tomlin, and Aaron
Woody
Glenn is
Johnson
the first name that popped to mind. I think everybody's mind.
Is probably the least couth owner in the NFL.
Is there anybody else we can think of that you already know you're pre-fired essentially?
No, not because I'm trying to think of like guys that I already think are done. No, I think that's it.
I think we have to see it with a lot of other people. But it's what's going to be interesting, though. If Tomlin's putting this out there, I don't think the Browns would ever just say you get carte blanche for a head coach. Just because we haven't seen Jimmy Haslam do that before. It's kind of the opposite of what we've seen Haslam do. But it would be interesting if he went down that road.
All right, Joy Taylor. Remember her?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
She is on the Too Personal podcast, and this is a hypothetical.
Okay.
So she talked about that there are some guys that like to make sure that their significant others don't work, so they give them like a $5,000 a month allowance.
Yeah.
Here was Joy's response to that.
If I pay all of your bills, like all of the bills, I will then give you $5,000 and you won't work. That would not work for me. I have not even done all of the things that I do to preserve this body and this face and this hair. $1,700.
Yeah, that's wild.
I'm not even as batty as I could be. Let's just say me. $2,500 easy is a monthly like maintenance thing.
Upkeep everything.
Upkeep. Now I want to save money for myself because I'm not working. So I need to put money away every month so that if you decide to wake up and freak out and be a different person, I need to have money so that I can start my life over. Don't come over here without.
Joy is taking a lot of abuse online over this take that paying all the bills plus $5,000 allowance isn't enough.
Why aren't they also paying then the bills for your upkeep then if they're paying all the bills?
Because I think a certain kind of man can afford this.
No.
I think she's dating a Bezos.
What I'm saying is if part of the idea was paying all the bills plus the $5,000, why isn't your upkeep on your personal self part of all the bills component to this?
Oh, that's a good point. I think that maybe that's a point Joy is making. I just think I think people are getting mad at her, and I was like, so she's got a high self-worth, and she decide like. I don't understand why you get mad at somebody for having this. I don't find it relatable.
If you're saying it's the least relatable thing we can talk about, but
mostly because no one's ever going to pay me to maintain this body.
But I'm gonna go ahead and throw all of the upkeep bills into the that's taking care of all my bills pile. So then you just have $5,000. You have $5,000 a month. That's $60,000 in a year.
Just pure cash.
And that's not. Do you file taxes if somebody? I would imagine there's taxes still involved.
Yeah.
But either way.
Such a.
Well, I was thinking under the table.
Such a waspy answer.
I was thinking under the table.
Oh, gosh, how do taxes work in this scenario?
Well, you're being paid to basically just kind of hang out with a dude. I just assume but it's not everything's on the up and up.
All right. Big thanks to Kayla Cole-John on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Volnick. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Is there anybody else I should thank? You. Thank you, JP.
Sure. Jake Volnick.
Didn't I say him?
I don't know. You might have. You might have.
He didn't come in the studio
You said
enough.
Jake something. I wasn't sure if it was Murrin. Did we see him once in the studio?
We saw him once. It was very disrespectful.
I talked to him before the show,
We're his
so that was
mentors.
nice.
And by mentors, I mean we talked to him a couple times. But, we're his mentors. All right. Good stuff, JP.
Yeah, I had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
See you guys on the other side there. Go Browns.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.